this evening, but my emergency last night took me a little longer to resolve than I expected. That's the bad news. The good news is, I promised an average of 3 hours a night, and tonight we're gonna get 6 to make up for it. Give me 1 second. I do have one other thing I need to take care of before I get rolling tonight. I'm running a little behind. I had to go buy extra towels. Give me a second to post a stream announcement here. Want to make sure I keep these around for posterity's sake. But I want to make sure everybody out there knows that we are, in fact, going to do this tonight, and we are, in fact, going to do it for 6 hours. There we go. Now we can start. Now let's get on the road. Oh, at least we're having a better day today than we were yesterday, right? Onward and upward. And now we've got music and sound and dwarves who need to dig out a lot of ice. Let's make sure we weren't, like, experiencing a siege or anything crazy at the moment. No, good. No invaders or anything. All right. Check in on our miners. What are we doing? We're storing. That's right, because we have our miners designation screwed up. See, when I set up the profile originally, I was setting miners to do hauling. And we really don't want our miners quite that busy. And now that they're not trying to sort the entire fortress into stockpiles, they will get on with the mining. And as before, we are going to mine ourselves out all this stuff in the ice. Now, let's get our bedrooms planned. Now, I should note that it is possible, in fact, it is a good idea, to do all of this little designation I'm doing now with Quick Fort, and we can macro it so that we could then turn around and do it again with another floor, and preserve that macro for later so we can reuse it in future forts, so that you can reuse this bedroom pattern over and over again and simply deploy it immediately without having to do all of this fiddly setup I'm now working on. We're not that smart, so we're just going to do it as is. And then, of course, we're going to have to tell our folks that we're going to have to put in a lot of beds. So we have to get our carpenter making the beds, of course. And these are probably like for sub-noble rooms, you know, small nobles who don't need huge, nice, pretty bedrooms, but might want something a little fancier than the average dwarf gets. What is that doing there? Why did I do that? What was I thinking? Did I just hit a wrong key? I don't know. We gotta get rid of that. It's not the right place. So, we've got bedrooms for this set. Not the big bedroom. Bedrooms for this set, but not the big bedroom. There's like a 3x5 here that we could use for somebody, but those probably aren't large enough unless we do something really creative with value to get a high noble like a king into. They're not going to be big enough unless we do really fancy stuff in there to get the necessary value amount raised for the king or the baron, for example. Okay, that's got all that. Let's do doors. Doors need planning as well, so build door plan mode. And then we'll just go back and put in all the doors. Now, the reason we're doing doors and beds in this way is that once I then designate the room, the game is smart enough to realize that these rooms are small, and these rooms are small enough, I should note, that we won't have to resize them. We simply tell it we want a room, it will fill the available room out to where we have these doors marked, and we won't need to go back and tinker with it. It will just snap in, as it were. That's great because it means a lot less work for us in resizing bedrooms to make sure they fit the walls. If your bedrooms are larger, it's possible that when you first designate a room as a bedroom, it does not fill the available space, and you will be then required to... Oops, I did it there too. I should have done that there. That's all right. We'll go back and fix him in a minute. You will then have to resize the room to fill the appropriate chamber. It's worth noting that these bedrooms do lack one feature that I recommend for players, and that is that they have a single layered wall. It is always superior to do a double layered wall in order that engravings happen in both bedrooms and not simply in the one. A wall that is shared between two rooms only has engravings on one side, the side that was engraved when the engraver did the engraving. So if he's standing in the bedroom, in bedroom 1 when he does the engraving, bedroom 1 is the one that has the engraving, and if you go to the other side of that wall in bedroom 2, it doesn't count for bedroom 2's value. That engraving doesn't exist for bedroom 2. So where the engraver is standing when he does his engravings matters for our purposes, and that means that we really ideally want to have no chance for the engraver to stand anywhere other than in the room where he's doing the engraving, so that all the engravings are in the room and all the room value is appropriately loaded into the room that we are engraving. Okay, got a few more here. That extra bed that was like in a hallway there. Don't want to do that. Not sure what I was thinking there, but it's not right, so it's gotta go. Okay, and now that we have all these designated as bedrooms, I don't think it will let us yet designate them as rooms until they are actually placed. But we can go ahead and slap in additional furniture. The coffers and chests for coffers and cabinets, for example. As before, we'll turn on planning mode since we probably don't have any of these things actually built, and we'll simply come in here and put a cabinet in each one of these dwarves' rooms to give them a place to store their personal belongings. Now, dwarves will store their personal stuff, including clothing and items they collect, and having a bedroom with places to store shit will give them the opportunity to acquire new objects and put those objects in their bedroom and get a happy thought from acquiring an object. So then we want to give them objects to acquire, and since they now have a place to put them, they will start acquiring objects, and that will give them a happy thought. So we'll need to make some craft objects for them to acquire, and we'll need to get them a place to store them, and we're doing all of those right now. Now we're going to have to get our masons busy, because right now, as you can see, all of these rooms that we're creating here have all of this furniture that we don't have actually built and constructed yet. So these are effectively blueprints for future furniture that does not yet exist, whereas normally you would designate these and slap in your pre-built furniture. You would pick out exactly the log type that would made up the wood that went into the cabinet that you're putting in this bedroom. When we do it this way, we are giving up, because we set material filter to any, decorated off, and the qualities are wide open, we're giving up any restriction on what furniture they choose for each bedroom. If it becomes important that certain dwarves have shinier, prettier bedrooms than others, then we can go and put those dwarves into a bedroom that got all the engravings on the right side of the wall and that got the higher quality furniture items, you know, coffers and cabinets and what all, and ended up with a masterwork bed instead of just a regular bed. And we can organize that furniture into a single room and thereby give that particular dwarf, you know, the higher quality room. Probably still won't be enough to make up for, like I said, a baron or a noble of high birth, but your captain of the guard, your mayor, your lower noble positions all need shinier bedrooms than the default. Ooh, missing doors on these. So I gotta get doors on these too. Let's do that right now before we forget, because I will forget. Okay, so go back to cabinets, because we're doing cabinetry today. We're not doing water heaters, right? Cabinetry or water heaters, we get to pick, and today is a cabinetry day. We've already done our water heater day. All right, so cabinets, and there's one missing there. Got them all here, got them all there, got them all up this wall, all the way up to here, around this one missing there, all around here. Good there, all the way across this room. Yep, all the way over here. And down the left side. Everybody's got a cabinet. Now, I like having, personally, some doors and statues and things that are, you know, in the hallways for decorative purposes. So this staircase I'm going to door off, even though this doesn't have any impact on anything. You know, we could theoretically lock these doors in future, but the reality is that we don't really need them. They're just decorative. So now we've designated for all this furniture. Oh, wait, we got one more piece of furniture we need to give everybody too. Containers and planning mode as before. In this case, though, make sure we make the material something other than any. I like stone for this, or glass is good. Unfortunately, we can only choose one material, so we're going to try and make a bunch of rock coffers to put our dwarves' rooms in. And by doing this, we're going to give our dwarves a second piece of furniture that they can stare at and feel good about, I guess. But at the same time, they're also going to have another place to store shit. Some things go in a coffer when dwarves do it. Sometimes they don't. They go in a cabinet. Dwarves kind of make up their own mind. We get to give them both. They can figure out where to put it. We don't have to think about it. So we want a bed, a coffer, and a cabinet in each room. And that gives us the 3 minimum, I guess you'd say, pieces of furniture that I give all my dwarves. Now, reality is, a dwarf does not require anything but his bed. He will happily store his shit on the floor. And by happily, I mean he'll get pissed later at you, and it's going to look really ugly, and it's take up all the space. You don't want that either. So give him a place to store his shit. But you can get your dwarves over the I don't have a bedroom thought by giving them just a rudimentary bedroom with, you know, bed and a chunk dug out of the stone, and they're good with that. It's not ideal, and long term, you want to make sure their bedroom isn't, you know, an open pit on the middle of the surface or something. But having a bed for a dwarf to lay in is infinitely preferable to things like dwarf slept in mud, dwarf slept in snow, dwarf slept in dirt, dwarf slept on cold, blank stone. Your dwarves can do that for a while, and they can get by with it. Our dwarves have been for a while because we haven't had much in the way of beds in this, you know, this far into the first year so far. But we need to fix that because we can't run on that forever. We really have to get something done for them. So, you know, people say government doesn't work, but in Dwarf Fortress, if government doesn't work, the citizens revolt, kill one another, and leave you with no nation behind. So, in this case, we want to make sure we're going through and taking care of the needs of our citizens and not simply being corrupt assholes. Okay, so we've got our coffers laid in, I think. Let's look through here, make sure we've got 3 pieces of furniture in every bedroom. Doing good so far. Yep, all good here, all good there. Good, yeah. The blinking makes it a little more challenging, obviously. You got to make sure you're paying attention when the pieces of furniture blink in and you're not looking at the rocks, but that's not too bad. Doing good so far. All of these have bedrooms and coffers and cabinets. Yeah, looks like we're good. So this then becomes adequate space for all of our current dwarves and probably 4 times as many dwarves as we have now, or nearly. So now we can get them turned loose on making all that furniture. Live our miners digging that out. We're doing good there. Okay, so it's time to seriously talk about industries because we have been 10 months in now. 10 months in, and we do not have much in the way of workshops. This is really late to be getting our industry up, but we are. Well, if we were executing a boom strategy, this would be where we finally. The economy effectively kicks in and suddenly becomes this overwhelming force for our opponents. We really don't need much besides space for the industries we're going to put in, and then that's what they were doing. I gotta stop them. So stop doing this for a moment. And I really want them to finish this, but I need them to finish that other room down below first. So we're going to turn off a big block of this room to stop them from digging it out. Make sure we've cleared all the walls. There we go. Now I'll come back and I'll fill this in later and give them a chance to redo it. But there's a room down there below that we want to get them done with first. This still needs to be filled. So let's do that. First things first. Did we get I don't think we ever hooked the bridge up. That's first. So up to the level where the well is, because we want to make sure we're high enough. Dig into this wall here, and I know that's a small thing that my miners still have to do, but they'll finish up this room and then they'll give me that little chunk. We'll put a lever in here. We'll link it to that bridge down below for the pastures. Seal that bridge, open the bridge to the well so it not only refills but also fills these corridors. And then open this bridge and let it just flood into here. We will have more than enough space here to have no worries about overfill as a problem. So it's really just down to how fast we can get this bridge chunked out and linked up. We still need to get our well up. And we're going to have to keep an eye open because it's always possible that something will try to swim in while we're pumping our pasture space here. And our miners are starting to clean up the last little bits of stone on that floor. Good, good, good. As you see, once they start getting some skill under them, they really start to cream through the rock fast. And dirt is even faster. For those of you who've never compared, dirt and ice chunk out huge fast by comparison to stone, even with low-skilled miners. Right, slap in a nice mudstone lever right there. Bang, done. May not have any mechanic out there. Good, there is somebody coming, I think. Maybe not. We do have at least some mechanics in the industry, right? Somebody to make mechanisms and hook them up. We did not, but we do now. Everyone does it now. It's not a bad idea to have an architect designated specifically for building your buildings. It's okay. That's like having an engraver. It doesn't necessarily make your fortress stronger, but it does make your fortress prettier and more valuable. That can be a good thing in the sense that dwarves love to have pretty things to look at and appreciate. But at the same time, anything that increases the value of your buildings and the value of your fortress means that you get invaders faster. We still aren't ready for invaders, so a designated architect wouldn't really be helping us here. Now, we have excavated everything. I need to get my masons running an enormous number of block jobs to make sure that they, well, they already have been making blocks. That's good. So we've been doing that at least. Somebody's hauling the blocks away too, so we got to figure out where they're putting them. Probably in that stockpile up top with everything in it. Oh no, we're putting them right here because we made a bar block stockpile and didn't put anything in it. It's clever. Needs bins. There we go. Okay, and probably some wheelbarrows too, because bars are heavy and those are bars and blocks can be heavy if there's lots of them. Okay, let's see here. Do we have a carpenter's workshop? I thought we made one, but he's kind of working with a limited number of logs. So add beds. Get him to make some more beds for us. Add blocks. If we have more than one mason, they can be working there. Add rock. We need mugs for our dwarves to drink. They get unhappy if they're drinking right out of the barrel. Which is funny because every alcoholic I've ever known would love to be able to drink right out of the barrel. Now, I'm kind of hoping that those of you who were able to show up yesterday and when I had to cut off early will be able to come back out tonight and we'll be able to pick up where we left off with you. All right, and with that dug out, our miners will come along and get this ice cleared out so we can have a nice big stockpile up here. But this is the rudiments of a glacier fort. Done. I mean, you've got your food, you've got your water, you've got pasture space ready, but not yet, not muddied yet, but we're ready to do it. We've even dug down to the magma sea to begin setting up forges as soon as we're ready. So really what we need at this point is just surface construction to keep ourselves safe, move everything that is still on the surface downstairs, and button everything up. And we are inside, as it were. Secure, in a sense. So we'll let our miners finish that stone, and then we need to get them working on this exit here. I'm cut off a couple chunks because we don't need everything here right away. Oops, out of ramp. Designate, put those back. There we go. Clear this tile here so we don't cut it out by mistake. Clear that tile there so we don't cut it out by mistake. We will eventually trench out this entire inner bite in this loop here, as it were, to make a giant cavernous room. Enemies will enter from over here. Wagons will follow the outer corridor, but when we seal a bridge so that nobody can walk through, walking enemies will walk into this narrow corridor full of traps, which we will then use to drop them down the hole. And if they avoid the traps, we're going to have archers lined up down here that will be firing at them. So dodge bolts, dodge traps, fall in the hole. Don't dodge bolts, don't dodge traps. That means you get hit by the traps and hit by the bolts. So your choice is a 10Z drop, because I'm betting that this is far enough up that we can go way down. So imagine, if you will, 27 all the way, what is that, 14? 13, 12? Ooh, ow. So 17 Z levels of descent possible here if we really want to go all in. We can literally have them plummet to their deaths if they fall off for any reason. If they stay up there, the traps we're going to put up there are going to be lethal enough to kill people, so staying up there is not better, it just means you live a little longer. Now, let's get some surface constructions done, because we really, really need to button this place up. It's late to be not buttoned up. If you were in evil terrain, you'd already be dead. That gives us 10 plus 3 makes, or 10 plus 2 makes this 12 internal. (11 and 11 makes us 22. This would be 23 wide if we go out to there. Okay, so let's do this. 3, 3, 3, and there's 10. So that is our corner location. Just had 20 Gabbro blocks. I used 10 of them. Where are the other 10 Gabbro blocks? What the hell, dwarves? Somebody's using them for some... Oh, no, we built 20 blocks. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Never mind, it's my problem, not theirs. Okay, I can live with that. It's okay when I look stupid. The dwarves aren't going to care. You all guys like to think it's funny and laugh, so this works out. I can look stupid, and everything is better. To know why that's doing purple stuff right there. What the fuck is this? Miasma with a corpse stockpile. What's on there? Rotten sheep meat. Yeah, that probably needs to be dumped. Okay. Do we have a butcher's workshop maybe here that we... Yeah, that's what this is. We had a butcher's workshop that we maybe disassembled and never cleaned up. With sheep that we butchered, and we'll just take all that stuff and throw it up on the surface in a pile, because that's what we do with garbage in this fort. Miasma is bad, but as soon as we can get all that food taken topside and dumped, the problem will go away. Come on, guys, get it. My forts, every idle dwarf will haul garbage, because I want the garbage gone. If you're not doing anything else, it's your job to take the garbage out. Now, surface disposal like this will work just fine for us right now, But unless you want to have a pile of slowly rotting garbage sitting in your courtyard, you probably don't want that long term. So what we'll do is we'll go down here and we'll dig ourselves out a little. Actually, we'll go down way down where the food is actually being created now, and not up here where we don't actually create it anymore. We'll go down here and we'll dig ourselves out a small little side chamber as before. Room right here. Dig, and then channel. And that little channel right there will become our permanent garbage chute, and we will no longer need this area. Now, it's important to note that with me digging this room the way I have, and with me using the particular workshops I'm using, this works out fine. Remember, when you're putting workshops into corners, when you have doors like this that only have one viable tile to enter from, you have to make sure that the viable tile is walkable. Our Tanner's workshops here, remember, have only 6 walkable tiles and 3 non-walkable tiles for every one of them. And they're always in the same place. These 3 gray or 3 dark green X's here are the non-walkable tiles. If this were mirror reversed left to right, so that this tile here was in fact going to end up in this corner, then we would have a problem in that no dwarf would actually be able to use our garbage chute because the non-walkable tile would block access. Be very careful if you're digging diagonal doors like this that the corners aren't being blocked by workshops or other things that restrict dwarven movement, because you can sever your pathfinding that way without realizing you've done so. It's very easy to set up a workshop and think, oh, the dwarves have access to all the tiles in the workshop and you're good, and they don't, and that's a problem. You can end up with a garbage chute that was working fine 1 minute and then put a butcher's workshop in there that blocks it off and end up with a butcher's workshop that's full of miasma because nobody can actually get to the garbage chute to throw all the garbage away. We don't want that. So our miners will excavate this out. We'll mark it as a garbage chute. Our butchers and our tanners and butchers workshops will all be up and around this area. Excuse me, sneezes, guys. Give me a second. Not exactly sure what I did today to get me all sneezy like this, but I have been sneezing my head off all day long. I blame Canada, but I'm not sure that they're actually responsible. Now, in addition to the butchers and tanners workshops, for miasma producing workshops, I like to have them all, whenever possible, in the same area. So if I'm looking for miasma, I'm looking in one place. It doesn't appear in 6 different places in my fortress. There's one place where miasma is generated. There's one place I've got to check. The problem you can run into with 6 different sources of miasma is that when it spreads out, miasma clouds can get very large. So you could have a situation with a floor, or 2 floors, or 3 floors, depending on how you've arranged things, maybe, where miasma is being generated in multiple points, and you're trying to find all the rotten goodies, but the cloud is so large it's 6 floors tall, and it fills the entire 15 diameter circle on all floors. You don't want that. Stinky rotten cheese, stinky rotten animal parts, stinky rotten milk, stinky rotten raw hides, all get used up in the same area here if I do this properly. And by doing that, I don't have to worry that miasma is being generated on a different floor. Now, there are other sources of miasma. If your dwarves die and you don't get them buried, they rot. Rotting dwarves create miasma just like everything else. But this way, our standard, normal, everyday source production of miasma is eliminated or reduced by quickly handling all of our garbage and having it in one place where we can kind of keep an eye on it. If we set up our workshop orders properly, if our dwarves are tanning hides whenever they are available, if our food production is not so large that we end up with food remaining behind in the kitchens, then we will basically have this set up and running and we won't have to worry about it again. We do want to go ahead and put some farmers' workshops in to handle milking and shearing and cheese making. If we do any of that, we will. Because those are easy things that also produce miasma, and we don't want to have to deal with those either. Now remember, I'm keeping this area as close as I can close-ish, because I built the hospital down here, but as close as I can-ish to where the pasture spaces and farms are. This is where the food gets produced. This is where it's going to get consumed. This is where we need it. So on the floor above this, we're going to dig this floor out, and we're going to get a food stockpile going here, a raw food stockpile. I don't think dig circle is set up. Nope. And we don't want to do it until I've verified that the miners aren't doing something else more important, so we're going to cull that out. Now let's go up top here. Go back down a couple levels. Yep, all good. So this room need to be moved and cleared, but what I'm really concerned about is this space here no longer will need to house food. We need to let the dwarves finish this space out, because this is going to be, in a sense, we're going to use this as like a master stockpile. This will take everything and give to the individual stockpiles. And if this stockpile has something in it, then either the subsidiary stockpiles are filling up and it's backlogging into this stockpile, which is bad, or we don't have a stockpile for it and need to designate one to pull the stuff out of this stockpile, which is okay, but needs to be fixed. Uh-oh, what are you frightened by? That's bad. What are you frightened by? Where are you at, and why are you frightened? What the fuck? What could frighten you here? What the hell are you frightened by? What the hell? It's on our map. The dead kitten we butchered. A bunch of regular-ass wild... Oh, maybe the bear? No, a bear's in the middle of nowhere. What the hell? If it ain't the bear, what the hell's this dude frightened of? Cancel store item in stockpile. Frightened. By what? He's not even down there by the area where things could come in if I had the gate open. This lever is working properly. This will seal up our farms and get us ready to open up the outer door to pump the water in. And what we will do is very quickly, in short order, flip this lever closed, flip this lever open, fill everything we can. There we go. Flip the other lever now to open the water valve. And we kind of need to keep an eye on it because we don't have a way to actually seal this properly. Remember, we had a giant olm get in earlier. We want to make sure we avoid that problem again. Although it was funny to watch our dwarves curb stomp it. And the water will flow in fairly quickly. Fill up the lower levels of our well. Fill up our water supply tubes here that link off from the well. Fill up the upper level of the well to give us a little bit of additional water pressure. Because that's how we roll, boys and girls. A nice full well when we're ready to really do this. There we go. Nice and full. Now, then, nice and full we are. We now open up the pasture flood lever. Someone will come down. They'll activate this lever. It will immediately begin to flood the pasture. Actually, in a sense, it's backwards because I crush a spot of water out of existence when this opens the first time, but that's okay. We will get enough water flow out of this. And just to make sure we don't have a leakage problem since we don't have any doors yet, I'm going to go ahead and get this built as a wall temporarily, I hope, before the flood gets here. And if that guy gets stuck in there for a bit, it's not really going to hurt us. Not ideal. But remember, we're not planning to keep this flooding long term. I need enough space to get muddied up that the sheep and whatnot can graze down here later. But there's only so far, realistically, that this water will spread before it simply spreads out too far and evaporation kicks in and screws us, in a sense. If we wanted to properly fill this, we would need to do one of two things. Keep pumping water into it until it was well and truly full, if our intake is enough. Or two, we could have dug the intake on the level above here and had it drop into the center of the room from above, which would hit the center and spread out like a giant circle, giving us a better fill pattern. You'd still have to deal with evaporation, but your chunk in the middle would get filled up fairly quickly. Now, it may be the case that we're only going to get part of this because the pasture space is large and our intake is not. Made a few beds. Let's make some buckets and some bins. Go back down to our pastures, check them out. Still very late in the season. Okay, that's going. Okay, now I've got a bunch more blocks to come up here. Need to get some drinks. We don't have any drinks. That's bad. That's why we need buckets, because we're out of booze. Dwarves don't have any water. We need to get them some booze. Quick, quick, quick. Double plus quick. Super plus quick. Mega plus quick. There we go. Probably won't be able to brew all of those, but if we get a few, that's enough. So, wait a minute. Where's the polar bear then? Wonder if a polar bear got all our booze. That's entirely possible. Polar bears are guzzlers and will show up in your fortress, walk into your fortress, and drink as much booze as they can get a hold of. So if you can keep a polar bear out, you should. They also give good meat and fur, so you should probably kill them if you can, but besides that, probably a good idea to get some fortress security up here. So I was talking about it earlier on stream, and I think what I'm going to try and do a little later this month, not that I'm looking to grow my channel into other directions or anything, but the 20th of this month, the game Gloomhaven, which is a computer translation of a tabletop game that I enjoy, came out, or is going to finally leave early access with the full campaign installed. And I may see about doing a bonus stream sometime once or twice later this month where the wife and I are playing in multiplayer. It'd be nice to do something a little different. Give you guys a chance to ask questions of Mrs. Matt for a minute if you wanted. She'll love that. Alright, so let's get some firelight blocks there, some more wall. Now we're we're going to leave ourselves 3 tiles wide there so that we can squeeze. Schist is just fine for me, and we'll do another wall here so that we can squeeze a wagon into this space as needed. Now we need to shave 2 off, make that fit, and then we have an outer wall. Now we are still not done. We have a bridge. It is going to raise. It will seal in the wall. Double check your bridges before you build them. It's very easy to forget or hit the wrong key and end up with a retracting bridge where you want a raising drawbridge and end up with no way to really deal with the problem. So make sure you get it right. Let's do marble. Why not a marble bridge? And all our dwarves are going to come up here, get these walls built, and then we're going to throw a ramp up and start sealing this place over. If we can get this bridge, this wall, and a floor over the top of this done before our first invaders, we are protected. We could, in theory, at that point, pull all our dwarves and goods inside, seal up the doors, and never leave, and we would be perfectly safe from outside invaders. Now, ideally, long term, we're going to have problems with things like silk. We have no way to get it in the house. We still have issues with, let's double check on our pastures, but, you know, this pasture space still needs to fill some more. Let's get that dwarf out of there if we can. Let's see, how do we do that? Actually, you know, he shouldn't really be in there any longer if he can swim. He should be able to get himself out by going up 1 floor here, I think, but maybe there's not enough water, or too much water in there for him to do it. He's just going to have to deal with it for a little longer here while we continue to spread out our water, as it were. This is getting pretty good. Once it gets down to, say, here-ish, we're going to be this is probably about as broad as we're going to get. You see we're getting a little trickle further down still, but the evaporation rate is based on the amount of area all this water has to cover. There's a lot of area here, so this might not be enough water to actually cover it all. We might just have to deal with that. That's okay. In fact, at the moment, I'm inclined to call this good and move on. We really don't need an enormous pasture space, just enough to raise a few animals for things like cloth. This is probably enough. Now, long term, maybe we open this back up, but this dwarf here is going to start to get unhappy about things that he can't get to because we've got him locked in. And we don't really want to continue that forever, so let's add a pull job on this guy and mark this guy for removal. And what should happen is someone will yank that lever, and then our pastures will seal up. And is that a dwarf in there? Did he go in the tunnel like an idiot? Nowhere to go, so he goes in the tunnel. No, it's not him. Where did he go? He's in the room somewhere. That's fine. We're good. No, he's moving the law. He's moving the wall so he can get himself out. That's perfect. That's best. Then nobody else is doing that. Somebody else is getting the lever for it. We hope. We hope. Otherwise, we're going to end up with water at the bottom of the stairs long term. We don't want that either. Because this will start to flood. There it goes. Now that's sealed up. Now we may get a little trickle of water down to the very bottom. That's not a big deal. Was that the giant Olm's blood all over the wall? I bet that was. That's where we killed the Olm. Okay, cool. Let's pause this for a second. Cool. At the bottom. Yeah, see, we may get some water down here in the forges. Not critical, just worth noting. This area is big enough that any overflow from the pasture will have more than enough room to spread out and evaporate down here. We don't have to worry that our overfill from the pasture will flood our eventual forges. Now, we do want to be cautious when we dig this out that we're not digging it out with water all over ourselves, because we could be dropping water into magma, and that's bad news. You don't want to do that. Not while your dwarves are standing there, anyway. One more. Sorry, I'm checking my dimensions across the circle here. This section here, this one row, should be the same as this section here we dug out initially. If it is, and it lines up properly, then this will be a perfect circle again like we want it to be. I had to disable that earlier because, well, we had a lot of other jobs for our miners to be getting onto. But it's time now for us to start looking at getting forges and other industries up, and that means we need to get them dug out. Check in on our pasture space. As you can see, the amount of actual water flow here has dropped to a minimal level. There's still some, technically some flood conditions wandering around in here, but as this evaporates out, those are going to disappear in very, very short order. And it looks like we got down as far as here for pasture space. So you want to make sure, so I could designate all of this as pasture space, and that's fine. The animals will happily mill around in that space and then eat the grass when they need to. No harm, no foul. Pasture space, and any animal who does not currently have a pasture, except for the dogs, needs to be pastured down here. Long term, we'll move the cats to where they belong. Long term, we'll get a special area up for the pigs and the birds, but initially get them down here and let them have their safe space off the surface. Once they're off the surface, we don't have to worry about them being killed by invaders in the future very easily. That gives us a buffer of safety, if you will, so we don't have to order new animals for our animal industry. Okay, so build workshops. Let's see what we look here. What do we got? Need to put the stills up somewhere for final. This ain't the final location. Kitchens need to be done. Need to move our forges and carpenter. Okay, we still got a lot of workshops to get to. Our animals will start to arrive for our temporary storage. And in addition to beds, we're going to need tables in here, so we need to put some tables. We can do that with planning mode as well. So let's talk about hospital furniture. What the hell am I building here? Why do I need tables in my bed? Well, it used to be the case, and it still is, I think, that dwarves will prefer to use a table for surgery rather than a bed. Now, I think there's actually a bug here, and they won't actually transfer people to the tables properly, but I'm not sure if I've actually seen them do it. But theoretically, a table is supposed to be preferred furniture for surgery, as in a surgical table, right? But I don't know that I've ever actually seen dwarves do any medical care that didn't involve being in the bed. So, not sure, strictly speaking, if this is actually necessary in the current version. But we will also add traction benches because that's what they're supposed to use when they're setting bones. Again, don't know that I've ever actually seen them do it, but better technology available is likely to produce better healthcare outcomes. This is kind of like, did you build the MRI for your dwarves in some hospital game somewhere, right? Same basic principle here. Did we designate this as did we designate this as a zone? Is it a hospital? Is it a hospital? It is not a hospital. We created the zone, but didn't actually designate it as a hospital. Good job. It is now a hospital. Done. That's important because as these crates get built, they will be filled up with hospital supplies, thread and cloth and gypsum plaster, crutches and splints and the stuff that they're going to use here. Empty barrels, empty large pots will be stored here because we will use them heavily in the production of booze, and having the empties on hand means that they're not running to go get them later when we actually have to brew stuff in large quantities. Now, we're actually going to have to spread this out a little bit. We've got our miasma producing stuff downstairs, and normally I would have located those things in the pasture space, for example, because the farmers' workshops are going to drag the animals up to the workshop and milk them, and then make cheese, and then somebody has to come carry them back. And so I usually put the farmers' workshops right inside the pasture, so technically the only dragging that has to be done is somebody grabs the animal and stops because it's already in the pasture. Um, in this case, there's going to be a bit more effort involved because they'll have to drag an animal from the pasture to the farmer's workshops, and then somebody else is going to have to drag it back. Maybe the same person, maybe not. On the floor above that is where we will do our raw food to cooked food conversion. That is to say, I'll stick my kitchens and my stills here. We're storing barrels below. We'll store raw food here, and our kitchens and our stills should have access to everything they need right away. I'm going to put a second raw food storage above this because just the partial storage here around the kitchens and the stills, it's a fair chunk of storage, but it's fairly easy to fill that up when we start talking about raw food and dwarves. So we're probably going to need the extra space. I will then go a floor above that, floor 26, negative 26 here, and this is going to be prepared food or drinks, and then we'll go one above that for the other, whichever one that is. If we do prepared food first, it's drinks. If we do drinks first, it's prepared food. Okay. Now, when you're mining on multiple floors above one another like this, what we'll call this, for future reference, I tend to refer this as a pancake stack. When you stop and look at it and think about how it's laid out, it's a bunch of circular rooms directly above one another. It looks like a stack of pancakes. Um, if you do a pancake stack design like this, whether you're doing circles or not, you do want to be cautious that your dwarves dig out one floor at a time whenever possible. The reason is they will start excavating on floor 1 and they'll get far enough out that the tiles on floor 2 are considered to be closer to whatever job decider makes the decision, whether it's 0, 0, measured from 0, 0 or whatever. And they'll actually go back and forth between the floors. And as they get further and further into the floor, the travel time starts to increase. It's not so bad when you're just mining around the staircase. Going up and down is no big deal. But if you're if you're going in 5 tiles, mine 1, go out 5 tiles back and 5 tiles to the next floor to mine 1, and then you're going 5 tiles up and 5 tiles back. It's like they're walking 10 tiles for every one they mine, and there's a lot of travel time involved at that point. So be cautious that you're not giving them large quantities of labor to do in excess of the number of miners you have. If I had 20 miners, doing 2 floors at once is trivial. I don't care that they're walking back and forth occasionally. So much mining is getting done that it's going to render the rest irrelevant. We're not that populous. We've got 25 dwarves. It's important for us to keep an eye on how much we're asking our dwarves to do and how much they're going to be forced to spread out to do it. We can let our bookkeeper and our manager be the same guy, especially right now early on when we don't have a lot of jobs to do. It's possible some job approvals will be delayed while he does some bookkeeping labor, but my experience is that unless your fortress is extremely large, it's not a big deal to have an overlap. The bookkeeper does a lot of work, but managers don't. They approve the jobs and move on. So it's usually not the case that the bookkeeper is so busy that he can't get the manager jobs done periodically, as long as you're willing to tolerate a small delay in case he's doing his bookkeeper function. He still needs a chair to form the office from which he works. As long as he can sit down to write stuff and stamp stuff, he's golden. So we'll need to get him a chair somewhere just temporarily, but we can get him prepped. And since we've got a doctor in a hospital, we can get that guy who's theoretically injured treated properly. He says he needs cloth. I thought we brought cloth with us. Did we maybe use it all up in injuries already? Wow. Really, do we have no cloth in the fortress? Maybe we only brought thread and I haven't actually made it yet. That's what we've done. We've got a bunch of thread for inside the fortress to make cloth with, and then a bunch of silk outside the fortress sitting in the cavern that would be dangerous to go get right now. We really are going to have to steal the first dwarven caravan, so let's get a depot up right now before it comes. I don't think, now that I'm thinking about it, did we ever get an announcement for the depot? I don't think they came. Yeah, see, our fucking polar bear got our booze. Maybe that's what frightened me. Where is the polar bear now? Is he still here somewhere, lurking around, trying to drink our shit? No, he's gone. Porcupine's not going to scare anybody. The stoat's not going to scare anybody either. That's probably a guzzler too, though. Have to probably keep an eye on him. Anyway. Sorry. Thread into cloth. Since we're on the surface, ice is nice. Do a temporary ramp right here real fast. We're going to throw this ramp up so that people can get access to the ceiling here, so we can build a floor over the top of our courtyard, let's call it. Since it's a sheet of ice, I'm not sure that courtyard is the accurate term, but yeah, our court ice block here. Now, this is going to look rather freaking hideous because it is going to be a multicolored nightmare. But I am far more concerned at this juncture with my ability to get the defenses up than I am about whether it looks pretty. I'll come back later and fix it if I need to. Well, I'm going to have to because I can't actually build this section yet. But I am far more concerned with getting a roof and walls than I am with what color they are. I don't care that our boy brought the wrong kind of shingles. The storm is coming. We got to get under the roof. That ramp technically is a security breach on its own just by having it there, but since we can't seal the door at this point anyway, it wouldn't matter anyway. Let's go down to where our public space is going to be and start talking about a lever complex. So last time we did run into one snag that we can actually fix very, very easily. We ran into a couple snags actually, but the first one is it took a while for levers to get flipped. Dwarves had to walk from the public space to where the lever complex was. So we're going to make a change in this and future fortresses. Whereas typically I would have built a dining room and then put the lever complex off the dining room, in the current version, dwarves spend most of their time in the tavern. And it's much easier to simply roll with it and make the dining room into the tavern than it is to try and separate the two properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to have our entry here. Invaders and wagons come in from the left, wagons here. Invaders will try to come on through if they're not trying to kill people in the tavern. We will have this space loaded with weapon traps and other nasties, cage traps and weapon traps and all sorts of goodies. This space doubly so, even nastier. A couple of dogs to make sure of no stealth invaders. A couple of dogs to make sure no stealth invaders. Actually, we're probably going to have to skip the dogs on this one, on this floor, unless I can move this, so let's do that. So my thinking is we can use locked doors to seal people in various areas. If invaders actually make it this far, we're assuming that they get this far for a moment. If they get this far, our inner trap defenses are being tested and our military is literally going to have to respond to an invasion. Then I'm going to have the military on hand without actually doing much to have the military on hand. And by that I mean, right downstairs from here, we will build an up-down staircase. Floor below that, we'll go up. Get rid of the old one. Now on this floor, we'll put a standard 15 circle, and I like that because it's a reasonable size. And then on this floor, we will put one of those insane 31 circles, and then verify that we're far enough out that we don't touch a 15 over here. Let's do this first. Excellent. Now, what does this give us? Okay, so not only does it get us our trap defenses that we can set up here, and I'm going to put some pretty statues for folks to look at as they're walking through if they're not invaders. Great, fine. Building destroyers might destroy the statues. Oh no, oh no, oh no. We'll build more. They're still going to have to get through the traps. They're still going to have made it through this. They're still going to have to have got through our surface defenses, which we haven't even gotten to yet. A lot to do. But downstairs gives us our access. Barracks. We'll put the lever complex off the barracks. That means we'll have training military, at least in theory, between any invaders and our lever complex. We'll put some additional guard dogs in, that kind of thing. Traps, the whole 9 yards. This is not going to be a come in here if you want to kind of thing. But I need to have the barracks close by. I don't want to have the lever complex right off the public space. That's a little iffy. And having it anywhere else means there's just too much risk that the idle dwarves are the ones in the tavern. And then they've got to run all the way across the fortress to where I had the lever complex, and it takes forever to get our defenses flipped properly. In prior versions, prior to the tavern, I think having it off the dining room was the ideal go-to, because you could guarantee that your idling dwarves would go to the meeting space in the dining room, hover around there, and be constantly ready to flip levers on demand, and it meant that you didn't have to have a dedicated lever-pulling dwarf. You just made sure everybody could pull levers, and your idle dwarf was guaranteed to be pretty much the guy sitting there doing nothing all day. One of your nobles, maybe. And you'd only have to go about 6 steps to any lever you wanted for whatever you needed, so your lever action was very quick. This may be a little slower because we're going to have to come from downstairs in the public space, in theory, in most cases. And the barracks is additional travel time, and this additional defenses we're going to have to lay in is going to be additional travel time. But the additional space back to here, even if I build the lever complex off this, it's much further. And the lag time matters, especially if your entrance is close to any edge. Ours is fairly centered here, which is great, but it's easy for stealth invaders to get fairly close to our walls or our gate, or be closer than we expect them to be before we know they're there. At that point, prompt action on our levers matters, and getting it means we want to have as little travel distance between our puller and our lever as possible. I'd love to be able to put this safely down here, and I'd love for dwarves to spend their idle time in my dining room rather than in the tavern, so that I had my lever puller inside the fortress deep and the levers are buried and everything is perfectly safe, but I don't see it working. So it's off the barracks and lots of defenses for us. Okay, I want to make sure the miners are coming to this job. If they're not, they've got something somewhere else. I believe there were several floors of rooms. Oh, that's what they're doing. I did that for measurement purposes, but I don't really want them to dig it out right now. I want them to get the other rooms first. Let's get rid of that first. There we go. Let's make sure that wasn't the job they were going to first, just by accident. And if they come here first, we will allow them to continue. There's not much tunnel here, but there is enough that this is a job into itself. So, oops, not there. It's got to be here. And then little stripes. Now, what we'll do is stop here, put doors there, and we can station 2 guard dogs on chains just inside the doors. Now we can layer this with weapon traps, I believe. I don't think guests have a problem with the traps. May have to check that. First guy in may get a problem. We'll find out. We could look it up first, but why would we want to do that? If it goes wrong, it'll be hilarious, and it won't be one of our guys involved, which is even better. So let's get that built. This space here, I'm not sure. I'm thinking dogs again. Like I said, you put a pair of dogs on a chain here and here, and it helps cut down on invaders getting through. But at the same time, we can do weapon traps. Weapon traps are good for me. Speaking of which, now, if we can get them, are they on this job, or they doing something else? Okay, so no, they've got something. Well, he just came here, but was there something else down further? Did we get all that floor dug out down there that I wanted? No, not yet. So I want to finish all of those. Industries first. We got to have our industries up. I need to check and see. I need to designate maybe a. Let's let them get one done real quick, just so we have an additional room. And I think I'm going to double back and do that because I really want to get the Temple of the Tavern up. It's really late to be kind of getting those social spaces up for our dwarves. They're still meeting up there by the wagon in the snow. Which isn't really ideal. Just a little more space down here for some industries, and we will get the temple and the tavern and the barracks up. We will double the temple, the tavern, guild halls, and... Wait, do we have... water source. That's right, because we didn't designate a water source, and did it actually fill back up? Yes, it should have. Good. Is it a water source? No. Let's designate a water source. This is a water source right here, guys. Why are you having problems with this? This is water. Water. And fishing. Why not? If you can catch fish, more power to you. Technically, as long as this water is in the same biome chunk as our exterior water here, it should be viable for fishing. The actual vermin fish are not what is caught. There is an invisible population of fish that gets caught. If we do that, then up here where we have our food production that we were talking about, doing kitchens and stills, we can add in our fisheries for our fish processing. We probably won't need very many. I don't think we'll have enough of them for it to matter. I think we can just leave the rest of these on. I don't want the lye or the milk of lime, and I don't want prepared food. This is a raw food stockpile. Do want barrels, and this is then food processing. Now, this floor above this, when we cut it out, will be additional raw food, prepared food, and then let's go ahead and mark this one for drinks. Oops, wrong size. I should probably bind those to keys at some point because I use the two sizes almost exclusively. But, you know, you get no habit. You do it for enough years and it just becomes muscle memory after a while, and you don't think about it so much anymore. It sort of becomes its own zen activity. And let's be honest, that's part of the reason we all played Dwarf Fortress, right? It's sort of I described it to someone as almost an act of self-improvement, like a Chinese tea ceremony sort of thing. Both meditative and contemplative exercise, and a constant battle for improvement of its own art. Now, I do want them to cut out the barracks, since they're here. Make sure those tiles get dug properly, and make sure they don't get designated for digs instead of staircases. There we go. Don't think they would have changed at that point, but I'm not sure. It's best when allowing a dwarf to do a job to assume that the dwarf who does that job will screw it up in the most profound fashion possible. You will be disappointed far less often than you would expect. So what we got now? Barracks is done. Need to get the tavern space out now, quickly, because dwarves are going to start arriving, and if they arrive in the right quantities, we're going to need a guild hall and fast. Still no petitions, so no guild hall requests yet. Okay, resting injury, need cloth. Where is... Did we get our loom up? We did not, did we? We were going to, but we kind of cheaped out on that. So let's do a quick loom right here in the middle of the hospital. We're going to make our thread into cloth here. Ready? Use the nearby firelight because why not? And I'll do 2 of them so I can get a couple of cloth in case we need more than one. Was planning to save those for moods, and I still don't have... Last time building a depot out of ice gave us some trouble, so we'll do a nice cobaltite so it'll be blue, but won't potentially cause us the issues that the ice one did. Still not sure why those guys left. Maybe it took them a long time to get there and they decided it was just... I don't know. May have arrived late in the season because of the siege and not been able to stay long. Yeah, I know. They need cloth. I'm working on it. Oh, right. Labor. When we get some more dwarves, we're going to specialize a lot more than we are right now, but I don't have the labor at the moment. I'm really hurting for it. And our legendary became a legendary +5 glassmaker, so we really need that guy working because he's going to print out. He is going to print out the masterworks. Wait, change it. Ooh, you guys getting these? It's a lot of plump helmets to be harvested. Not have, no, we have a spot to put them. We gave ourselves food. We gave ourselves a raw food stockpile, so we definitely have a place to put them. We should be harvesting. Do we not have enough farmers, or is all the farmers doing stuff? Yes, all the farmers is doing stuff. Okay, so grammatical terribleness aside, let's look at getting a couple of these haulers moved into our farmer group. We are pinched for labor, like badly. I need people. I need hands to do work, and I just do not have them. But we've got most of the floor, or about half the ceiling up now. Like I said, I still can't seal the drawbridge. It wouldn't matter anyway. They can climb over the walls at this point. Jump over the walls, more or less. Need to get that mined out, and then we'll get our lever complex built, and have all these rooms designated, and we'll have a lot of stuff to do on pause. Or if they're going to go from having no civilization to, there it is. I still need more labor, though. Man, I need more labor. Wait a minute. Explain that one to me. How did we... how did we... discovered it here. That's the downward passage right there. I'm not looking at that. I'm trying to figure out how we suddenly discovered it now and not previously. Nothing should have changed with respect to how the fortress is being accessed. All our seals are up at the moment, except this one, but anybody in our water supply is just going to be stuck there for the moment. Do need to wall seal that back up, though, because something could swim in at the moment. We don't want that. really wish I could seal that up better, but I don't have the real way to do it at the present moment. Could put a grate there. That would be ideal. To do that, I need to drain some of the system, and we didn't really provide ourselves with that capacity. We'd have to dump some more water into the pasture, probably, would be what I'd do. Right now, I don't want to do that because, well, the doctor needs the water, and I'd kind of like our guy to get back on his feet, because apparently he's really banged up. Let's take a look at him. What the hell happened? I don't remember him. Partial broken tissue. Dressing request. So he got scratched? Bitten, maybe? No, probably scratched. Let's see here. Go back to the announcements. Where was... Oops, reports, I'm sorry. Fighting announcements. Oh, I wonder if... I wonder if... Wow, I didn't even stop to consider that as a possible failure case for your fortress. There's one. Who was that? Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's why the farming isn't getting done. Our farmer is in the hospital. Apparently, I didn't realize it at the time, but our farmer is the one who did the final deed on the giant ulm. And I want to see if the ulm actually... Right lower leg, but that was just a bruise, 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 bruise. Bruise. I don't know, maybe they just got hand damage from all the punching. Because I mean, there's punching from left, right, and center from this guy here. He just punches the snot out of this ulm, but... I don't see him getting left hand, right hand, left arm, but no real... Why is there a dwarf in the cavern? Collecting webs? Oh my god. How did he get out? More importantly, how does he get back in? Oh. Oh, we're idiots. That's how. Well, fuck me. That's gotta get fixed fast. Yeah, apparently our garbage chute actually makes contact with the caverns. That's, not good. Means there's like a giant hole in our fortress right now, problem. It's nice that y'all are getting cloth and all. Appreciate it. Great. Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic on the gumption there, boys. But, I need to put the walls up now. Before something comes crawling in. Like those things, whatever they are. Apparently they're scared of dwarves, though, so that's good. They wouldn't be all bad. We could probably clobber them. That's good. Problem is they would get in like they just did. Yep, just did. Oh, they're crundles. Oh, boy. To war, boys, to war. Oh, it ran out just as swiftly as it came. They still killed it after I turned them off. Look at them go. Nice. Turned off the labor of killing things, and they're still after it. Nice. Okay, boys, get the walls up, please. So I will cheese this a little bit to make sure we end up with this working properly here in a moment. Okay, so now I need everybody inside, like, right now. The way I get that real quick is I create a quick burrow called inside. Not sure if this will work as advertised. I'm hoping, but we'll try it. See if we can get everybody inside, and they'll still build that wall when I unsuspend it. Now, will they get it? Can they do it? Did I designate it out of... Should know now if it's suspended and they can't do it. Okay, no, so far so good. Not sure I designated this out of something they can reach. But I bet that Gabbro's close enough. Okay, come on guys, build me my wall, please. There it is, come on. Oh, he stood right there. Somebody stood right there. Please, folks, bring me the Gabbro. Do it. Do it. Okay, plan B. Everybody except one guy is confined to the burrow now. And that guy will have the job to build the wall. I hate having to work around this, but this is what comes of not checking to make sure I dug my spot in the right place. Always check before you dig. Dingy, dingy mistake. So, let's get it fixed. One guy can go do the thing. Come on, guy, do the thing. Do the thing, do the thing. Ah. Our carpenter, I believe, is the one who has the job. Wow, nobody building the thing? Seriously? Nobody's got that job? Did they finish it? No, these guys are just hanging out in the damn burrow that I built over it, which I don't want to do. Okay, that's the problem. Back inside, you assholes. Now. one guy outside the burrow. Let's make sure who he is. Lycott, the carpenter. Who has the job. And it's not in the burrow by default. And then we need to go back in here and put the alert off because I had everybody assigned to the burrow by the alert, and then I had him excluded by direct. So now everybody's direct except him, and the burrow is off for everybody. Now, let's see what squad he's in. Lycott is in the Oily Onslaughts. So we want to activate the other squad, the Laborious Keys. And send them all to kill the shit out of him. I don't think the burrow will stop them, but we will see. Leave military dwarves sent to kill something will happily ignore their burrow suggestions if they're forced to. Run, goblin, run. Now that we've, I hope, gotten our wall up while we were away, let's check. Nope, still not. What the hell are you doing, Lycott? Okay, I don't believe it will automatically add that job. I forgot we had an extra. Let's double check, make sure that's all of the looms I built. Looms, there were only 3. I thought there were only 2. That's a problem I should have thought about. Dum dum dum. Built an extra one and forgot about it. Okay, so now Lycott, we hope, will come do our wall for us because he's no longer making the fortress's supply of spider webs into thread. Grab a Gabbro, Lycott. Let's do this. Really need you now, buddy. There we go. With that now out of the way, yeah, I want to make sure that's nice and solid all the way down. It doesn't matter that this is open down here because there's no way for them to go up. They can't go up from here anywhere. Now we can go up this floor here and designate this as our final garbage dump for all the stuff we've got to get rid of. Dwarves will stand on the first available tile of it, and since they're standing next to a hole, they will choose to throw the stuff in the hole. The hole will drop down into this pit we've now constructed, and we gathered a bunch of webs in the process, so we should have some silk thread now that we didn't have before. Yay us. Thanks, guys, for grabbing the silk without dying in the process, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, now that that's done, let's see if we can make sure that everybody's in the fortress, and Lycott is in the fortress, and everybody's buttoned up, and that would be nice. Okay, building something somewhere else, that's fine. We don't care about that. Where is everybody? You guys? Yeah, everybody else is in their burrow like they need to be. Now, let's pull them all out of the burrow. And we can get rid of the burrow because we really don't care, or we can redefine it. And at this point, I'm just going to get rid of it because I don't think... Yeah, see, I don't care about any citizen information or alert information. We didn't have any. Done. We'll come back later and make this burrow more properly for the inside burrow, but for right now, patching the giant gaping hole in the garbage dump is probably our first priority. We don't want another polar bear getting in, do we? Now, they suspended, while we were doing that, every single one of these jobs. Potentially. Well, I should rephrase that. Any of these jobs that are along the edge, they couldn't be doing the ones that are further in. They can only do the ones along the edge. There we go. So only 3. That's not so bad. And we'll lay in another line of blocks there. Now, we should, I'm hoping, be able to weave some thread into silk. And if we make a couple pieces of silk cloth, we should be able to get our farmer back. Won't that be fantastic? And we are still humbly hungry for dwarven labor. Oh my god, my idler count is like 0 and not wavering. Our dwarves are packed to the gills with things to do. This is bad. They can't do anything public space-wise if they're constantly busy. We got a lot of stuff to do, so I'm torn. It's got to get done. This place ain't secure if it ain't, so... Lever complex. We will probably never have this many levers, but if we need them, they're in one spot. I know right where they are. I know exactly where they're going to be pulled. I can make one macro hotkey to bring me right here to get the lever pulled. Doesn't matter what lever it is. I do want to note the hell out of them because when you get this many levers together, it starts to be confusing about which are which. That's perfectly okay. Notes will help us there. Now, behind that, we can then look at a dwarven burial area. We haven't lost anybody yet, but it's coming. We just had that farmer of ours got pummeled, right, and almost died. So actually, let's cut that off here. Actually, wait. And we'll line this central procession with statues maybe at some point. We'll see. Now I've got the tombs 2 tiles apart so that they can be engraved, and if we make an area into a tomb, it will get the benefit of the engraved area around it. Now, these guys on the inside here, they kind of get screwed a little bit potentially, but nothing's perfect, and these guys aren't intended to be royal tombs. These are everybody tombs. So, you died here and you hadn't done anything, we still give you a nice place to engrave it when we're done. Let's get our miners busy. Who's fighting now? What are we fighting? Oh, right, the Goblin Thief, who we beat the shit out of, I hope. Did we lose a kid? No, we couldn't be that lucky. We got 3 kids still. Damn. And all of the dogs will be stored here. Let's check out what's in our contents here. A giant chunk of barrels and a giant chunk of logs. Okay, barrels are great. We get those inside. The way we get them inside is giving our guys something to do with them. Get rid of this loom. It is no longer required. Get rid of this tanner's workshop. It is no longer required. Get rid of this butcher's workshop. It is no longer required. Okay, so those are done. We're moving downstairs. Now, this is dug out. Let's see. Carpenter's workshop needs to be relocated. Move it. Mason's workshop already relocated. Get rid of it. Craftsman's workshop already relocated. Get rid of it. Stockpiles. Remove. All of this stockpile was a temporary stockpile. It wasn't intended to be done. We're done. Gone. Not those things. And not this, because we need to get those stockpiles up downstairs and not bring the stuff up here and then have to move it again in a minute. Now this is intended only to be a overflow stockpile, but initially it's going to be catch-all. It will take everything. We don't care. Whatever it is in the fortress, we can store it here, and when we get a dedicated stockpile to that thing, we can pull it from this one stockpile, knowing that it will have been stored here. And if this stockpile starts to get full, we know we're getting behind on getting our individual stockpiles up. Or we have a problem where they're overflowing back into this. So, let's go back downstairs to where we were digging all of those little rooms that are going to be for food storage that we need to get up because we haven't done them yet. Put our miners to work on this one. If they're not doing something else, what are they doing? Oh, they're building stuff. What are you building? Oh, right, floors. You know, the ceiling to keep us all safe. Not enough. Gotta wait. Mason's got more work to do. I think the fluffy womb... Oh, those are dogs still. I was like, what are the... For a moment, I thought that was a bunch of vermin swarming around our cart. I was like, there's nothing in the cart for them to eat. It's not like they're going to hurt anything. It's not dogs, it's just our vermin. And I won't refer to the dogs as vermin because first they serve us in combat and then they serve us as food. Arguably even more demeaning than what we do to the, the draft animals, because those things we just slaughter. These things we make fight for us and then slaughter. Okay, so if you you ain't drinking or eating, that's on you, buddy. I don't know why you ain't getting your food, but it ain't my problem. We got buckets, we got water, we got food and drink for everybody. Did we get our dude cured? Is he on his way now? Is he dressed and off? Yes! Yes, he is. Perfect. We need to think about how to get back in there for the silk, because we know we have silk in the caverns, which is great. Ideally long term, we'd like to do something like gather ourselves some giant cave spider and use that, but in the meantime, we'll make do. Not enough. Not even close. Okay. Go, Mason, go. Let's do this. What are you doing, Masons? Only got the one. And he's marked as a soldier with no valor reachable target because I forgot to turn off the fucking squad. Dope. That's why they're all sitting out there doing fuck all. See? If it's not looking right, chances are you fucked it up, because that's how Dwarf Fortress works. There are bugs, make no mistake, but most of them are the sort of thing that you're going to run it. Oh, wait. What is that? What is that? Isn't this schist block floor? What is that? A human spearman. Okay, well, then he's allowed to walk slow and come into our fort. We're okay with that. For a minute, I thought it was something sneaking up on us. I'm like, what is this? Now it's time to get some dedicated folks doing that job. This guy's already a fantastic bone carver. Let's have him continue. Ditto here. We'll have that guy do it too. And suddenly kitchen workers. Now, we do have fishing going on here, so we're going to turn fishing cleaning on for these guys as well. I like to have the haulers back that job up. If there's anything to hunt on that glacier, let Rovad go get it. She is easily the best hunter in the fortress, I'm sure. Now then, let's get our engravers going. still really hurting for labor, though. Really. Badly. Just raw grunt labor is really lacking. Now, we need to get our public macro set up, because I just realized I can't tab directly to it. This is public space. And then you realize you fucked it up, because this should have gone off at an angle and not right in the middle of the room. Oh well, we'll have a smaller dance floor because of it. We'll put stuff on one side and try to maximize the dance floor space this way. Do the faded? Not sure. Let's double check. Bisec, and then the faded and burr. Okay. All right, now we've got all of our temples and taverns and library designated. Now, since the barracks has a staircase in the middle of it and it descends any number of floors, you will absolutely, positively, guaranteed 100% lose dwarves to falling down the staircase unless you build hatches over it. And then it's only mostly possible. What happens is the dwarves will do some wrestling, someone will throw someone, they will enter a staircase tile while they are not standing up, they will fall down the stairs to the bottom. If the staircase is very tall, as in the case of a pancake stack, for example, they can fall many, many, many Z levels to the bottom of the shaft. That can result in a injury or fatality. So anytime you have a staircase that descends through your barracks, you are highly advised to make sure that you have a hatch placed over the staircase so that no one falls through it. We need to build those, but again, we're still waiting to get a few other things up. Let's see here. Tables and chairs. Okay, and a couple of offices for our minor nobles, our bookkeeper and our manager, who are currently the same guy, so he really only needs one of those offices, but he'll get them both because you never know. Somebody may come up and have that skills and we'll give somebody else part of his job. Now, we don't care so much about space between the lever complex wings. Engravings there won't really matter. Let's check through our announcements, make sure we're not missing anything. I think this is around when we finally got our cloth. I'm going to check and make sure our farmer is not sitting there in the hospital anymore, but I think he's good. Partial broken tissue, but he's not looking for a dressing request anymore, so he's got his wound taken care of. We're just waiting on it to heal. All good. Still pinched on labor, badly. A phenomenon where you get caught halfway between having jobs to do and not having anybody to do them. Crafts Dwarves shop. We got masons here, Crafts Dwarves here. We'll put wood here. Get these forges and things moved downstairs. So now's a good time to talk about how we're going to make that happen. So on this floor, let's get ourselves some workshop space designated. Let's not do that yet. Give them a chance to punch these holes. And once they punch the holes, we know where our little vents have to be for all our magma workshops. be a spot for our clothing and leather workshops. Extra iron's not bad either. Our miners appear to be digging up kids. Gotta have some mechanisms to seal our gate. You know, guys, I'm starting to think maybe the wagons are disintegrating in the snow. Because, like, that's... I just realized there's a giant pile of stuff sitting here, and that looks like wagon stuff. It's all forbidden. I don't remember them being eaten. I think I would have remembered that. So it looks like they just, like, dropped all their crap and left. Not sure what's going on with that. Very strange. I'm going to have to look and see if there's something very specific there, because our wagon is still here. It's right there. Somehow their wagon managed to disintegrate and drop a giant pile of stuff. And I don't even have any real good way to know whether that's the only pile of stuff that's there, or whether there might be something covered in the ice or snow here. I don't know what happened there. I'm not really sure how that was supposed to work. trade with them and bring in a bunch of gems, and I just forgot about it. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Instruments. I mean, Dimple Die. I wouldn't have bought Dimple Die. It's got to be merchant stuff that they've dropped or left. Not sure why. This is a glacier. It is cold. These are bedrooms. They are ice. Welcome aboard, Darren. If you have any questions as we go along, feel free to ask. Man, I really love helping out new folks. Not yet, but it's an untamed wilds, so we might. So far, it's looking like the only thing we've seen is the merchants disintegrating their own caravan somehow. I'm not sure exactly how. Don't know what would have caused it. Don't see any other caravan remains that might be laying around here anywhere. I mean, none of this looks like stuff they may have dropped or... Huh. Very strange. Hey, Viking. Okay, now we will need to get these linked up to a central area real quick. Well, adventure mode is full of dumb things. If you think your mistakes in fortress mode are bad, adventure mode is hugely more punitive to any mistakes you make, and I mean anything. I mean, even just as simple as not being psychic enough to know that there was something worse around the next corner, for example, is bad enough to get you killed right outright. The problem I have personally is that adventure mode is not gamey enough to replace more arcade-like roguelikes in my personal tastes. So I end up not really caring as much for the simulationist nature of Dwarf Fortress in adventure mode. Hey, Essie Koisa. I am sorry I ran out on you guys so fast yesterday. I had a household plumbing emergency that just would not wait. It had to be taken care of right then. Now that we've got that all squared away, okay, so this is going to be where we'll do the magma. Can we do, is there magma up here? We go deep enough. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. We can make it work. Well, that might be an issue. Okay, hang on a second here. Yeah, we can make it work there. All right, and now we just need to let our miners get caught up with all the little labor we've laid in for them. Many men think they can outsmart me. Maybe. Maybe. I have yet to meet one who can outsmart Crossbow Bolt. In the current milieu, anything that spawns an evil terrain, and pretty much any undead and necromancer, is nasty for fighting, especially if they're thralls or, something, one of the converted types where they are not just themselves anymore, but they also gain all the undead nastiness on top of it. That porcupine is done for. Any good petitions? Nope. Don't care. Nothing here. Yeah, good. Stone, infant, kittens. Okay. Kittens. Whoa, now. That's dangerous. Let's see. Females. Butcher. 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 And male. Butcher. Kitten biscuits on the incoming. The real issue I see with Dwarf Fortress is that, in an adventure mode in particular, particularly, I guess I should say, is the notion of progressive difficulty. If you look at something, one of the more classic arcadey roguelikes, it's obvious when you're increasing difficulty. Sure, in Dwarf Fortress there are grave, obvious boundary markers. I crossed into evil terrain or the like, but so, did you allow them to live there permanently? Taverns are sort of temporary rooms where your visitors can come and have a place to stay that's not your dormitory, or I want to say they'll keep their tavern room, but don't quote me. I'd have to double check. Yeah, like these here. Eradicating monsters, for this case. They think I'm going to let them into the caverns, and I am not opening my fortress to the caverns just to let these two numbnuts go out there and die in it. If you let them stay, they need a bedroom. kinda become citizens. I want to say that you can assign them to militia and such. I mean, they don't become dwarves. They're a little different. I mean, depending on what their race is, you might have things like they are subject to alcohol poisoning in ways that dwarves aren't, and you got some variations to take care of. But by and large, yeah, they're your guys at that point. Add them to your squads and send them out. Typically, however, I'm not planning to keep people around solely for the purpose of eradicating monsters, and so these guys aren't going to be happy living here long term. If they're not the appropriate size, you have to make specific clothing for them. So if you've got humans, for example, who want to come and live in your fort, that's perfectly fine and valid and viable to allow that. But you have to make additional materials for them. They don't wear dwarven-sized clothing. You have to make large clothing for them. Yeah, basically. I wouldn't say you have to give them pastures, but you do have to take care of them, just the same as you would your citizens. It's not all bad. I mean, I assume that they will pick up appropriately sized clothing. If they're part of our civilization properly at that point, then they should pick up clothing if it's stored in our bins. But you'd have to make sure it was appropriately sized, and I'm not sure even then that that'll work. I would assume they would. If they're actually being treated as citizens. But if you have elves who come and live in your fort, they need small clothing, and if you have humans who come in your fort, they need large clothing, and then dwarves use, let's call it medium-sized clothing, even though it's just regular. And you'd have to make all three kinds if you bring them in. I mean, depending on what you have. If you're intending to allow them to stay long-term, which I rarely do, it's not what I consider a primary method of getting citizens. These guys hang out while they're here, and if an enemy comes, great, throw them at it. But if not, well, they're just temporary guards, and they go on their way after a bit, no problem. If you want to allow them, there's nothing wrong with doing so. Don't take my lack of use of them as a dismissal of their ability. They're useful. But we're going to have to do a lot of designating here because of the warp stone. This is going to be a little annoying, but not too terrible, I hope. The last time I allowed some monster slayers in, they basically just sort of wandered around and acted as sort of guards. I mean, I guess I could have thrown them into a militia squad and got them to do stuff there, but if they're looking to kill monsters, they're not looking to do fortress labor. And typically in my fortresses, at least until what I consider to be the mid to late game, what I'm more pinched for than anything is just plain straight up labor. And like I said, I don't know if they have the same happiness system as dwarves, but if they're here to kill things, and I'm not actually using them to kill things, that's not going to make them happy. Oh, and that can be an issue. Elves aren't going to want to be making things out of wood, or I'm not sure how that'll play. I have never actually, I don't think, let an elf live here, but I shudder. Could you take an elf in, make him work as your carpenter? That would be fantastic. Here's all this wood that we killed. Make it into furniture. That's like asking a person to make, for an elf, that's like asking a human to make furniture out of the limbs of their family or something. That'd be fantastic. You can't assign labors to them if you don't cheat, you mean. Which, you're correct. I'm not sure that you can't assign labors to them with Dwarf Therapist. Now, in the case of this bridge, we want to make sure that it is magma safe, because the magma is going to flow in across this bridge, and if it is not magma safe, it will dump down into our lower area and cause a problem. Now, not a terrible problem, because magma won't flood up the other side of the U-bend, but it's not working the way we want, and the guy who does the digging is going to get deaded very quickly, which we don't want. So, Gabbro. Our biggest, funniest named friend. Now, let's check on our lever complex here. Did we get our bridge linked? No, but now we have the mechanisms to do it, so we can. And they are putting our bridge together. Does it only need one rock? That would be fantastic if it only needed one rock. We'll be done. No, needs at least one more. Stolen artifact. They stole an artifact and I didn't notice it? I'd like to think I noticed if they stole an artifact. Oh, I was going to say, holy cow, somebody swiped one of my artifacts? Good on them. Way to go, guys. Made it in and got an artifact and got out alive. You earned it. Means you walk past all these dogs without notifying any of them, descended the staircase into whichever stockpile or to whomever it was stored, killed and or pilfered it, and then got back out past the dogs again without ever tripping. That would have been impressive. That's like epic gremlin level stuff. See, I've never done it, but now that you tell me that, I'm tempted to bring elves into my fort and assign them for explicit use as carpenters or wood carvers. Make this log, this dead tree, make this dead tree into a lot of little splinters. I mean, right? Right? I mean, you got to be thinking it at this point. If you're not, you're not playing the same game I am. I'm not sure how. Not saying you got to do it. Not saying it's something you got to go out in every fort and, make war to the elves or whatever. Don't have to do that. They have a purpose. They have value. Goblin ethics basically is anything goes. They don't care. Killed and ate your neighbor? Oh, well, that's just Tuesday. Goblin ethics go a long way. I'm not sure if it's completely anything goes, but it's pretty damn close. Pretty much. Goblins won't care about that. Dwarves won't eat sentients. Goblins have no problems eating sentients. Oh, you were smart yesterday? Well, dead now. Cannibalism? Sorry, Aunt Ruth. We're hungry. Now, for those of you who like the notion of your dwarves eating their enemies, you could always go into the raw files and modify the ethics to allow that. It's not standard in the current game, but there are some people who like the bloodthirsty notion of their dwarves literally bringing everything in and processing it down and eating it, or consuming it in some fashion for industry. Now, that part I didn't know. I've never allowed an animal person to stay in my fort. I did not know they immediately took on dwarven ethics. That's fantastic. Priest for the Fellowship of Vaults. Now requires a temple and a priest. Pretty sure the Fellowship of Vaults already has a temple and just needs the priest. The Fellowship of the Vaults already has their temple, just needs to have a priest recognized. I'm not sure if we actually have to sign one, though. Do we just have to recognize them as a suitably large temple to have their own priest now? Is that how that works? They've got 10 worshippers? I gotta look at that. Do we actually have to assign someone? It's gotta be one of these guys, huh? Well, let's use the hunter. She is now the Sacred Dream, as well as our hunter, I assume, and since I'm not doing a whole lot of hunting, that works for me. Which is pretty much just the animal people. Everybody else revolves from a civilization. You know, elves and dwarves and goblins. Kobolds, I suppose. But the animal men don't have civilizations. They are effectively ferals. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Those are animals. What are they doing in my... Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. Butcher, butcher, butcher. And let's, while we're at it, turn on Auto Butcher. Okay, we get a watch up going. Come on, guys. There we go. Now we have to set our races appropriately again, as before. Flying AI in general is not much good. The pathfinding, I suspect, is what's the real issue. It really probably suffers. You look at dwarves and all the other animals, and they're on the ground, and they use one pathfinding algorithm, which gets a lot of hits in terms of use, which means the bugs have been ripped out a long, long time ago for the most part in terms of getting from point A to point B. Vertical movement in the air is not something that 99% of all the animals in the entire game do, so it doesn't get nearly as much visibility or as many hits. If there are bugs in the pathfinding, I'd expect them to be flying. But it may not be their pathfinding. My guess is that they're trying to do something, and they're just idling there. The problem is, if you don't know what they're trying to do, you may not even be able to provide what they're trying to do. But if you don't know what it is, you can't provide it in the first place. Did they sit there with no job? See, then that just sounds like pathfinding. They're not sure how to pathfind to the tile where a stockpile is or something. Some sort of bug like that. This spot we can eventually use for a dwarf wash to make sure our dwarves are getting cleaned off before they come in from the outside. I'm hoping that before the Steam release really gets underway, that there's going to be a big release of bug fixes, that Tony's really going to go back and hammer them, maybe even to an extent that he might not otherwise in previous releases. I still am of the opinion that when you begin to offer your product for sale in a storefront, even if you've done it for years as a shareware, freeware kind of situation, for donations, it's an entirely different ballgame when you start selling a product, even if you're not intending it to be. There will be expectations that will attach to that, and I'm hoping that Tony will go back and squash a bunch of bugs. Maybe he already has been, I don't know. Maybe he's just not telling us, and he's going to, announce that there's a huge bug fix sweep that's already taken place under our noses. But I don't expect that. Okay, so now we've got this, entry corridor set up. Let's double this hallway back and circle it around to where it will emerge. And the goal here is, what my real goal for this is that we'll come out somewhere right around here. Meaning that I can use this same entrance guarding area for people. And if they are headed here to go in and out of the fort normally, see, and it's not, what worries me is not game reviewers. What worries me is not the game community, or not the game critic community, because I think they're going to look at it and say, look, this is one guy in his basement, and you recognize that. But the problem you're going to run into is people who chunk the money out for it on Steam because they've heard of somebody playing it once and they're expecting a polished game, and the word of mouth from players is what I really worry about. When you look at Steam's system, it's set up specifically to allow people to simply throw a review out there in terms of a button click. And Dwarf Fortress is already up against the this is not your average game thing. Now, to be fair, there's going to be a lot of fans, like you or me, who pick the game up early, and it's going to get a good rating right out of the gate. But the longer it runs with, let's call them some of the more gratuitous issues that are still lurking around, new players are going to hit those, and enough of them, and it's going to start to get the review bomb treatment where everybody who picks it up, if they're not already a fan because they've been playing it for years, starts rating it down. And once you go into Steam's basement, that's not a real easy place to get out of. You start disappearing from places, and I don't want to see that for Dwarf Fortress. That's what I'm concerned about, is that the expectations of the community will not be aligned with the expectations of the developer, is my biggest concern. Maybe it will be managed very, very well. Maybe it will be mitigated, in terms of public relations very, very well. I will have to see. To be honest, accepting petitions is just one of those things that you can do it, but I look at it and go, I'm going to have 200 dwarves. What difference does it make if I have 10 more animal men? You know, if my goal were to run a smaller fort and say only allow in 25 dwarves, being able to take the animal men on as auxiliaries would be useful. It's additional labor right out of the gate that goes beyond my hard dwarf cap, allowing me to kind of circumvent my own limitations, as it were. But in this case, the limitation I'm putting on the dwarves is solely because I don't want to have so much pathfinding going on the map that it kills my CPU, and we still might have that problem. But I'll keep it in mind, because it's not necessarily a bad thing to be able to recruit a few military soldiers early on before I can get a proper military up and start them training. We've got these masons workshops going to town here so we can get our tables and chairs all cooked up, because we just need to get some basics into all these, into all the slots where we've built planned furniture, but we don't yet have it constructed and laid in. Now that we have a table, though, we can actually designate a dining room, which means that this space now is valuable for multiple reasons. And just like that, we now have a dining room. It's probably a hugely valuable dining room. Grand already without us having to do anything. And we're going to add more furniture, smooth this all out. Let's get our engravers doing that now while we're thinking about it. The public space is one of the first areas I like to smooth and get prepped for engraving, because everybody sees it. It raises the value of all the tiles in those rooms. They count like triple or quadruple or whatever the number of temples we have is, value, because they stack. And because we have the one room here for the dining room, it stacks both for the zones and the room. So we're getting like 16 times the value out of every smooth tile or every table that we would normally get. Sure, it's only worth 10, but it's worth 10 in 16 temples, and it's worth 10 in a dining room as well. So its value, even with being relatively minimal furniture, just in terms of its value to us, I mean, not raw dwarf buck value. And this is going pretty well. We should be up to a fairly high quality dining room fairly quickly once they get the engraving done. Okay, so let's go back up here. We still need doors on this. And tables and doors. And a door there. Yeah, that's good. And then one there to separate the levers from the tombs. And then one on each wing, because that's how we roll. Actually, we got to do that because we kind of want to give these guys on the inside track here a little more value than they're potentially going to get. If we do smoothing and engraving from this side, these guys in these tombs get gypped on their value. They get ruined. Whereas these guys here are going to get the full, 9 tiles of value out of their tomb. These guys might be ruined down to 6, potentially, because they could lose all 3 on the wall. Big Chuck. Big Chuck with 2 warhammers and bronze armor. Yep, that's Dwarf Fortress. Until something really bad happened, and then it went south. Is pretty much how every story in Dwarf Fortress goes. We can put some doors on this too, why not? Just for appearance's sake. Now, let's go over here and slam in some doors on this. We really don't need all these doors. They are for aesthetics primarily and not for raw value purposes, but okay, it works. Let's see here. Go up a few floors. I think these are all... Oh, yeah, and then the bedrooms, which we did. So they've got a lot of smoothing to do. Now, there's only, I think, 2 or 3 engravers. Let's take a look and see if we've got some more folks we can devote to. Not really, and yeah, only 2, so... It's not just that there's large quantities of engraving to be done. The problem you're going to run into in a lot of cases is that your labor will not be done because somebody's doing a pray or an eat or a drink. Now in this fortress, we're going to... Ooh, look at you with all your gem skills. You were a stoneworker? Not anymore, buddy. Okay, and now we just gotta wait. Because we need tables, we need chairs, we need everything. You can solo all the forgotten beasts in the world if you get the right ones. The problem is you get that one with exploding dust, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter how strong a warrior you are. If you're fighting in melee, it blows you backwards until you smash into a wall. Or it spews out something that rots your face off without you ever being able to do anything about it. You know you've reached peak roguelike when someone says, yeah, spit and fire is just not that dangerous. You can block that with a shield. You could have run into that with any forgotten beast. If it's got deadly dust, it can cause the same sort of necrosis without ever having struck you in melee. It just... They go to make an attack, and all this, it'll say it expels a bunch of dead of such and such as dust, and all of a sudden there's a cloud around them, and anybody in the cloud is coated in stuff that rots their face or eyes or kills their heart, or could range from anything, make your fat melt off, or who knows. Syndromes are wild. I want to say that in the evil terrain, you can actually get syndromes from the rain, the weather. Rain that will turn your guys directly into undead on the spot. Everything? Like, everything in the entire fort? Everything? Like, you're sure you want everything unforbidden? No exceptions. So, yes. You got a bunch of piles of goblins. Are they all kind of on one floor for the sake of discussion? The easiest way to do it is DBF, only it's reclaim if you're unforbidding, it's reclaim. Yeah, okay, so the DB menu is designations, just like mining, and you can actually designate a square. Anything in that square gets reclaimed. Now I could forbid the same way. If I wanted to forbid the stuff in an area that same way, I could do it the same way. That's also how you'll hide things from your vision. It does not hide them from dwarves. Hide is only for you. Some people, for example, look at this room, yeah, all this stone, and they go, oh, that's hideous. It throws off my OCD. I've gotten over it. But, you know, DB capital H here, or H will hide. So, for example, these rocks that are clustered here, I can tell Dwarf Fortress to stop showing them to me. Oops, wrong thing. Gotta, actually tell it to hide them and not reclaim them. They turn blue to designate that they've been hidden, and then if I leave this menu, they disappear. They're gone. They're no longer there. Now, they are really still there, and this can cause you a problem because this blocks dwarves if this is also forbidden, for example. Say I go down here and I forbid that stone. It's not forbidden now, but if I forbid it and it's hidden, the dwarves know it's there but can't move it. I don't know it's there because I can't see it. So I don't know to unforbid it, and the dwarves won't ever tell me that it's there to be moved. So you've got to watch how you use these because they can cause you lots of problems. But the ability to forbid and reclaim stuff en masse in a group with a couple of button clicks is vital in Dwarf Fortress, especially if you're going to clean up a siege where you've got forbid on. Speaking of, let's check out our orders menu and make sure we've set that up properly. Got that part good. Dump others right. Forbid orders. Let's see. Forbid ammunition. Do not claim dead. Do not claim death items. Do not claim other dead if they are non-hunted. Forbid other items. Now, why am I forbidding my corpses? Whoa, what's this? If someone dies, it's my job to make sure they get buried, which means going through and unforbidding their stuff. But I don't want dwarves running out to do it before I'm ready. I don't want them getting in the middle of a siege if I don't want them in the middle of the siege. So I forbid everything. If it drops to the ground, no sparrow goes unnoticed, it's automatically forbidden. Mattis Volt. Stories of dwarves lost to their sock lust. Okay, how's our room doing? Still only grand, but we're at least at 2,000 values, so we know our values coming in there. Okay, let's go down here to our bedrooms and see how we're getting along. Doing good, doing good. I do kind of wish you could keep dwarves happy with smaller spaces. One of the major problems fortresses run into, even well-organized and well-managed fortresses, is that they simply run into the issue of travel time. Everything is a little further away than you think it is. In fact, we've got to go back and designate all of these as actual bedrooms. We never did that, did we? Nope, because they weren't really bedrooms before. They were just plans. So now that they're bedrooms, let's get them designated. See, some of them are still plans, but we can go ahead and get a few of our dwarves into actual bedrooms. They don't have doors yet, but they're bedrooms. Don't tell anybody. Wow, is it most of them at this point? No, they don't have bed. Okay, so yeah, it is. Yeah, we're about halfway over here. Okay, so but not many because we need logs like a drowning man needs air. Our catch-all stock. Oh, we put stone on, didn't we? That was dumb. Yes, we did. No stone in the catch-all stockpile, boys and girls. That's a bad idea. Ditto, well, I would say it was a bad idea for wood too, but in this case, we're not going to have any wood that comes into the fortress, and any wood that does, I want it in my stockpile as fast as possible, so wood's actually okay for us here. You wouldn't do it normally, though, because you'll end up with your stockpile full of wood. We don't want that. This is another good place to throw some stone down. So what we'll do is we'll cheat. We'll go down there and set that stone stockpile up and tell it to take all the stone from there it can. And everybody will come up there and get the stone out of this stockpile and put it where it belongs. It'll fill up that stockpile, which can't take from anywhere else right now. So eventually it'll run out of... It'll be unable to get more stone, but that's okay. It's going to take it a minute, and there's a lot of stone in this pile that needs to go. Did we have workshops up here that we just didn't get rid of before we did this? Wow, that was dumb. Okay, let's fix that, I guess. Wow. Such demonstration, such mistake. Good job. Okay, so custom settings. And tell it to give to that stockpile so that people will come and move this stuff out. And move it down here where we need it. We can do the same thing here, but I'm not ready to move this stuff. I gotta get those forges up downstairs. Let's go do that. That's what we keep letting off. Our bridge is ready. The magma tubes are dug. Two chunks of fortification. Suspend the inner chunk. Dwarf will come down and build this chunk by standing here, normally. Keep an eye on it. Sometimes they get crazy and do it over here anyway, but usually this will work. Tells the dwarf you're trying to build there, and so they will prefer not to stand on that tile in case somebody else is coming along. They don't care to check to see whether it's suspended. But here, as again, looky there. He managed to do it. So we tell him to take it apart, and we'll put it back together again. The hope is no one will stand on it this time. So, I'm torn. I want to say that they're not a bug, but the way they work currently feels very, very buggy. And I suspect, although I'd have to go back and look in Legends and see if I can figure out what happened, I suspect that our first fortress for the stream this year was lost to a loyalty cascade when somebody got drunk in the tavern and punched somebody else a little too hard, which resulted in some folks going at each other with picks, which resulted in, 40 dwarves out of 90 being dead in about 10 seconds because it's in the middle of the tavern. So I don't know that I'd say it's a revolution per se, but it didn't go very far. It was basically like a giant bloody shootout in the middle of your local pub. Not exactly what I would call riveting gameplay either. I get that let's make sure it's something. Let's make sure it's something like a block that we don't care about. How about a serpentine block? We're never going to use that for anything else. We'll bring it down here. That's entirely possible. So here's how loyalty cascades work. Okay, and I'm not convinced. I'm not sure that what happened to us was a loyalty cascade, but I can describe what happens. Your dwarves are members of two separate groups. The fortress is a group. The dwarves who live in your fortress is a group. And all of your dwarves simultaneously belong to a larger civilization group. All the dwarves in your fortress are members of their parent civilization. What ends up happening is that you get people who are kicked out of one of those groups fighting with the people who were kicked out of the other of those groups. They are part of your civilization, but they've been kicked out of your fortress group. They are part of your fortress group, but they've been kicked out of the civilization for whatever reason. At that point, those people are effectively hostile enemies to one another, and they will immediately begin to bludgeon and kill one another with great, great vigor. With the end result that they go around and around and around, because every time a member who is a dwarf who is in both of those groups gets involved, he punches someone or gets hit by someone or whatever, that ends up getting kicked. He ends up getting put into the opposite group, effectively. And you end up with a situation where your dwarves effectively split themselves right down the middle, and they're either part of their civilization and not part of the fort, or they're part of the fort but not part of the civilization, and half your dwarves kill one another until they sort it out. I suspect it's got to do with violence against other dwarves in the Civ under some circumstances. And I suspect, but cannot guarantee, it's raw suspicion, as in I don't have anything to base it on. My raw suspicion is that in our case, it was someone in the fortress getting a little too drunk in the tavern and taking a poke at somebody else, or something similar. But the next thing I've got, or maybe it was the other possibility that it wasn't a loyalty cascade at all, is that it was some sort of plot that led to a loyalty cascade, or that involved a large number of my dwarves trying to steal an artifact or something. I'm not sure. But the end result was that a lot of my dwarves died very, very quickly, and the miners were swinging picks. I mean, we're not talking casual punch-a-day violence. We're talking hi-ho, it's off to war we go. I mean, they went to work. So, now we've got our bridge, we've got our fortification. We don't want any dwarves out on this level. There is a couple of ore stones laying around here. We don't care. It goes away as far as we're concerned. It ceases to exist. DBF, it is all forbidden. There's nothing on this floor that I care about. There's nothing here I want. Everything goes away. Forbidden, forbidden, forbidden. Now, we also hide it all. Hide. And by doing so, it leaves our dwarves' sight, and it leaves our sight. Dwarves won't do anything with the forbidden stuff, neither will we. Now, we do want to change one small thing here. Right here, there is a bridge, and I will have to see if we can get it pulled up properly. We need to unforbid and unhide the bridge, because we want to be able to see the bridge, and if there's a problem, we want our dwarves to be able to disassemble it. I'm not entirely sure. Frankly, when it happens and I lose 40 dwarves in 10 seconds because they're brutalizing one another, I look at that and go, to me, that's a bug, and I move on. I pick a different fort. I'd retire it, or I'd just build a new world and move on. Technically, I'm not sure it's a bug. It's one of those things that I don't think has ever been clarified. So here's the issue you run into primarily with things in Dwarf Fortress that you don't understand. Even once you figure out the mechanics to them, if there's something odd. Basically, I can't tell you whether a loyalty cascade is a bug or not. I don't think it's ever been clarified, and if it has, as somebody has entered it in the Mantis and they've called it a bug, until Toady fixes it, it's just part of the game. It's not a part I particularly care for, but it's there. You'd have to look on the wiki and get the full mechanics. I honestly don't normally continue a fortress past that point. Like I said, if half my dwarves butcher the other half out of nowhere, I call that over and move. The Great Fortress Massacre, abandon it to ruin and force them all to leave. In the shame of their Great Fortress Massacre. Then you can play on another, and build another fortress in that world, or try to reclaim it if you want at that point, I guess. But I would do some serious resetting, I think, because something goes very askew. And if you were to ask me, to me, it feels like a bug. I don't really feel that the dwarves should suddenly engage in uh, mass dwarf on dwarf violence. Look, if somebody punches somebody else too hard and somebody else responds with a pick, I get it. But that shouldn't then lead to him being thrown out of the civilization and every dwarf in the tavern attempting to attack him, only for them to be hit and be tossed out of the other group and effectively start this whole sorting process down. Once the sorting starts, I don't believe there's any good way to get it to stop. And that's, to me, why it's a bug. When the player cannot address it properly, then bug. Now, we can get away a little bit here by mining this out. Now, keep in mind, this fortification keeps dwarves from trying to get to this from on this level. And the bridge is gabbro, so it's magma-proof. The dwarves will enter through this staircase. They'll come down from the forge level, down this staircase, down here, onto the ramp, stand on the ramp, and mine out these 3 tiles. Perfect, safe, magma tapping, and they never even get toasty. My only thing I can say about that, Darren, is not having seen it and not having seen what Toadie's comments on it are on it. I would look at that like, to use a different example, like a group like the 40K Tau, enfolding another Xeno group into their collective, as a sense. If they are dwarven race and they adopt human customs, are they still dwarves at that point in other than name and technically speciation? If they're going so far as to abandon the customs. But no, to answer your original question, like I said, loyalty cascades for me are usually abandon it, move on, build new world, whatever. It's if it's not a bug, it's not what I really look at it and go, wow, that's fun. It's not, because the problem is I, as the player, have no control over it. It's an enormous blow. There's no way to mitigate it or address it. So while it might be simulationist in the sense that you could have a riot in a fortress like this that killed half of the people, there's numerous occasions of that. Typically, it's something deeper than, it's some grand schism that's years in the building. It's not typically a overnight half the dwarves try to kill one another kind of thing. It doesn't feel fun. Now, that's me. I know there's going to be all sorts of people out there who are going to disagree and say, oh, no, that's hilariously fun. Great, awesome, wonderful, do it more. Great, have at it. But it doesn't do it for me. Right, I mean, if let me declare a giant meeting where everybody stops their fighting and runs the meeting and airs their grievances. Let us do this like the Oneida Collective or something, where they are forced every week into a small room in small groups where they have to talk about each other and say what they did wrong. Well, Eurist, you slept in the dormitory last week and you snored like a freight train. You should really try to work on that. Maybe lose some weight. Go do some laps. The problem is that we are now effectively caught on the horns of a game design dilemma, in a sense. When you start to reach a certain point in simulation, it becomes cumbersome to have to delve the details behind the simulation. And Dwarf Fortress is a very involved simulation. So while I wish I understood the dwarves' thoughts more, what I would really like is both that and a very simple way to understand and access it. In other words, I don't want to have to look at a dwarf. I don't want to ever have to look at this. This is bad. This is awful. Like, horrifying. Horrifying. It is a mishmash of rainbow colors jammed together in a way that is painful. And it requires the player to read a giant encyclopedic tome repeatedly to get the most basic information. That's all here, right? But it's spread out, it's organized. The important things that make significant difference are colored and marked out. The colors here are relatively... Where's Grouchy up here? Make sure we're looking at the right person, right? Positive thoughts are green. Negative thoughts are brown or red if they're really severe. Good thoughts are green and blue and happy colors. Purple? For remembering? Why do I need to know that she was remembering it? You know what I'm saying? That just, it clutters. It's great for picking it out if I'm debugging to know that these guys are remembering it, but it's not something it's not helping. All the negative thoughts all jammed in here together. They're not over here, but they're spread out in this. So I get a much better view of it across dwarves using this. I don't know that these sorts of complaints will be fixed with the Steam version. I don't expect them to be. Tony's not looking to develop Dwarf Therapist, the keyboard version, if you will. I'm not sure we'd want him to. My concern is that the depth of the complexity of the simulation becomes so immersively, not immersive, so engulfing, overwhelming. The volume of information that the player is expected to digest becomes so great that actually playing it like a game becomes difficult or impossible. I'm not... it's the difference between Doom and Arma, for lack of a better comparison. One of those is going for a fun, and they are the extremes in their category in a sense. One of those is going very much for a fast-paced, arcadey type game experience. Game. And the other is going very heavy into a slower-paced, simulationist, modeling type environment. Arma. And there's a point for me at which you cross over into simulationist so much that I lose it. It's too complex to bother with. It stops being fun and starts being playing a spreadsheet. I don't want to see Dwarf Fortress go that far either. And I'm concerned that as the complexity of things like thoughts increases and the things you have to delve to keep every dwarf happy become... Yes, the discerning of reasoning becomes either impossible or heavily bloated. Yes, that's exactly right. It becomes too much for any given situation for you to analyze if you don't have the information that you're actually analyzing, or you can't determine what's chaff and what's important. It becomes not useful feedback, and for it to retain its utility as a game, for it to be a game, there has to be sufficient play feedback to the player in such a way that the player can digest it comprehensively, that the player can determine what actions need to be taken to achieve a gameplay objective. Simulation is great, but I don't want a pure simulation. I'm not looking for Sim Earth. Sim Earth was pure simulation, and it didn't keep my interest very well. That's okay. We're gonna have to fix that. See, we screwed this up. But now we know we screwed it up, and we can fix it. So up here, we're gonna have to drill a hole here. And there. Somehow when I dug this, I didn't dig it all the way up for some reason. I'm not sure what happened there. But we need to connect all the magma tubes, not just half of them, so that's got to be redone. And once those are dug out, we'll simply floor them back over. It's probably unlikely we're ever going to need to engrave this area. I probably won't play the fortress long enough for it to ever see engraving. We would lose out on 2 tiles of engraving in this giant fortress space. Yes, it very much walks the line of game and simulation storyteller. And make no mistake, if it wandered away too far from that story generator, if it wandered too far away from its story generator side, I would lose interest in it because the complexity would drop to something that I would find less interesting. If it wanders too far from the game side, it's going to lose me as a fan simply because it's not fun to play anymore. And that's a hard line to walk, I acknowledge. I do not pretend for a moment that this is some, oh, well, I have the solution to it. It's easy. Nope. That's not me, boss. Not claiming it. But what I am saying is that the current version has some inabilities for me to tell what's a bug, what's function, and determine what's useful feedback and what's not. And even the third-party tools are starting to give me struggles to keep up in terms of, you know, when I look at the Dwarven Thought screen that we were just looking at, this stuff down here, distracted, unable to pray, I don't believe shows up in any of the individual, okay, so that's information. And if I pull up her dwarf details, it doesn't have anything in here for her current thoughts yet. This structure hasn't been parsed or hasn't been implemented, maybe. I'm not sure. Needs is here, but this is all global. There's no needs reference on the individual dwarves. So I struggle because if I need to, how many people are unfocused by not praying just a tad, great. But if I need to know everything that's wrong, Cog Aberthal, I can't really do it here. And this is horrifying. Trying to get one of these dealt with is going to cause this to change right out from under you so often that I don't think you'd keep up with it very well. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure there's, like I said, I'm sure there's purists out there who are going to laugh at me and go, haha, I have no problem with that. That guy's a dummy. It's not the break time they want. I don't think it's the break time. I think the issue I run into is not the break time they want or need. It's the amount of travel time it's taking. This is the clash, I think, between, let's call it, calendar time and dwarf time. My fortress, I suppose, this must be enormous. This fortress must be just cavernously enormous, like larger than any human castle ever enormous. Because it takes a long time for dwarves just to get around in it. But the problem is that because we are limited to this one tile system, there's a breakdown between how long it takes a dwarf to get somewhere and do something, and how long the calendar thinks that takes. Your dwarves are doing things, in terms of travel, I mean, especially, that it's taking them longer to get somewhere than it seems like is real or realistic. It's not necessarily that it's not simulationist, it just feels like dwarves are running around on legs about the size of fingers. If you watch, there's a lot of back and forth here, and all this back and forth is chewed up time. And the problem is, I can't move the tavern into my fortress. It's too dangerous. There's no way for me to secure it. And the dwarves don't use the dining hall anymore, they use this. So I have to keep it close, but not too close. It's got to have some manner of separation between it and the fortress. And any separation I add is a literal global tax on everything in the fortress. Because this inefficiency right here eats into every job that's out there. Every dwarf does this. And the other concern I have is that when they have the option to meet their needs, sometimes they're not doing it in ways that make sense, or that they're not pursuing it hard enough. And sometimes they're doing it in a way that I suspect they're doing it in a way that's extremely inefficient. So, for example, in our fortress, meeting most of your religious needs and your tavern needs should be so straightforward and simple that you can get it done over your lunch break. Because you literally don't even have to go next door if you've got 5 different gods to pray to. They're all in the same room. And when you decide you want your lunch, the place you're eating your lunch is right there too. Now I can fix some of the travel time in terms of I can store food and drinks here, and we will. I should have made these up and down staircases and put the food and drink stockpiles, or the prepared food and drink stockpiles below this, but I didn't, and we will. But in the meantime, there's a lot of travel time back and forth from temple to job to temple number 2 to job to temple number 3 to bedroom to temple number 4 to job to tavern to bed. And it's not the amount of break time that they want, I think. The jobs are getting done. I'm getting things created. My tables get ripped out, no problem. I have to double up a little more on labor than I used to. Not a big deal. It hurts a little more early on when labor is tight, but that's probably more realistic, even for dwarves. The kind of feats we used to pull off in terms of I could excavate an entire fortress and have it ready by summer, and it's this giant skyscraper fortress, because dwarves don't take any break time, and they just maul through the dirt for days on end. We're used to that, and I don't think that's realistic for dwarves or humans or anybody for that matter. You got to take time out. But what I end up with is the travel time back and forth, I think, is where it's getting me broke. And dwarves not doing two things: either meeting so many needs that they're not getting anything done. There are certain dwarves who feel like they have to be always meeting their needs, and they can't do work. And certain dwarves who feel like they work themselves into a hole and never meet their personal needs. And so they get more and more progressively angry, and you can't take them off their job, because then if you do, they get angry that they're not doing a job, or they get angry that they're not in the military, or there's not a real good way to balance dwarven needs is the problem. There's no good way for me to set up my fortress and go, yes, I can be assured that my dwarves will be able to get from point A to point B to meet all their needs without running into a labor crisis where they can't get a job done, or so much labor needing to be done that they never get to their needs. And there's no way for me to recognize or analyze or appreciate the feedback necessary to get that. Other games kind of run in this to a degree. For example, I could look at, say, RimWorld and say, if you're not careful, you could have an inefficient arrangement where your stockpiles in your workshops aren't flowing well, and you're walking long circuits to get from point A to point B. But RimWorld is so much smaller scale and so much more constrained in terms of both map tiles and space that you actually use and the things you need to do with it, that it doesn't run into this problem as much. Your guys don't really have to walk that far, even on a really big map, unless you're doing something really crazy. Dwarf Fortress, guys are walking everywhere. There's no way to get around it. You could do something incredibly insane and try to isolate dwarves down to the floors where they do their work. But I don't think that that's realistic or practical. If I said that Dwarf Fortress sometimes feels like it has been unit tested but not system tested, I think what I'm really addressing is not so much testing as it is the feel that there's a balance issue there. And that's the gamist side of things talking. But here's the thing. There's no feedback for that. There's no feedback for you to know any of that. There's no way for you to analyze that in a sensible, realistic time frame. It's not presented in a way that the player can... Yes, but I mean, think about it in real time. You've looked at that, right? But you've had to look at it in Legends to see all this other Civ stuff and dig down back and forth. That's not presented in... I mean, if you had to do that for every dwarf who arrived in your fortress, for a 200 dwarf fortress, when they arrive in squads sometimes of 50, so that you have to do it in batches of 50 sometimes. Oh, it's probably old. I need to go back and look. Maybe they've updated it and I haven't moved mine along. Possible? Therapist get an update when I wasn't looking and I'm on an older version, maybe? Let me look. Let's see, which version are we running here? 14A, which is probably old, but let's look. Let's see, that doesn't tell me which version this is. Not sure which run I'm running. I think I'm running... I mean, I'm running the right Dwarf Fortress version. It's 4705, but I don't know that I'm on R05. Looks like R05 is the current version. Yeah, okay, so 2 hours for 3 dwarves. Now imagine that for a moment. Stretch that out over 50 dwarves. And then start to... Remember, you're not just starting out with 3 dwarves who you know you need to look at. You're trying to put together correlations between dwarves across 50 dwarves all at once. That's a volume of information the player can't digest. I don't want to. You're right. I don't want to. I want to be able to look at these things from a gamist perspective. I like that they have story meaning. You know what I'm saying? I like that my dwarf's numeric skill value here, I know means that he has a particular word-based, if you will, skill level. I like that. That tie is good. The feedback allowing that I get here is good. Multiple generations of dwarven... See, that's just... I like the complexity, but when I'm expected to analyze, but when I'm needing to analyze things like that in order to keep a fortress on the rails for any length of time, that doesn't feel enjoyable anymore. I don't want to feel like I need to be a historian to play Dwarf Fortress. Legends mode is great, but I don't feel like I should have to pull it out and keep it on a separate window in order to play the game. And maybe that's just a difference in vision between me and the developer. You know, at the end of the day, let's be honest here for a moment. Let's not put this in a perspective like I'm trying to be an entitled whiner or something. That's not what I'm going for here. Right. No, make no mistake. I like this whole double agent thing, but there's no good way for me to dig it out until they strike. Right. There's no good way for me to get to it realistically. I don't mind the depth of the stories, like I said, but I don't want to feel like I have to delve every dwarf's life story to the minutia in order to pick out the necessary details that allow me to determine that this dwarf might or might not be a threat to my fortress in some fashion. Look at vampires for a moment. Currently, if a vampire strikes, I lose one dwarf, and then I can figure out who it is, and I can eliminate the vampire. It's bad, and it could be very bad if I lose a particularly good, skilled dwarf who I don't have a replacement for example. It could be bad, but it's not necessarily fortress ending. 3 guys in your fortress who decide to overthrow the place, if your militia isn't set up, and they're in there acting all good, and all of a sudden they just pitch down and wipe out half your fortress, there's no real good way for you to predict or expect that. And it's not a small event at that point where, oh, I lost a legendary metalsmith. That's bad, but you'll get over it. It's more like, oh, look, I lost 20 dwarves out of nowhere, and my fortress goes from functional to crippled overnight. If you look at the closest thing I can think of here is Prison Architect. Prison Architect has gangs and plots, just like Dwarf Fortress. But there's ways to counter them. The player can take actions to diagnose them. The player can use the feedback to work with them. Look, I don't use a lot of that stuff when I play Prison Architect, but it's there, and I know there are ways to address it. I don't play for max security. Everybody's in an ultra gang, and every prisoner is a Superman difficulty. But I know there are ways for players to do those things with feedback from the game to understand what's going on and address it if you want to go there. Currently, a lot of those systems exist, but the feedback is missing. Or if the feedback is there, the control is missing. We're flying a plane, but half the buttons aren't connected, and the readouts aren't all working. We're not sure where we're going. We're not sure how high we are. We're not sure how fast we're moving. We haven't crashed yet, so it's not all bad, but we can't tell how much fuel is left in the tank. That's Dwarf Fortress in a nutshell. And make no mistake, guys, let me be very clear. Let me be absolutely crystal fucking clear. I do not want my criticism to be leveled. I do not want the criticism I level here to sound as though I am trying to be unconstructive. I am not. I love what they have. I love the richness of Dwarf Fortress, and I'm enthused that Toady is continuing to develop it. I am fascinated that there's thousands of years of history in every fortress I want to build. That's great. Make no mistake, no other game out there does that. Nobody does it. Nobody. Not RimWorld, not anything. Not Prison Architect, nothing. Nobody. Nobody even tries. And I'm okay with that. They don't have to. That's fine. But what I then want is to have that Dwarf Fortress already has, and I want a way to get a handle on it. I look at games like, let's flip slightly for a moment, and I don't play it, but I look at games like Crusader Kings. Isn't that one of the grand paradox strategies? Multiple levels of generations where you're not playing a person so much as you're actually playing like a dynasty. That game has enormous complexity, but everything in it is there in a presentable fashion for you to reach out and grab and understand. It doesn't feel like any of it is buried or hidden or missing. It doesn't feel like you're lacking a control, is my understanding. When I hear fans of the series talk about it, I don't play it, so keep in mind I'm speaking purely ex posterior here, guys, completely out my rectum. But that's my big issue, because I know there are bugs in Dwarf Fortress. Let's look at for an example, a clear, obvious problem. You cannot put mining, woodcutting, and hunting on the same dwarf, because there's an invisible uniform that gets used, and the player has no control over the invisible uniform. If the invisible uniform was added to the malicious screen and could be modified, like if there was a woodcutter uniform and there was a miner uniform and there was a hunter uniform that all your civilians who had those jobs had to use, and the player knew that, then you could work around this bug entirely. You could assign a military squad that would get I don't need the centralized UI. I'm not even necessarily sure I need progressive difficulty and all the stuff that comes along with a purely gamist scenario, like you get out of something like Crusader Kings or Total War Warhammer or pick your grand strategy, Stellaris or whatever, right? But all of those games benefited from the 20 years of user interface development that occurred between when Dwarf Fortress began development and today. And Toady is focusing on the features he wants to develop, which again, I'm saying is great and wonderful. But Dwarf Fortress hasn't benefited from those 20 years. This, what you see right here, this is the closest we get to that right now. And these guys, no offense intended to them, they are doing a wonderful job, are, I think, struggling to keep up with the presentation of the complexity that's going on. We're getting to a level that exceeds the ability of the player to keep up. And if you go too far down that road, it loses something for me as a game. There are games out there I'm trying to think of. Wasn't there a great like a 4X space game, something like Aurora or something? It's like, I remember seeing it. It's about being able to interact with the game's systems in an informed and insightful fashion. I don't want a game where I have to be psychic. It's okay if I have to spend a little time figuring out the AI. You know, all those games where you play for a while, then you figure out how to, kind of cheese the AI a little bit, right? If I can't do that, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I want to be able to look at what the game is doing and saying, oh, here's the mistake I made. Here's the error I didn't see. Here's the gameplay thing that the game told me about and that I overlooked, or that I didn't pay attention to, or that I didn't choose to address. I went down the left fork and I really should have gone down the right fork. Even if the game didn't tell me, I could have made a different choice, and I would have had feedback necessary to make my decision. Maybe I didn't make the right choice. Maybe the game's feedback was there, and you mean in Dwarf Fortress or in I don't know if it's Sins of a Solar Empire. I want to say it's something like Aurora 4X or something. There's a you'll have to forgive me. The one I'm talking about is really esoteric, and I am by no means. I've looked at it. I've glanced at it. That's as much as I can say about it. It looks to me like playing a spreadsheet, and that's the point where I back away and go, nope, thanks, I'm out. Sorry, maybe I'm just old or don't have the patience for it. No, and I'm not even saying it's bad design. It's placeholder design currently. That's not bad design. It's placeholder design. We're building, as long as you don't mean Master of Orion 3, because it's not Master of Orion 3. I know that. If Orion 3 is a different game, then maybe. It's not. I'm not running down the design. That's not my point here. It's currently the placeholders are not keeping up with the additional systems. And the interfaces to the placeholders, that is to say things like therapists, are also struggling. And then when you pile that on top of bugs, which there are, the issue then becomes, for me as a player, I have difficulty determining a few things. Is this a gameplay mechanic that I simply need to address? Is it a bug that may get fixed someday? Or maybe it gets fixed tomorrow, or maybe it's already been fixed in some version of Dwarf Fortress I'm not playing yet. If I can't tell if it's gameplay or bug, it's very difficult for me to know how to address it. See, here's the problem. I'm not sure Legend Viewer in the game fixes the problem I'm after. I think it's a further example of the problem I'm after. I don't want to reduce dwarves quite to the level of a numeric score in a chart, as it were. I don't want that. But at the same time, we've got to take a step that direction, somehow. Because if the player's feedback and handles are lacking, then you're not playing the game anymore, you're watching it. And Legend Viewer in the game doesn't fix that, because then you're not playing the game, you're reading it. And that's not what I'm after. It's the right information, but it is the most awful presentation for it I could choose. And I'm not sure there's a good one. I'm not sure there's a good way to do it. I don't know. I'm not a good graphics guy or data modeler. It's not my area. I don't have a good constructive suggestion. I don't. I'm not sure how to fix the problem. I just know that it is a problem. I don't have that problem in. Yeah, you do. You really do. And maybe it's there. Maybe I'm just not getting it. But I don't feel like it is. That's the problem. When I look at... Everybody gets me to this every year, and I struggle to explain my... Yeah, Dwarf A bit his thumb at Dwarf B. That doesn't show up in my announcements. It doesn't show up in my reports. And if I turn all of those things on, the amount of volume I suddenly start to get is so deep that I can't keep up with it. Nobody can. It drowns the announcements page if you put all that stuff in. To such a degree that you can't keep control of anything and also see it. And if you can't see it, you can't adapt to it. You can't address it. You can't mitigate it. You can't even enjoy it, is the reality. If I go back and I look at that first fort that we lost, that loyalty cascade that we think happened, let's say it was a loyalty cascade. Let's say it came out of a plot. You know, some of my dwarves were plotting. The number grew to be 40. They thought they could take the place over and pocket all the artifacts and walk away for a loose change. Whatever. If it shows me all of that, I drown in the information. And if it doesn't show me that, there's no way for me to do anything about it. I'm just waiting for it to happen, and then it happens, and I move on because there's nothing for me to do about it. We all know, anybody who's played Dwarf Fortress for any length of time knows there are bugs. How many of them are bugs and how many of them are intentional gameplay design is difficult to actually ascertain sometimes. Because even the things that Tony has acknowledged as bugs have sometimes been there now for decades. You know, the whole miner, woodcutter, hunter uniform thing predates the militia screen, I'm betting. It's just never been fixed. Mothers carrying infants into battle because I can't tell they're pregnant until they actually deliver. You go from 0 to birth on the battlefield. the announcement window is... This is almost about as crowded as it can get and still be useful. This is a lot of announcements to go through, and if you're not already familiar with the color scheme, you don't know what to look at. You don't know what to look for. You don't know what's important. It's easy to miss announcements in here, even if you do. As an example, it's a bad example because it's usually a problem for me. The petitions screen gives us not just statuses for guys who want to live in my fort, an event I can completely ignore and pay no attention to and be safe, but also petitions for guild status, which are critical and must be paid attention to, or you piss off large sections of your fortress potentially catastrophically. They're both in here. They make the same noise when they ding. There's nothing to differentiate them. I have to check them every time. They never go away. The petitions are still here. If I deny them, I lose out on some of the advantages. If I, there's no way for me to keep this guy around and say, oh, well, I'll stall his petition forever. If there was a button C out here that said, deny this guy at the end of his petition, I would hit button C. I'd keep him around for a month or two. Maybe he helps us, maybe he doesn't. But until I have supplies and everything ready for my dwarves, I don't have any space for this guy. I wouldn't even let him in my fortress if it was giving me the choice to exclude him out front. But since he's here, since he shows up and I have no choice but to basically let him in the front doors anyway, well, might as well put him to use while he's here. Now there's a Ranger Guild. See here, this announcement right here? A Rangers Guild. This is exactly what I was talking about. Since there's a Ranger Guild now, they now want a guild hall. But you wouldn't necessarily know it. They haven't petitioned me yet, but they're going to want a guild hall. Well, here's the thing. RimWorld takes advantage of being after Dwarf Fortress in that sense. And I don't mind that RimWorld is 2D. I suspect that's something that can be modded down the road long term. Because I've seen people doing... let's call them pocket dimension mods, basements and the kind of thing. And if you can get that stuff to work, then you can get multi-story buildings and that sort of thing to work in the same way that Dwarf Fortress does with Z-levels. Maybe you don't get your Z-levels interacting. Hence why basements work better than skyscrapers. But RimWorld gets the advantage of Dwarf Fortress in the sense that it came later and takes advantage of the 20 years of interface advances. Not just in terms of, oh, well, we have this new technology. No, I don't mean that. I just mean in terms of design, interface design advances. But RimWorld isn't trying to reach, even currently with all of its DLC added, it's not trying to reach anything like the complexity of Dwarf Fortress. There's no Legends mode equivalent in RimWorld where I can go back and look through everybody whoever punched somebody in the upper back tooth. RimWorld is an entirely better interface, but everything about its gameplay is scaled back from what Dwarf Fortress is attempting. And that may be part of the reason why the interface is so improved, is because they're not reaching as far, and they're intentionally not reaching as far with the gameplay. And it sounds like a criticism of RimWorld, and it's not meant as one. RimWorld is a fantastic game too. But they have different scope and different vision. RimWorld is too, but it's not focused the same way. RimWorld is always smaller focus for the player, unless you do some heavy modding, than Dwarf Fortress. You are not normally expected to run a 200-pawn RimWorld colony. RimWorld is 20 or 30 people, tops, before it starts to get crazy. 200 dwarves is lunatic by comparison to what RimWorld is trying for. And that same sense of scale, that same difference of scale goes for every single system in Dwarf Fortress. And I mean across the board. All of it. So when I compare them, it is not to run down Dwarf Fortress, or RimWorld for that matter. It is a note that either the smaller focus has allowed them to address the issues, and in my opinion, we need to address the issues, or that the game that I'm looking at currently is going in a different direction than the game I want it to be. And that's not something I mean, at the end of the day, that's not my decision or choice. I don't mean to imply that it is. It just may mean that the game has moved past where I envisioned it going. Almost. We're starting to get everything filled up. When you guys say Cataclysm, is this CDDA? I haven't played that one. I'm not familiar with it. I guess for a different comparison in a slightly different genre, I could look at something like, say, something that might be familiar to you guys. Project Zomboid, okay, is in early access. We know it's an alpha or a beta. You know, it's having development actively done on it. There's lots of stuff that's wrong with it. But we know that it's okay. The difference is, I think, that everything in there, every time they add the depth to the game, every time a new system is being added, sufficient feedback and controls are added to allow the player to address and understand it. And in Dwarf Fortress, a lot of times it feels like we're adding features that are simulationist, but which occur below the level of the simulation that's presented to the player. Does that make better sense? A lot of the needs stuff feels at this point like it's there, but getting at it is so obtuse or difficult or painful or problematic that actually dealing with it isn't good. And in some cases, it's just not possible. You know, the dwarves get upset when they can't see their family or their friends. Potentially severely distracted if they are... Yeah, keep in mind, I haven't played CDDA. I know that there is a... in Project Zomboid, there's a very specific scenario that starts you out in pretty much the worst possible circumstances for a starting scenario. You're drunk off your butt. You've got a shard of glass stuck in your crotch. There's, a horde of zombies beating on the door, and your house is on fire, and you're naked. You're wet, and you just came out of a shower, and it's cold outside. It's pretty much the worst starting scenario for a zombie apocalypse you can imagine. And I want to say the name of it is literally dedicated to CDEA. It's very much a... I haven't played both of them to compare them, but there's very much a love letter in the community, as it were, I think. But okay, yes, if Zomboid is a simplified version compared to Cataclysm, then yes. But what I see with Zomboid, what I'm focusing on there when I reference it, is that everything is available to me as feedback. Now, not all of it is available as like numeric feedback. Sometimes things are words or descriptions that don't necessarily encompass an obvious range. Right. All this complexity is wonderful. Make no mistake, I think this is fantastic. I'm fascinated by this complexity. I like complex games. I don't want to play checkers. Checkers is boring. There's strategy in checkers, I get it. Yeah, okay, fine. You can try to play speed checkers and make it interesting, sure. But that's not the game I'm interested in. It's never going to be. I don't want to play tic-tac-toe either. And I love the complexity, but sometimes I feel like I lose a handle on it, and it loses its gameness, and that's what's a better example from a modern game that I can use as an internal self-reference? How many of you out there have played Factorio? Factorio in multiplayer. When you jump in mid-game on a friend's factory that you've never seen before. Technically, all the feedback is there. All the information you need to make sense of the world is there. But it's drowning you so much that you can't get it. You can't grab it. You can't put your hands on it all. You're trying to drink the Nile. And that's not good for a game. Factorio, especially if you start adding mods, oh my god. Tack Bobs and Angels onto Factorio and you added a masterclass. But if you like builders, and keep in mind when I say builders here, Factorio out of the box is a hybrid tower defense and builder. You're going to start out with nothing, build up a factory, and then have that factory need to be able to not only produce things for you to advance the factory, but also harvest new materials for you and defend itself from invasion. So in a sense, it's very much like Dwarf Fortress, but instead of controlling a pile of dwarves who run on AI, you are controlling one guy and the automation you create. You create the automation, so you basically determine what your factory does in any circumstance, whether that's it always does the same thing or you've got some complicated programmatic system behind it all. Your factory does what you make it do. You still have to deal with complexities of logistics and strategy and tactics in the same senses that you do in Dwarf Fortress, but not exactly, since the focus is slightly different. See, when you start saying Minecraft with tons of mods, I start saying, yeah, and Factorio and tons of mods, because that's close. If you are a builder or colony builder fan, you owe it to yourself to go out there on Steam and grab the free demo and take a look. It might not be a game you like, but I find very hard to believe that you would not like a game like Dwarf Fortress, or that you would like a game like Dwarf Fortress. And I'm speaking here of the game aspects. If you're looking at Dwarf Fortress for the story aspects, Factorio doesn't have a story. You are some hyper advanced industrialist crash landed on a planet. Right. That's exactly it, Darren. That's exactly it. The fortress balance of happiness and politics and resources and defense and offense and trade and relations, these are interesting. Delving into an individual dwarf's history out of curiosity is interesting. Being expected to delve in every individual dwarf's history is mind-numbing. And that boundary for me is at about 3 dwarves. And the problem is, as the complexity gets higher, it's not easy to say what is game-relevant information and what is not. That question starts to become very hard very fast, with no real good way to address it. When you start adding in religion and magic and all of these other subsystems that are going to come, then we're not there yet. When I started to play Dwarf Fortress, a lot of the current features were not yet in existence. You'd have to go back to version 3110 or 3112, something like that. No, it would have been 3107, I think? I'm not sure. Somewhere in that real close vicinity. that's when I picked it up. And I was fascinated by what I saw then as a colony builder. Now, Tony had far greater vision for this. His vision was already way down the road when I picked the game up. So keep in mind, when I started playing, not only were the features not there, but I was already aware that the game was going to grow and expand well beyond anything I was playing at the time. But see, that's just it. It's not just your captains and your barons. It's 5 guys who just happen to be haulers who have no correlation to anything else in your fortress. The only reason they're haulers is you just haven't moved them into doing something else. They arrive together, and if you don't immediately inspect them to understand that they all have the same history and they've been tagging along with one another, you don't know that they're coming to fuck up your fortress. You're not given the necessary feedback to appreciate the circumstance that's approaching you. You know, this is... I want the giant meteor radar. And I need a giant meteor laser. And if I don't have both of those, giant meteors aren't fun gameplay. Because if I can't see the giant meteor coming, the fact that I can shoot at it doesn't help me a lot. And if I can't shoot the giant meteor, knowing that it's coming to impact my fortress doesn't help me. It's just watch it happen and then deal with whatever comes afterward. Unavoidable events are rarely enjoyable gameplay. And I don't have thousands of hours for each fortress. I just don't. I can't and I never will. I like games in a far more broad sense than just Dwarf Fortress. Wow. Gal is bringing down muskox. Look at her go. Wow, are we butchering that stuff properly? I haven't been checking. I've been letting this stuff run, but she's going to work on the muskox up top. So, you know, she's bringing the meat in by the pound here, folks. Let's see. That was stills and kitchens. This is raw food. Kitten, yak, cat. Kitten, she did bring back a porcupine and a couple of porcupines. I'm concerned that the scope of focus will reach a point where it is impossible to actually play Dwarf Fortress and starts to become something where Fortress mode has to fall off and everybody's just basically using it for Legends mode because you can't keep up with the complexity anymore. When you start having to have automation to handle your automation, it's easy to lose touch with the fortress completely at that point, I think. Yes. Yes, Chloe. Yes. You know, seeing relationships as a graph, especially one you can rotate and probe. Let me look at the web of friendships and let me expand it and draw it out so I can see 2 or 3 levels deep in terms of the game of Kevin Bacon, in a sense, for my dwarves. I'm not sure how to represent that good in a way that I can access it with a keyboard and a mouse. You know, I don't have virtual goggles, and this isn't Minority Report. I don't mind... How do I put this? Let's be honest. Dwarf Fortress involves a lot of detail work. You have to like a certain level of pushing keys to make a lot of keys to make things happen. There's a lot of intricacy in operating Dwarf Fortress, and I love that. Call me weird. Maybe I'm, marginally autistic or something. I don't know, whatever. But that focus, that zen of that intricacy is lovely. The problem is, as we move to a complexity where I can no longer play it as a game, I'm going to lose that very quickly. Right. See, that circumstance you're describing there, Darren, is exactly what I mean. It's a cause and an effect, and the player can see it and understand the relationship between them. Yes, you'll have to forgive me, Clodolf. The only Paradox game I can think of that I actually own is Stellaris, and I bought that one fairly early and haven't really pursued it very hard. I'm not really sure it's quite what I had in mind. I wanted to like it, I just don't think I really do. Maybe I've lost my taste for that kind of game, I'm not sure. You know, I used to like Master of Orion 2, so it's not like the game itself is wildly different than what I like. There are several other games I've played that, you know, are similar that I've enjoyed. But Stellaris felt like it was missing something for me, and I'm not sure where or why. Like I think it was when I started to run into the issue of having to organize my regions into sectors, something you never dealt with in previous 4X games. If I wanted to conquer a galactic spanning empire and go wide as forever, I could do it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe that's what it is, but I'm not sure I'm going to go buy $50 or $60 or $80 worth of DLC just to find out a game is okay. And that's kind of where I'm at with Stellaris. I'm not sure I want to put the money into it. Sphere of influence on the world map, for example. You know, here I am. There's a dark fortress right over here we're at peace with some artifacts, you know, apparently. There's some goblin pits. But I mean, we probably don't have any influence. This is probably a bad example here, but I'm starting to wonder if nobody from our civilization can get through because they keep running into the goblins and getting eaten. Let's check on our supplies here before I forget. Oh, drink's bad. No, that's not any good. I've been idling with you guys and not paying attention to what's going on in my fort. That's terrible. Can't do that. You guys got me monologuing. You sly devils. You've got me monologuing. Adventure mode benefits from being able to very narrowly scope the focus. I want broader than that. And my other problem with Fortress or with Adventure mode is that the simulationist nature of Dwarf Fortress really gets in the way of my being able to enjoy Adventure mode. I much prefer very gamey roguelikes. You know, if I'm going to play a roguelike in that sense, I want to be playing something like Hangman. Give me my hit points. You know, allow me to make a couple of mistakes and still, you know, have a guarantee that I can walk away from that combat. Not the Dwarf Fortress sense where any given combat, even the guy who is in the fortress, who is sitting there with no combat skills whatsoever, could potentially pick up a spoon, throw it across the room, score a lucky critical hit, penetrate all your armor, hit you in the throat, and cause you to bleed out. It's possible. You know, Bronze Colossus have been killed with fluffy womblers, so people have made coin-throwing masters who run around collecting coins so they can use them as throwing weapons. You can say, haha, that's completely unrealistic, but I don't know that it necessarily is. If you're going to allow lucky critical hits to score you know, that guy who hits the guy with a coin right in the eye and has enough weight in the old medieval coin to penetrate the eye socket. Sling ammunition doesn't necessarily have to be that heavy as long as you throw it fast enough. But while that makes for good stories, hilarious stories even, it doesn't do well with gameplay. That type of randomness will work against the player, always. Because the player is the only one paying attention, and the randomness doesn't hurt anyone else. It's realistic in the sense that these things are edge case possible, and could happen. But it's not realistic in the way that enough events of that sort guarantees it happening pretty quickly in Dwarf Fortress. If you build an Agamemnon, it's fairly common to have, you know, some peasant with a crossbow finish him off. And that might be realistic, but it's not very fun necessarily. So for my roguelikes, I generally look... adventure mode is too simulationist for me. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly viable. It's just not... it's not my cup of tea. And I'm concerned from my end that Toadie's vision for Dwarf Fortress is going to take Fortress mode to that level, and I will lose my tolerance. Now, that's my personal concern. It has nothing to do with any of you. Purely a subjective concern. Now, if I remember right, you can actually see on, for example, this screen, I think you can look at like the different hillocks. If a place settles a hillocks near you and they depend on you for their economic viability, then you know, you can see them here and see their relationship to you on this screen. But right, I mean, at some point the simulation starts to get weird. You know, you killed 17 different vampires, but then somebody stabbed you with the weapon and you live, or you lick the weapon and live, and you turn into a vampire. I'm torn, chilled Clode Elf. I like planning. You have to like Dwarf Fortress. You have to like planning almost to an insane degree, in a sense. And in a fashion that's fairly flexible in order to be able to deal with things like, oh, look, you ran into the cavern water, or whatever circumstances pop up. You have to like planning to play Fortress mode. If you're looking for an action game, this ain't it. It never will be. This is very much a think it through first, do it right, careful not to make mistakes, because they are... it definitely follows the 110-100 rule, right? But it's not the planning I'm concerned with. Planning I'm doing here, more than enough to keep a fortress running. What I'm concerned about is that my ability to affect the desired outcomes is potentially lacking, either through lack of visibility or lack of control. It's like playing Super Mario Brothers with no B button. Forever, until somebody one day tells you there's a B button, and then you look back and go, well, is it the same game without it? No, not really. Without the lack of the control, either because you don't have visibility on the information for it, or because you don't have the ability to actually affect the control. Your B button is broken. you lose out on game functionality, whether it exists or not. See, I look at ceremonies and ethics and religions, and I look at these things and go, no, those don't really have to get in my way. If I can do things with temples that make them practical, that's fine. I have no problem with. To me, that's an added. I don't want to say challenge, but it's an added consideration. It doesn't really say challenge. It's a consideration. It's something I have to think about, but it's not necessarily something I have to focus on. If I want to look and say, oh, well, how does this marriage ceremony for these dwarves look, and I want to delve into that, and the information is there, that's wonderful. But I don't want to be forced to. Because if I have to understand that in order to understand 15 other things in my fortress, then the information overload quickly becomes just uncontrollable. I have long been in the camp that because of the volume and duration of bugs in Dwarf Fortress, some of them have got to get pruned, and I mean some of the old ones have got to get pruned bad. But see, that's cool. I have a temple. I have no intent on breaking it. If I don't put any statues in here and nobody tantrums and starts breaking the furniture, nobody's going to get cursed in my dining room. We're good. The ability to stack them as I do also means I can get them up and running fairly quickly. You know, realistically, if I didn't want to build them so grand, I could probably have something up in the first month easily. I get kind of focused on building these grand spaces, even if they're just giant circles. It takes a lot of dwarven labor to get to this point. We're only like 50 dwarves right now, so you know, got a ways to go. At 200 dwarves, you start having enough dwarves to run 40 dwarves in a military and still have 40 dwarves doing hauling and still have an enormous number of specialists. And I would be shuddering to think that I lose my ability to keep them happy because I can't understand what's going on in their heads in a reasonable fashion. If it's... Okay, so here's the thing. I don't see myself ever playing Arma. I can play Doom, maybe not forever and long periods of time. I can play Doom. Doom can sometimes be a little too gamey. But I don't ever see myself playing Arma. I don't want to be straitjacketed by a simulation too badly. If it's not a game, then I'm not going to play it. I have lots of games to play. And make no mistake, Dwarf Fortress is still a game. Right down today, this is a game we're playing. There are simulationist aspects to it, but this is, with the only exception, it's a very sandboxy game. I acknowledge there's no win condition, obviously, right? But I don't know that makes it bad. It just makes it one of those particular type of games. There are many like it. There are many like it, but this one is mine. I actually explained it to someone the other day, and I said Dwarf Fortress is like it's like a Chinese tea ritual. There are 1,000,001 steps. They are expected to be executed in a precise, delicate dance. Doing it well is as much an art as a science. Done properly, it is a thing of impressive beauty. But at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress is a game. And as long as it continues to be a game, then I'm going to continue to enjoy it. Criticisms and all, warts and lumps, just like every other game I can play and say that I enjoy. I look at a game like, you know, if I were looking for criticisms, it's not hard to find things to criticize about a game. Why did we animate horse plops in Red Dead Redemption? Seriously, guys, come on, really? Horse plops, really? But it can be a way of life. Anything can be a focus. If you want to find your Zen mastery in the art of any particular thing, that is nothing. There's nothing in there for me to criticize for you. I mean, unless that thing is hurting other people, then you know you're on your own there, bud. But at the end of the day, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, but I've never attempted to perform a Chinese tea, or, you know, a tea ritual. I've never attempted. I wouldn't. It's not that, and it's not even a cultural thing. It's just not of particular interest to me. I'm a gamer at the end of the day, and that's what I spend my time focusing on. What I've loved about Dwarf Fortress all along is that, you know, I'm a big fan of colony builders. You know, whether it's things like Dungeon Keeper or War for the Overworld or Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and Prison Architect. I love these kinds of games. Dozens of them. But this one is both the great-granddaddy of them all. And sim games, see, now you're starting to edge out of my area. And I'm not saying completely, just you're edging out hard at that point. That's right about where the line is, somewhere right in there. A game like, let's use The Sims as an example. It's not necessarily a game I necessarily enjoy all that much, but I can use it as a good example. It is a very simulationist game, but you can still play it as a game if you're looking at it in terms of successes represented by your little character avatar, your little family, or your little person, however you define your group, your little collective, whatever. If those people are doing well, they're happy and they're well satisfied. You know, it's like tending a garden in a sense. But at the end of the day, it's a game. Still. But you're edging real close to the line when you get out that far. Games like SimCity, and that's real close to the line for me. They're real heavy onto the simulation end at that point, and too much further, and it's Urban Planner, and Microsoft Truck Simulator, and no, thanks. Not really. Not for me. I like flight games, but I don't want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. Does that make sense? Descent Free Space was interesting, but Microsoft Flight Simulator is just not to me. The more a game gets reduced to abstraction and clicks on buttons rather than interaction directly with the game itself, then the less we're going to find that it falls into my taste, I suspect. Now, I can go a lot heavier, I think, down the game aisle, if you will. If you want to go the other end of the spectrum, you don't have to go on the simulation end. You don't have to go all the way to the end before I start to run into snags. But down the other end, you got to go pretty far down away from the simulationist end before I would turn my nose up at something. You know, if I can play a game like Magic the Gathering or Gloomhaven, a tabletop game, right, or wargaming like BattleTech. You know, hell, I have the BattleTech game installed on my game. That's pretty simulationist at the end of the day. You know, it's just about a tabletop with fancy graphics. Competitive games don't interest me anymore. You know, it's a funny story, Chodolf. I'll tell you a story. Years ago, and I do mean years, like decades at this point. Okay, I'm in college, right? And I'm going to a local city college that doesn't necessarily get all the fancy resources that a big name school does. So they've got computer clusters in the library. It's the middle of summer. Demand for the clusters is way down. You know, the folks who are doing serious work are there, but there's more than enough to go around because there just aren't that many people there in the summer usually. So I grabbed my friends, some of my brother's friends, my brother, my then girlfriend, now wife, and we go to play games in the library. I take over one of their local net clusters. We spawn copies of things like Warcraft 2 and Diablo and Quake, and we play head to head competitively because that's really all you can do with a group that size. Here's the problem. Most of the folks we played with at the point are gamers, but very few of them had any PC gaming, and of those who had PC gaming, even fewer of those had gaming experience with the games we were playing, and of those, none of them have played any of them anywhere near as much as I have. Not even close. It's, in terms of raw experience, you can take the entire rest of the group and put them on one end of the scale and put me on the other end of the scale, and I will catapult them all into the sun. We started to play Quake, and we started off with Warcraft. And since you're playing an 8-player map, and you're all head-to-head, what do you got to do in an 8-player map when there's not a lot of room to expand? What's the first thing you got to do right out of the gate? You got to hit your nearest neighbor, and you got to hit him so hard that he's crippled while you continue to build your economy. You want to mash that dude into a pace so fast that he doesn't know what hit him. Because if you do, now you've got 2 places to build, 2 resource patches to grab, and a buffer between you and all your enemies. So I did exactly that. And I crushed my nearest enemy. No idea who it was. It was color. Who do you think I was crushing at that point? It was my girlfriend, now my wife. Okay, fine. It happens. You know, haha. We all had a good laugh. And I won that. Make no mistake, I crushed everyone at the end. It took me a while, but I got there. None of them had played as much as I had, and while I might not be the best mic grower or the best economy or have the best focus, by the time they start realizing that 7-on-1 would have been a better practice than sniping at one another until I could pick off the strongest and crush the rest, by the time they learned that lesson, it was already way too late. And so we ended up moving on to Quake. And we're playing on, keep in mind, we're playing on the original Quake map levels, not even the deathmatch levels, just like the campaign levels and shit. This is like when Quake is new. Come on. No fancy custom maps here, nothing like that. This is whatever I can pull out of my ass at the last minute, the library cluster, remember. So we're playing Quake, and it's deathmatch. We're doing team deathmatch at first, and it's not fair. Whoever has me on their team is just dominating. Because I know the maps, I know the weapons, I know how to aim, I know how to move, I know how to look, I know how to shoot. I would love a Dwarf Fortress multiplayer, and I'll get to that in a second, Darren, so hold that thought. Don't let me forget that question. Let me get back to it. So I started stacking the teams. Instead of, 6-on-6, it's 7-on-6, or 7-on-5, and then it's 9-on-3, and then suddenly it's 11-on-1 or 7-on-1 or whatever the fuck it was by the end. It's everybody, literally everybody against me in one map. And it's a murder. And my wife, then, like I said, then my girlfriend stops me afterward. We pack it up finally, we're done. We shut everything down, we put everything back the way we found it. We didn't remove the hard drive partitions we created, I'm just saying. But we've shut it all down, we put everything back to where it was. Everything's going to run right, nothing's going to be damaged. And go on our way. And my girlfriend stops me. She says, "So did you have fun?" And I said, Kinda. I mean, there's always some measure of fun in overcoming an opponent. Right? I mean, you play Dwarf Fortress at the end of the day, you already have... Oh, Jesus, what year was that? I don't know. 98? 2000? Maybe? Long time ago, boss. Long time ago. So long ago, they're not going to have pay records for the people who worked there. well, maybe they might. They're a public college. They might keep that shit that long. But and she said, well, how much fun do you think it was for us? And I have to confess, up until that point, I hadn't really stopped to consider that at all. Like, at all. Like, it wasn't even my galaxy of, and it's not that I'm necessarily an unempathetic person necessarily. It's just that I'd never really stopped to consider how bad the noob stomp might have really been. You know, how demoralizingly unfun it might have been. Everybody loves a challenge. Nobody loves to have their face stomped in. Nobody. You can say, "Oh, I like the challenge. I want to have it over and over and over," but not like that. Not like that. Nobody wants to go out for their first game of intramural. Yeah, nobody wants to go out for their first game of intramural football and line up for the scrimmage and realize on the other side are, NFL linebackers getting ready to come across the line at you. Nobody wants to be in that situation. I don't care who you are. A challenge is one thing. A stomp on your face is not fun. And this was a brutal, brutal stomp. Make no mistake. I have many, 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 many more hours in those games than anybody who was playing. And many of them were gamers of various sorts, console gamers or arcade gamers at that time. So keep in mind, when I say arcade gamers, I literally mean that. Think about how long ago that must have been. Arcade gamers. But none of them had significant FPS experience or Warcraft experience or, PC gaming experience. And it was brutal. I use the analogy I use because that's exactly what it was. It would be like you guys who know how to play Dwarf Fortress running a competitive fort competition and hiring your grandmothers as all the other players. No offense to any of your grandmothers, but I very much doubt that any of them can play Dwarf Fortress to any level. But it really put me off. Yeah, exactly. Or even start the game, right? I mean, if you can't put a fortress together, then by definition, I win by default. Ha ha ha. That's not even fun for the guy doing the stomp at that point. And it really wasn't all that much fun for me. The Warcraft game was fun because that took long enough for one player to finally win, and it wasn't a certainty like the second one was. We played some other things in small groups, but the FPS game was that's an I wish I could go back and undo it kind of thing. But I've played competitive games since then. Team Fortress 2, or, I even tried Left 4 Dead's competitive mode a little bit, and I just don't really enjoy them the way I used to. I really don't. It feels not enjoyable somehow. I mean, if you look at a game like TF2, I'm constantly torn between... It feels like I'm constantly torn between, hey, look, there's clearly a pre-made on that other side, and hey, look, we've got the pre-made on our side, and it doesn't necessarily usually feel well balanced. It's always a stomp one way or the other most of the time, it feels like. And with games like Left 4 Dead, it felt worse that way. I mean, it was even more obviously so. You had people who knew exactly where to perch, and some of that is just experience, of course, obviously, right? But I lost my lust for some of it that day, is the best way I can phrase it. I'm not necessarily averse to a competitive game per se, but I have found that I get far more lasting delight out of a cooperative game most of the time than I do out of a competitive game. Give me, even though it's not necessarily challenging, give me a game like, so this goes back to your question, Darren. You asked me, what do I think of a Dwarf Fortress multiplayer? I think it's a fantastic idea. Toady should implement it by default in vanilla. Just for the record, I'm stating that outright. You should have a cooperative fortress mode in vanilla. seriously suggesting that. I don't know that it would run well. I'm sure it's a terrible idea in terms of performance and all sorts of other things that would have to be fixed or corrected because because of the platform we're working with, right? But my wife and I have played several RTS games. There aren't many, but there are a few that allow cooperative play. Right, Nafe, and there's going to be all sorts of things like race conditions on pathfinding, and there's a lot of. I'm not really serious that Tony should do it. I mean, I'd love it if he did. I'd be cheering if he did, but realistically, I don't think it's practical. It's a pipe dream, and I know it. That doesn't mean I would not be ecstatic if it happened. Let's use an example. I'm a big fan of Dungeon Keeper. And you can play Dungeon Keeper in a cooperative sense if two players are playing by having two dungeon hearts. And that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. But that's not really what I mean when I say multiplayer fortress mode. Multiplayer fortress mode is more like Dungeons 3, where you have two players literally playing with one dungeon heart, playing the same army, digging the same terrain, expanding the same dungeon, playing the same fortress. And although it's not something I think that everybody is going to like, playing cooperatively that way was fantastic to me. Not just in the fact that I got to play with somebody I enjoy playing games with. That's icing on the cake here. It was nice to be able to say, I don't have to be the micro king to play this game necessarily. And it's not that I'm bad at it or I can't play it solo. I have it, it's fun and fine, great, wonderful. But doing it as a cooperative presents its own challenges and its own advantages that were delightful in a way that the base game played solo was not necessarily as enjoyable. And I think Fortress Mode would benefit from that. But now, make no mistake, I recognize that the work involved in doing something like that is pipe dream territory, like I'm saying. I know this. But that's not to say I wouldn't love it. It would be wonderful. I know there's people who have rigged up, terminal mode to respond to multiple inputs, and they've rigged up Dwarf Fortress multiplayer alikes. It's, I don't know that it's necessarily CPU tick bound, but yeah, I guess that's a way to describe it since it's single core. Yes. Basically, if your single core hardware performs better, if your single individual core performs better, then you're going to have a better performance, and you're going to have, I don't know that I say necessarily advantages, it just means that if you're playing Fortress Mode, it's technically cooperatively. I'm not talking about, when I say playing Fortress Mode, I'm not talking about playing two separate fortresses. I'm talking about, say, me and my wife sit down and 200 dwarves between us, we build a fortress. Not a succession fort, but you're both literally laying down dining room furniture at the same time if you want. I'm looking at the forges and setting up the magma plumbing. She's upstairs getting the hospital and the well done. And, hypothetically, if we extend this scenario, then some third and fourth player are watching the invasion roll in while they're, managing the military. And I don't mean competitive. See, I can't see playing a competitive Fortress Mode. That's not of any interest to me, not really. Call me an old fuddy-duddy, I guess. I know people play games like Total War and multiplayer and Stellaris and multiplayer, and okay, maybe. Killing cats, you'd be worried if they weren't starting a secret breeding program with the intent to release them on you and kill your frame rate. You guys clearly don't grief enough. Keep them in a cage so there's no frame rate hit. Breed them, throw them in a cage. Breed them, throw them in a cage. Thousands of cats, one cage. Put it on a wheelbarrow, wheel it into their dining room, install it, link it to a lever, flip the lever, laugh. Cat explosion on demand. Right. Guy gets a miner and a pick and goes straight for the core. Tee-hee, tee-hee, I snuck into your fortress with a pick and dug your well out so it flooded your dining room. There's no drain. Have fun. Logged out. You guys wouldn't want to play that game. That would be awful. Imagine Dwarf Fortress, but there's another player out there literally trying to grief you as you play it. You know, I just, no way. That would be the worst game ever, and I mean that. I can't even imagine wanting to play that game. Space Station 13, but every other player is a sociopath and knows where you live. No, thank you. Right, I mean, the number of ways you can fuck somebody's fortress up subtly without them even realizing you've done it is crazy. Hey, look, I snuck some intelligent undead into your fortress. Hope you didn't mind. They got into your refuse pile and started reanimating everything, and I just left them there. Hope you had fun. You know, if the number of ways that a single creative player could abuse the mechanics from adventure mode, for example, to do something horrific into your fortress, something truly scarring for 200 dwarves, is it's almost trivial to contemplate because of the complexity of Dwarf Fortress natively. The number of to reference chaos theory in a sense, you're not even talking butterfly flapping their wings. This is the giant space rock flies onto your planet, lands there, and drops a giant turd on your biggest capital city. Right, I mean, oh, look, that was the magma flow for your forges, and they now went backwards, and your strange mood just failed because the magma flowed out of your forges? Oops, my bad. Even if they weren't being malicious. I mean, let's forget malicious for a minute. And I don't mean to imply anything about my skill in any sense. Picture yourself playing a game of Dwarf Fortress that you have played in the past. And imagine there's a player who's worse than you, who's then sitting there trying to play with you at the same time. That's a rough go. Dwarf Fortress is complex enough and mistakes can be brutal enough that if they're not careful, hundreds of hours gone in a blink, you know, because they didn't know what they were doing, or they hit the wrong button at the wrong time and didn't realize it, or, you know, they were passing through the dining room and hit the X key on your most important lever, or right, they accidentally were designating things, they got onto the end mode, they clipped a wall one time when they were moving, didn't realize it, couldn't figure out what they were doing wrong, realized they were on the wrong mode, switched modes and finished what they were doing, but didn't realize they dug out your wall. And presto, your fortress is ruined because the next invasion shows up and you close the gate thinking everything is great, and they waltz right in through the open wall. And you go, what? It does pose its own challenges. But here's the thing. We loved, I think she enjoyed, I loved playing a real-time strategy game with my co-op partner. It was fun. I would use the example for Dwarf Fortress. I think the closest example I could think of is something more like keep talking and nobody explodes. Because I think Dwarf Fortress is going to quickly engender that sort of gameplay interaction. Where two people are freaking out at one another while a timer runs down. You know. But I think that cooperative mode lends itself well to one thing. One thing that, well, food and drink's not hard. We'll set up orders for food and drink. That's easy. But one thing that you would really get there out of multiplayer is stop for a moment, you guys, and imagine you sit down to a game of Dwarf Fortress. And you're wanting to build something. Okay, so you go and you're contemplating a well design or a minecart track or whatever, some complex Rube Goldberg machinery of some sort. And you're not sure about the idea. And before you implement it, you get to say, hey, buddy, come look at this design I'm laying out. Let me walk you through it. Does this make sense? Do you see any problems here? Are we going to run into a snag if we do it this way? Is there a better way to do this? That, to me, is chef's kiss. It's not even that you think better. It is literally a gestalt situation. You are bigger than the sum of your parts. It's not just that two minds are better than one. Two minds are better than two minds individually. You are taking 1 + 1 and you are getting 3 out of it when you play cooperatively. You really are. Now, that's not to say there wouldn't be snags. If I tried to sit down and play this with my wife, I love her, and she knows a little bit more about Dwarf Fortress than you might expect for somebody who doesn't actually play. But there'd still be a learning curve, and there'd need to be a lot of patience on my part, I'm sure. And she'd probably have to smack me more than a few times when I lost it. Okay, wait. Well, slow down, guys, here. Slow down. Whoa. I would kill for cooperative mode. Yes, it's not just... Imagine what we've been discussing here with the too much information problem. One solution to the too much information problem is parallelizing the information processing streams. You know, if you put the information through 2 pipes, you still run the risk that it gets missed or that it doesn't get seen, but you've got double the processing power to deal with it. I don't know that a hive mind would go and never lose any fortresses, but there's a lot of power in the sense of, if you really implemented it in the sense of, for you guys who are programmers maybe, your fortress as a code review, if you will. You don't have to implement anything to have it reviewed. Theoretically. Hey, I'm thinking about this dining room. Hey, I'm thinking about this thing. Peer review, whatever you want to call it. What I'm saying is that's a powerful, powerful tool. Not just for learning and education, but for gameplay to put in the hands of players. Powerful tool. We are very clever primates, and putting us in groups does not necessarily make us stupider. Okay, so how much do I find myself automating? Nafe, I don't know if you saw our prior fortress. I do a fair bit of automation, but I do almost all of it through the manager. I queue jobs, I set up how many I want to maintain, and I never think about it again. There is no, how do I put this? There's no complex program to it. I decide I want to have a stockpile of 20 lye whenever I have the means. I tell it I want 20 lye. I tell it I want to make sure I don't use my last 20 logs. I let it run. And I never look at it again. If I don't have lye, it means I don't have enough logs. And I don't think about it any more than that. I will typically have a couple of pages of standing work orders in the manager. Just being checked daily by my dwarves. Automated production, running to certain levels. Never messing with it. Set it up, wire it up, forget about it. And that is necessary, I think. I won't say it's necessary. That's probably the wrong word. Necessary is a really bad word. That's really strong. I apologize. To me, it feels necessary, but I don't necessarily think it is. It feels necessary to me to have any focus on my dwarves at all to automate away as much as I can reasonably do without getting myself too far into the weeds. Goblins are worse. Elves at least bring trade goods. Orders, Cholduf, I strongly urge you to go and find, if not one of my prior videos where I do orders, where I'm going through it and setting them up and explaining that this is going to maintain this so I can do this thing. Go find somebody who covers it specifically. The orders system in the manager here is, wow, it's game changing. I mean, you'll wonder how you played without it once you get a handle on it. It's that powerful. It's not perfect. There are flaws, but it is an enormous... Did you ever use DF Hack's workflow tool? DF Hack's workflow tool is basically the manager. Now, no way, man. No way, man. The elves used to bring me giant desert scorpions, which I could breed and then set loose on my enemies to grab their swords away from them and beat them with them before stinging them for bonus points. The elves at least brought me giant desert scorpions. The goblins have never brought me anything but iron, and I can get that from rock. Wooden arrows are not weak. They are... The problem is not their wooden arrows. That's the problem. The problem is their wooden armor and their other wooden weapons. They don't have a way to deal with armor, really. That's their real problem. They have no anti-armor units. They have no anti-armor units. They are fearsome if you get them and they're spread out around you and they're ambushing you. You know, if I were playing adventure mode and I were attacking the elves, I'd be kind of worried. A group of elves spread out around you, all firing bolts at you or bows at you, does not sound like a good time for me in adventure mode, I would think. That sounds like you're going to have a very bad day. Very, very bad. Right. Again, wooden armor, right? Get in on them and nothing left. But if they're out at range and they're putting their arrows in the right places, doesn't matter if the arrows are wood, boss. You ain't arrow-proof. Now, it may not punch your armor, but if they get a lucky hit, that's all it takes. Okay, so let's look here. What are we missing here? So build, workshops. Let's see what we're missing in workshops here. I've been jaw-jacking for a while now, not doing. We need to get our carpenter's workshop up. We need to get our forges up. We need to get our bowyer's workshop up. It's okay. We need the wood floor. Wood floor. Let's go take a look. Down here, we had a wood floor. We're going to be down here for wood because any trees we grow are going to be down here where we pump the water over the pasture and let it grow up. Same kind of principle applies for tree farms. So that's how that would work. Hospital. Barrels and raw food processing. Cooked food production. Cooked food storage. No, wait. This was raw food storage and more raw food storage. That's what this is going to be. I'm not familiar with the reference. Well, the reality is, in the current version, nobody does well against the dwarves if they really are playing it properly, because you force them into a siege situation, then all the advantages immediately shift to the dwarves. And I mean all advantages. You can do stuff with a fortress behind you that no group can match. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not familiar with the term, but yes, I have seen at least the Netflix series and know what you mean there. So yes, I understand what you're referring. Um, yes, sure. If that's Toadie's vision of them, that's not how I really envision the elves. I'm thinking more Tolkien there than, and I don't mean the high elves that Tolkien usually references. I mean the green elves that are referenced in the Silmarillion there. The wood elves. Elves in Dwarf Fortress, I suspect, are like, I want to say like child-sized. If you were talking about humans, you're talking about small children. I don't mean short and stocky like dwarves. I mean like slight and, are they taller? Yeah, okay. Well, technically taller, but skinny, as I remember. And I don't mean skinny in a bad way. I just mean that I recall the elves being much lighter weight by comparison. They don't have the mass. But if I recall correctly, taller is actually a good thing because they can actually wield weapons that dwarves can't if they're tall enough. They would use slimmer clothing. I use the example if you took a small child and kind of stretched them vertically. Skinny, reedy. Imagine human kids when they get their first growth on and they start doing that little coltish spurt, right? And they kind of get to their legs and their arms kind of all get a little too long for their body, if you will. Kind of look a little absurd. We all went through it. Elves are going to look like tall, skinny human kids. With pointy ears. And desert scorpions in their cages. Because you can say what you like, but at least they know what's up for a war animal breeding program. They're a lot closer to... so the elves referenced primarily throughout the Silmarillion are these high civilized elves that... Yeah, the elves throughout the Silmarillion are these high civilized elves that are depicted in the Lord of the Rings movies and everybody's seen. Yeah, okay, great. Those aren't the elves I'm referring to. Tolkien also references some other elves early on in the Silmarillions. Yeah, that are effectively... They're not necessarily wilderness creatures necessarily, but they're much closer to like the hobbits reference them as wood elves, and that's close. Yes, the elves, yes, in the east. And they were not they didn't raise the big civilization markers like Rivendell and the great cities of, yeah. They were isolationist and distant from everyone. And I don't even mean like the really weird ones like Aule and, the ones who were solos out there in the middle of nowhere who, went all crazy-eyed or whatever. There were groups of them that had their own little, I imagine them living in the woods like you have to imagine Strider living in the woods before, in the wilds before he comes on camera, as it were, right? I don't remember that, but it's possible it's in a later chapter of the Silmarillion that I just didn't pay as close attention to. It's not really referenced. They don't come on camera much because the focus is really on And I don't mean the elves who went away into the east. That's not the ones I mean either. It's the ones when the humans first start to make their entrance into the west. When they first come over the mountains and they're first becoming uh, vassals of the elves. There is a group of elves, and I don't mean the ones who have the girdle of Dorian. I don't mean the ones with the girdle of Melian. I mean there's another group of elves outside of Dorian who basically say, fuck this shit, we're not letting these humans settle here. These guys kill animals and chop trees. They're literally, I mean, that's literally what they come out and say. They're not friendly with the animals, and they hunt the animals and they chop the trees. They are not our friends. We are their unfriends. They don't come right out and say that they're enemies, because this isn't an orc they're talking about. But they go as close to enemy as they're willing to get without saying it. They call them unfriends. And they don't mean a neutrality here. They basically say, hey, if these humans come here, we will molest them. Yeah, we will molest them, we will pester them, we will make their lives miserable. Now, they don't do it to all the humans, because what ends up happening is that there's a later group of humans that comes over the mountains, and these guys are organized and march in companies, and they're not necessarily out to kill anybody. They're a very organized and regimented society that comes over the mountains. And these guys do not get molested by these elves, because the elves look at them and go, that would be a bad idea. So, yeah, when I reference the elves, it's those elves I'm thinking of. It's those elves that Tolkien described as living in the wilderness and being of the wilderness. Not savages necessarily, but not high civilization with giant buildings and great works. They weren't looking for great works. Their great work was the one in which they lived, to them. The one that was left to them by the Valar and the Maiar. That's not entirely an inaccurate statement. I suspect that Tolkien had a different vision than most of his audience did. But Tolkien's high elves, in particular, when you see Lord of the Rings, when I say high elves here, I don't know that Tolkien ever used that term, and if he did, I'm not sure he's referencing the same elves I am. So bear with me if my verbiage is incorrect. I'm not a Tolkien... Oh, shit, I need to check my announcements. I haven't been paying attention. We did the Ranger Guild, so we're good there. Okay, sorry, I want to make sure I didn't miss a guild announcement. When I refer to the high elves here, I'm referring to the ones that you see on camera in Lord of the Rings, who are wearing gowns and robes and little crownlets and circlets, and they all dance and sing, and their realm is one of whoa, what is that? Water. Whoa, what? Seriously? You found the aquifer? Really? Maybe? Okay, oh cool. Right, the civilized elves. I don't know how else to put it. It's I lack the necessary breadth of experience to have the vocabulary to explain it. Yes, it's the ones who wanted to form a civilization. Not just the Noldor who came east, but the ones who stayed west as well. They had their own civilization. They formed one as well. And although you never really see them on camera in Lord of the Rings, they're included in the reference I'm making in a way. You can argue that one is a pale shadow of the other, and that's kind of what I'm going for here. Alright, we got our old corpse dumped now. Good. I'm kind of curious. Did we find aquifer here? Or, really? Maybe there's cavern water. Cavern water would make sense. Could be a dry cave, maybe, with some water behind it. Man, I really don't want to find out the hard way. We're digging ourselves into a water tunnel or something here. Let's go up one and we'll dig out and dig a hole and see what we find. Give me that floor, and let's see what we can do with that. What do you find there? That's what I was afraid you were going to tell me. Okay, so the good news is we bypassed all the water, and we can immediately button this fucker right the hell on back up. Because I have no interest in making landfall in this fucking cavern. Thank you very much. We're done here. Two schist, one schist, two schist, gray schist, used schist. There we go. Now we're sealed up. See, that's not a bad thing. I'm okay with all that stuff. But there's bad, all kinds of crazy stuff in our world too. The fact that it happens in Dwarf Fortress doesn't bother me. That's okay. I'm okay with that. It's good. But complexity is a bugbear beyond a certain point. It really is. And I don't know how to describe it. It's a delicate dance for me because, like I said, I like complex games to a point. But beyond that point, wow. It's at least different. I don't know that I necessarily like it better or worse than Tolkien's, High Elves, but it's at least different. It's a new spin. Can't speak for you young whippersnappers, but if you go long enough and read enough and see enough, a lot of stuff out there repeats. Is it opposed to life by virtue of its existence? And if it is, then by definition, according to all living things, it is an abomination. we're going to, if we keep going down that road, to when you reference necromancer societies or necromancer experiments making their own societies and such, very quickly it's going to draw a line where it's just groups. And the only difference between a kobold tribe and a group of necromancer experiments living in the wild and a bunch of dwarves is where you draw the line at civilization. Whether yours has a name. Okay, how are we doing on food? Good, good. So, let's go back up to our public space. Did we get our offices yet? Yes! Wait. So you're asking me my opinion on them? They're a delete from the game and do not allow. In the current version, there's a lot of problems where they wander right into your fortress and they act like they're normal, and then all of a sudden it's raising your refuse pile time. I don't mind necromancer sieges, but this notion that I'm going to have somebody walk into my fortress, "Hi Bob, how you doing? Hey, I'm just here for a drink in your tavern," and the next thing you know, your refuse pile's killing all your dwarves. Nah, there's something off with that. I get that it's realistic, but we're back to that can't really do anything about it, not fun sort of thing. At the end of the day, I'm here to play a game and have fun, and if it's not fun, it's gone. I mean, it's not like I eliminate huge numbers of features from Dwarf Fortress. You know, I've got most of it turned on. But I'm not going to enable the economy. It's busted. And I'm not going to enable necromancers in the current version. In my opinion, they're busted. The question I always ask is, oh, I do, Nave. Since you're asking, oh my God, sorry, thank you. Yes, no, I usually do. I just I use Dwarf Fortress for it. But the actual kicker here is that unless it's changed, pretty sure Kubuk here is our bookkeeper and our manager. So what's funny is that I believe it'll allow me to set this one to the manager. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. This one to the manager, and then go over here and set this room and assign it to the same guy, and then allocate it to the bookkeeper. And so he has two offices, both assigned to him, and they'll follow their appropriate roles if he ever dies and somebody else is appointed later. But it doesn't matter which one he uses. He'll use whichever one he wants to do his job. If I split them up in future, problem is already solved. DF hack. DF hack, DF hack, DF hack. In my opinion, the extent to which DF hack and Dwarf Therapist allow me to abstract, automate, or simplify. Yeah, and I'm not even talking bug fixes like the stuff that DF hack runs in the background, the empty buckets and stuff. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm just talking about stuff that makes the gameplay smoother. are universally wonderful things to me. I don't play Dwarf Fortress without Dwarf Therapist, and I rarely play it without DF Hack. They're big, they're ugly, they're mostly found in evil terrain. They go out and you find them lots in adventure mode, and I have no interest in seeing them come to my fortress. Crush them all. Quality of life applications, but not just quality of life applications. I don't mind some of the things that Dwarf Fortress or DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist give me that are not just quality of life, but actually give me more features, potentially even in the eyes of some exploitative features. You know, like look at Embark Assistant, for example. That's quality of life. But at the same time, being able to say, I want iron, and I want tin, and I want copper is well beyond anything that you will get out of the default site finder. It gives you information that technically might be considered cheating in a sense. Now, me personally, I think it's good. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that's a necessary thing. But it's definitely not vanilla. It's way past what vanilla gets you. And it's not just about quality of life. Now, I would say that it is a direct impact on quality of life, and that's, I think, why it makes such a big deal to me, is that although I don't have to have the site finder find a site with those minerals, it is entirely possible for me to go and embark on 3,000 sites and find exactly the one I want. Sure, I could do that. It's time consuming and there's no way I ever would, but I could do this thing. And you wouldn't need Site Finder then to find it for you. You would take a lot of time, but you could do it. I don't know that that's necessarily quality of life, but it sure as hell impacts it. I spend less time generating worlds, more time playing them. I spend less time fixing bugs manually and more time playing them, if you will. And I can say that, and it's Dwarf Fortress, and it makes sense. Things like workflow became the manager. Some of that stuff moved over. And it needed to. I want to say there's still some stuff in workflow. I'd have to look and see, but I want to say there's still some stuff out there in workflow that's graphs and things if you really want to look at them. So when you say MUDs, how broad with that term are you willing to get? Mush, mucks? Yeah, I've played a few. So, Darren, they're basically, what, hags from D&D? Old hat? I've played a few of the Mush style games, both the, let's call them CRPG likes, you know, the roguelike with hit points kind of games, and you know, less gamified and more ARP role-playing type mucks as well, depending on what you're including in the concept of game. Again, depends on how you're going to draw that term. But let me look and I'll see when the last one I played closed. Hold that thought. Wow, I can't even find references to it. Jesus, Google doesn't even know. That's scary. Small mucks, not something anybody's going to care about. Very unlikely anybody here has ever even heard of it or played on it. Let's just leave it there. And the last time I personally played on it would have been, Jesus, probably 15, 17 years ago, maybe? Would have been a long time. But that was more of a free-form, cooperative RPG thing, not so much the standard gamified, roguelike or anything. Very text-based. If you were an illiterate, but to be honest, so let's see. I guess if we're going to do the whole history thing here, let's go back a ways. Back to the days of yesteryore. My first gaming system was an Atari 2600. Along the way, I personally owned, kept, played, used, abused an Atari 2600, an Atari 5200, a VIC-20, a Commodore 64. Give me a second. Nintendo, Super Nintendo, a Nintendo 64. I never owned a GameCube. That's when we stopped playing Nintendo. I owned a PlayStation 2, and a PlayStation 3, which was a terrible purchase, and that's when I stopped buying PlayStations. I never owned any of the Sega stuff, unfortunately, alas, and I'm not a rabid console collector, so it's not as though I've gone back and filled in. I've played ColecoVision games, but never owned them. I've played Intellivision games, but never owned one. I spent a lot of time in my youth chasing pixels that were supposed to represent things that had nowhere near the fidelity of Dwarf Fortress, let alone modern three-dimensional first-person shooters with ray tracing and like my wife said, Zelda rocked. But I mean, even before that, you go back to the old Atari games, and I spent a lot of time shooting things with YARs. I played Star Raiders on the old 5200. I played Haunted House, the original 2600 game. I go back a long time. When I got my start in gaming, arcades were booming. Arcades were big. My birthday parties for years were held in arcades. Yeah, pretty much. Had a job in one at one point. Absolutely. Make no mistake, I am a gamer. I love video games. Now I'm not a super duper, for lack of a better word, I'm not a super duper history geek, and I don't know every video game out there, and I've not played them all, and I, I'm a relatively lower middle class dude and of limited means. But make no mistake, I've spent my quarters in things that ate them. I grew up when consoles had saucy wood paneling. I have played games both esoteric and mainstream, popular and forgotten. I've been around. And buddy, I have seen some shit. But
But the advantage to that, I think, is it gives me a greater perspective, a broader perspective, perhaps might be a better word, a broader perspective on. See, now this isn't uncles and aunts, and nobody gave me that stuff when I was a kid. I worked for, I got my Nintendo as a present, sure, but my Atari was my dad's and something that, he basically was cast off. And everything after that, it was earn it, buy it. When I was a kid, you didn't buy games. That was too expensive. You rented that motherfucker, and you played it religiously for the first 3 or 4 days to try and get done. You lucky bastard. Played it at a friend's house, borrow it from a friend. That's right. I'll buy this game if you buy that game. We can swap. Don't laugh. Been there. Parents ground you from a console? Go down to friend's house. Is he using his power cord? Nope. Bet your parents don't know that you have a duplicate backup. I played Pitfall 2 on the Atari 5200 and got to experience the Easter egg personally. That was not a day where you could look up and know what that was. You just played the game and all of a sudden, hey look, there's a door and presto, you're in a whole new goddamn dungeon. It's like, holy shit. That's Pitfall 2. I want to say that predates Zelda 1. I have been around. I have played a lot of games. And I have spent a lot of hours in the games that I've really enjoyed. And while I'm probably not literate enough to be, well written enough, well spoken enough to be a game critic or a reviewer, I like to think I have a good sense of what is good and bad about pretty much any game I can put my hands on. This works, that doesn't, here's why. That's probably a little exaggerated, but I've played a lot of games. I'm an oldie. As my wife says, I'm an old fart. I was born before Reagan saw office. So, I think that to me. So, someone asked me earlier, how I got into Dwarf. They mentioned, I guess, we were discussing at the time the difficulty, the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress. When you smash into it, and there's all these features, and some of them are difficult to get to, and they're hard to see, and you can't, My Dwarf Fortress story. How did I get to here? What do you mean? What is it you want to know? I mean, I don't have a good. If you're looking for a good, a tale of some dwarf in my fortresses who did something, miraculous one time and, conquered an elf civilization or made flutes from the bones of his enemies, or. I really don't have one, man. That's the thing. My dwarves, unfortunately to me, like I said, I lean away from the simulationist aspects. I appreciate that they're there and I can dig into them. But typically I'm not looking for them. I'm here for the game, and my ants are all identical as far as I'm concerned. To an extent. I've heard humorous stories, hilarious stories. The closest thing I can think of that comes to a hilarious story is when I first started giving tutorials way back in the day before I started doing them for charity. Before I did any of this month-long, 3 hours a night, make up my time if I miss it kind of thing. Wait, hang on. I'll get you one. I am giving a live tutorial and I've gotten myself a fantastic embark. We're talking about dwarven geology, and I've got this beautiful 3x3 embark, and in the northeast corner is a flat volcano. A flat volcano. They don't even make those anymore, I don't think. I don't even think you can get them out of World Gen anymore. Not without bending the rules with Perfect World. But I had one. This beautiful forest adjacent to a volcano. And I'm talking to my group. The game's not paused. We're really early on. We're doing that usual cycle I do where I pull a bar of Coke and some ores of copper and tin out of the wagon and demonstrate that you don't bring prepared stuff. You make goddamn tools on site like a dwarf. And I'm going through this, and I'm showing them how to make picks, and then I realize there's something very wrong here, and there's smoke on the northeast side of the screen. I don't know why. Pause the game. And I start scrolling around. Something has gone very wrong in the northeast corner of this map, way the fuck away from me, and has nothing to do with anything I've done. The entire fucking map is on fire, and it is coming this way. All of it. The whole fucking place is gonna burn. We're not even underground yet. Shit, man, we barely got the wagon unloaded partly. I've, managed to put together about 3 picks, and we're fucked. It's coming. Seriously, cue the dog in the room, this is fine meme, right? Shit, man, I haven't even played Dwarf Fortress that long. What do? I think to myself. How do I deal with this? Well, shit, I don't know. I've never dealt with this problem before. We'll try something, because that's all you can do. You figure out what you think might work, and you try it. Right? You don't have a solution. You don't want to go look it up. You're in the middle of a damn tutorial. You try something. So I did. Put a big damn trench around a chunk of the wagon. So the wagon is basically sitting on a mesa with a trench around it. And it worked. Fire doesn't burn down Z levels. I didn't know it at the time. It burned right around us. One guy lost his life when he decided he wanted to go outside the fire square for some reason and got caught in the fire and burned alive. Everybody was safe. I didn't burrow him, so it was his choice, I guess, but he wandered off for something and wandered outside the square and got toasted. Everybody else lived. We burrowed down, we made a fortress. If you're watching my streams, these aren't prepared fortresses I'm, concocting on sites I've already done before. They're not ever pre-scripted or pre-recorded. I wish they could be. I wish I could give you a proper, soup to nuts, top to bottom, start to finish fortress tutorial with no surprise events except when I wanted them, and exactly the surprise events when I wanted them. So that I could literally give someone a more organized tutorial than what I give them. If you go back and you watch my tutorials, God, I must sound like a schizophrenic paranoid. Because it's got to sound like a disorganized, jumping around mess to somebody who's trying to learn this stuff. It's not. There's all method to it. It's literally just walking floor by floor and looking and seeing, okay, what have I done? What have I not done? What have I done? What have I not done? Running through a mental checklist you built up for hours of play, right? But the process of getting to that point and understanding what needs to go on that mental checklist is kind of what I'm teaching. There's no way I'm ever going to show you a perfect fortress. I can't. Nobody can. I can show you beautiful fortresses. I can show you long-lived fortresses. I can show you, military fortresses or seaside fortresses. I've done glacier fortresses, necromancer-adjacent fortresses. I don't do evil terrain. Frankly, if I wanted to kick myself in the nuts, I've got a wife. She can do that for me. But, pretty much everything else I've ever wanted to do, I've done. I don't usually bother with mega projects. If I want to spend a couple hundred hours capstoning a fortress for some reason, I guess I could, but it's never really appealed to me. Build it, make it nice, make it more efficient, do it better the next time. That, I dig. I've played Factorio. There's a reason.
I can't speak to Talking Dwarf Fortress in 20 years ago in IRC. I used IRC, but I don't think I was playing Dwarf Fortress 20 years ago. I'd have to look, but I don't think so. When was 3107 or 3110? Something like that. Hang on a minute. Give me a sec. I'll check the past version releases. Changelog release information. Yeah, here we go. And wow, we got to go back a ways because this only goes back to 0.40. That's wow. We didn't have a page for this before. Wow. Wow. I'm not even sure where to find a changelog that's going to go back that far now. Okay, hang on. Wait. Previous versions. Wait. So they did archive the older version of the wiki. Hang on. Wait. Here we go. So I started in 2010-ish, somewhere. 3110 was, yeah, still 2010. So, yeah, somewhere in about that vicinity. Might have been as late as 3117 or 3116 maybe when I first started. So you're looking at July to November 2010, somewhere in there, very close. So roughly 12 years I've been playing, almost now. And I've done tutorials for Extra Life for 7 of those years now, since, well, health permitting, almost a decade, but only 7 of those years filled in because I simply couldn't for that time. I got into Dwarf Fortress because I'd heard about it and wanted to take a look, and I like colony sims, so Dwarf Fortress was off to a roaring start before I even installed the damn thing. And of course, my first group of dwarves, shit, man, they all starved. Fuck. My first group of dwarves starved. I had no idea how to feed them, had no idea how to farm, had no idea how to get food. Shit, man, I was fumbling with the keys, and it was as bad as you can imagine. It was awful. But I was intrigued enough to want to figure out how to play. Maybe I wouldn't like the game, but I could at least figure out how to play enough to understand what I was doing and whether this was worth spending any time on. And I had a couple days off work. I wasn't doing anything. Learning a new game sounded interesting, so off we went. My first fort starved. My second fort I built specifically to learn how to farm. I literally took dwarves and farming and food, and then I opened the wiki and said, how do I build crops? And I learned how to build crops on the surface. And then I stopped, killed the embark, redid it, and said, how do I farm crops underground? And I stopped, deleted the embark, started a new embark, and redid it. When I say that Dwarf Fortress is like a ritual of self-improvement, what I mean is, like the tea ceremony I referenced, you're going to do it over and over again. And if you're doing it right, you're not necessarily going to do it perfectly. But each time you do it, you're going to be able to reflect on it and understand what you could do to make it better. You're going to have ideas about it to make it better. It's going to become a creative work, in a sense. Very much, I think. My fortress designs aren't necessarily creative. They're efficient and functional. Mostly. You go out there and watch other Dwarf Fortress streamers, you're going to find beautiful heart shapes and clover designs and 2-floor gallerias, and I don't do any of that. Not normally. The dwarves don't appreciate it, and while it's pretty for me to look at, it's not particularly efficient most of the time, and I'm more concerned about how my fortress runs than I am about how it looks. People always used to complain about, I'd hear people complaining about, all the stones laying around your fortress, and man, Dwarf Fortress broke me of any OCD in that way real fast. Having stones laying all over your fortress was a beautiful thing back in the old days, because it used to be the case that mining skill determined how many boulders you got. So if you wanted to have lots of stone, you took high-skilled miners. If you wanted to have no stone, you took low-skilled miners. They both went through the stone about the same speed, but I don't normally do it on stream. I don't really want to give players everything about the game. I'm trying to teach you how to play, not necessarily how to do everything. You're never going to probably see me, for example, set up a minecart shotgun or a minecart repeater, or deal with really high-end... You're never going to see me set up a half-adder in Dwarf Fortress using fluid logic. I'm not interested. It just doesn't appeal to me. Architecture, purely for architecture's sake, is masturbatory in this sense for me. I want to play better. It does not, Techno. It does not. There is a fixed rate for stone drops. All miners give stone at the same rate. But, when I say it doesn't affect stone drops, I just mean the rate per tile. Faster miners go through more tiles faster and will produce more stone quicker than low-skill miners. And if you're trying to excavate a large area, like, for example, I don't know, my public space is here, high-skilled miners get that done a whole lot faster than a pack of lobies. But there's a trade-off. Once you get to a certain number of lobies all wielding their picks in parallel, it doesn't matter that they're individually slower. Because there's so many of them, they're tearing through the ground like a tunnel boring machine, each one of them an individual tooth. Whereas that high-skill miner might be chiseling each tile as fast as he can get to them, but he's not going as fast because he can't do 13 tiles at once or 15 tiles at once. So again, it's down to what you want. It used to be that if you wanted to have a large stone crafting industry, for example, you really needed to take a high-skilled miner to get the extra stone. But that's not the case anymore. You get the same amount of stone no matter how you do. And eventually those low-skilled miners gain skill, and then they start to speed up faster and faster and faster. And then you have 13 high-skilled miners instead of 13 low-skilled miners, and it's just devouring the dirt at that point. I mean, it's shocking how fast a couple of braces of really high-skilled miners can just chew through stuff. Especially if you're going to build big, especially if you're going to build deep, you're going to want high-skilled miners now. And it used to be the case you did not. If you're going to embark in someplace that's hostile, whether that's Untamed Wilds or Evil, you owe it to yourself, I think, to bring a miner or two. You may not bring them picks if you're wanting to be ballsy and make your picks on site or whatever. That's fine. Hey, I'm not going to beef there, but... The lava tubs. It's been a while. We've been on pause for a minute. We can build the forges now, though, because they're full enough. So, for the record, for those of you who've never done it this way before, as long as every tile in our system is at least depth 4 and will never descend below depth 4, and we're not going to drain the magma sea, so that will be never for us, then your forges are perfectly safe at this point. You can build them. If, however, there is a 3 running around in the system, pretend for a moment all of this tiles is all 4s, except there's one 3. And pretend it's a closed system, so it's never going to fill up completely. The 3 is running around in there, rampant, wild as a mad horse, whatever. If it walks under a forge, any job in the forge gets canceled, because it moved through that space, and the forge is not high enough to keep it going at that point. So, if that happens while you're doing a special mood, you just lost a dwarf. Because your mood got aborted. Bam. If you build forges like this, where you're either piping the magma in, or you're using mine carts and dropping it into holes, or whatever method you're using, if you're building over magma like this for magma forges, yeah. I've fought them. I recommend obsidian. Cave-ins. Ice works, I'm told, but I've never been able to try it. You don't fight demons normally. You trap them. You destroy them at range. You eliminate them without ever coming into contact with them. You don't do this because they are infective like werebeasts. You don't do it because they are necessarily incredibly hazardous like forgotten beasts. You do it because demons are usually highly skilled in combat, and they are many, 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 many times larger than a dwarf. It's dwarf versus Balrog kind of shit, and you don't have Gandalf. You can fight them straight up. You will usually lose. Unless you have a really trained fortress and really high equipment, and it's not that you can't fight them one-on-one. I mean, it happens, but you wouldn't expect my military to come out 40 dwarves and 40 demons. I don't expect to come out on top. 80 dwarves and 40 demons, I'd be questioning. That's a lot of dwarves, and if they're trained well, okay, yeah, they've got the advantage, but demons are a pretty varied lot, and depending on which kind of demons we're talking about, that can be really easy or really hard. But even the weakest demons, other than the ones that are made out of like salt or whatever, they're just one arrow hits them and they explode or whatever. Other than the ones that just explode when you look at them. Right. All it takes is one with toxic gases and fire breath and webs, and the next thing you know, you're fucked. You don't normally fight them. You normally deal with them like you would a contagion, at range, with barriers between you and them, and no real way for them to ever enter your space. You lure them, you bait them, you crush them, you whatever, but you don't fight them. Now, keep in mind, I am of mixed opinion about the standard slogan of Dwarf Fortress, so some salt is needed here for you folks. Take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. I don't know that I'm willing to go all the way to losing is fun, but I am willing to say that there's no fun if there's no risk of losing. One demon with toxic gases. Oh, you've met my dad, have you? I'm just saying, that man could drive demons out with sulfur. Current plan? Well, we need to get our magma forges up. We haven't done that yet. This fortress is still pretty new. We don't even have a roof on yet. I've been on pause now for probably... Shit, these guys have had me yakking so long, I've had to keep it on pause for probably most of an hour now, I'm thinking. A vault. No. I have not. I have back in the long ago days, once upon a time, I did drill down my central staircase and hit one. But keep in mind, this is 7 dwarves who've just embarked with no fucking preparation, suddenly make contact with, what is it, a skeleton fortress or whatever? Fuck's sake, that was such a slaughter, it was a joke. They had no chance. Some fortress. It wasn't, we didn't hit a spire. We didn't go down through the adamantine. We didn't hit hell. We hit a fortress, a demonic fortress or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. Whatever it was, I don't even remember what they were. It was over so fast it was a joke. I was like, oh, what is this? Oh, they're done. The end. The only thing I've ever had faster is you embark on a goddamn lake and
spring arrives and they all fall in the water and drown. Now, why circles? Okay, so let's talk about pathfinding in space for a moment. Why circles? Here's a square. And I like squares for surface forts because, castle, yada yada. And it's a little easier to build a square than it is to build a circle. You have to build them up when you do it this way. And Dwarf Fortress doesn't make circles easy when you do it this way. But this is a command. This is 2 seconds. This is me hitting the dig key, then me going dig circle, and bam, there's a circle. And my dwarves will dig it out, and it's beautiful. So, why circles and why not squares is the next question. Why do I do a square up top and no squares anywhere else if I can avoid it? The answer is space and pathfinding. Your greatest enemy in Dwarf Fortress is not the goblins. It is not the elves. It is not the demons. It is not the forgotten beasts or the rocks of the air and the dragons of the deeps. None of these are your greatest enemy. Your greatest enemy, the one that will kill every fortress over a long enough period no matter what you do, is this little number right fucking here. This thing is what kills your fortress. This thing. This thing right here is bound by shit happening. The more shit happening, the lower this number gets. And once it gets down to a certain point, you aren't measuring FPS anymore. You're measuring SPF. Yeah, see, I don't think it was an angelic vault. I think this was like a... I want to say it was like a demonic fortress, not a vault. I don't think I've ever hit one of those. Never been that lucky, I guess you'd say. You could probably use something in Embark Finder to look for them if you really wanted to. But, so, pathfinding, circles. Frames per second versus seconds per frame, right? Alright, so, Dwarf pathfinding is a star. God, Darren, I don't know, man. That's been a long time ago. I'd have to look back. And it's only been the once. I didn't even play it. Like I said, it was a joke. It was not going to work out. They hit it. They didn't even have a civilization built. There was no way I was going to seal it up in time. Okay, so... kinda. A square this same height and width, diameter, if you will, would have additional space in the corners, right? I mean, it would be the same height and width, but there'd be additional tiles up here in the corner, on all 4 corners. Pathfinding is bound by the amount of space it takes to fill. If you imagine pathfinding for a moment the same way water spreads out in Dwarf Fortress, it's like a flood, right? Now, the technical term here is it's using a star. If you're familiar with that, great. We can skip a whole lot of this. That's great. But if not, the gist is it floods. It's like pouring water into a pan. And it flood fills from where the water comes in. Dwarf Fortress paths from job to dwarf, not from dwarf to job. So, the jobs will pathfind. And you have lots of jobs. Lots of jobs. And there's lots of space in your fortress. And every job has to flood fill all the space until it finds the dwarf it's looking for, if it's looking for a dwarf. As the number of dwarves goes up, the number of jobs being path-found increases. The extra space in all the corners, in all my floors, adds up. That's that much more space that the flood fill has to cover on average. Now, I'm losing a bit of storage space by using circles. I am. But I'm also bounding, hard bounding, all the pathfinding in here to the maximum of the radius, plus the distance vertically, plus the additional radius. So how wide I make my floors adds up slightly over time. More pathfinding space. More Dwarf's pathfinding, more pathfinding space, more pathfinding checks, lower frames per second, more seconds per frame. It eats you. Long enough term. The ideal fortress in the hypothetical everything is possible sort of world would be a sphere. With everything just about as far from everything else as you could get it. Ideal distances, right? Nafe, I'm not programmer enough to start going into the issues of multi-threading. I understand it a little bit, but it's not something I deal with on a day-to-day basis normally. The engine handles it, and I'm happy to leave it that way. Now, I have to think about it when I'm coding, but normally I don't have to hit it directly. So, rewriting this single-threaded beast that's been built over 20 years, that's spaghetti code behind the scenes, I'm sure, does not sound like something I'd like to go back and try to multi-thread. And I'm not even sure to what extent you could realize any gains. I'm sure there could be gains, but I'm not sure that they would be necessarily sufficient to compensate for the significant investment. Especially as the complexity continues to increase. To be honest, I'm not sure what he's going to do. If the features keep going up, you start running the risk that it becomes non-functional under its own weight. That the number of cycles necessary to run a fortress simply is so great that we just can't do it. Single-threaded means he's harder up against Moore's Law than everybody else. RimWorld ain't single-threaded. As far as I know. Neither is Prison Architect, as far as I know. Most games, I assume, can be split up at least a degree. Right. There's a lot of dependencies, and it just... Man, it's just so many ways for that to start biting you with race conditions. And it's just... I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm sure there's guys out there who are cleverer than me and can do it. But I wouldn't want to look at it. Whew. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Decades of code, remember. Decades of code. Single-threaded decades of code. Built by one guy who knows everything and nobody else has ever seen it. If more or less. Like I said, if you're not hard into that mindset, brutal. Well, yes, but... reality is the AI thread dominates so heavily that the graphics engine being separate doesn't really mean a lot. And it's not really a graphics engine in the sense that you're thinking of it. It's still running through one core. It's just that you can modulate the facings. Yeah, see, but you got to build all the handlers, and then there's dependencies, so you'd be doing a lot of loop back is what I think you'd end up with. You understand what I'm saying? It's, hang on a minute, I'm trying to think of how to... I understand what you're saying, because it's how the transaction engines work. It's just that you're taking a single-threaded application that's been built to run through a single core with a set of single checks, and that's going to be a brutal rewrite. Because you're going to then have to build an event engine to parse it, right? I mean... The problem is that Toadie's event processing ends up being single-threaded a lot. Many different events, depending on other events to have finished in a very precise order, to such a degree that you can't multi-thread a lot of it, is my strong suspicion. It has to be done this way in order to work. Now, I'm not saying it couldn't be rewritten to work differently and still have the same effect. I'm just saying that with this code... And again, I don't know the source code. I haven't seen it. Yeah. You got a guy that's handling the messages, and then he's putting them back into the queue if they're not if they're not ripe yet. I understand. Believe me, I get it. The problem is that the ripeness depends on processes that are effectively single-threaded. So you do a lot of the queue building up. You follow me? And you don't actually pull as much out of the queue as you think you would. And so it ends up being much more like a stack almost than a proper message event handler. Yeah, but you can't get away from the synchronicity is what he said repeatedly. The way he's got it, I don't know if that's strictly speaking true. Again, remember, I'm saying if you could rewrite it from the ground up, I'm not saying you couldn't get there. You probably could, I'm sure. But refactoring the existing and getting there might not be as feasible without huge work. Now, that's another reason I hope they do well. I know part of the reason they're doing this is being self-funded has meant no real, health benefits or insurance, and I get all that, and man, I'm rooting for him. I want this to do real well. Another reason I'd really like it to do well is it might afford Toady the ability to sit back and be designer rather than coder and maybe get not only more done faster, but also things like refactoring and bug fixing become second team and third team priorities. You know what I mean? And they don't even necessarily have to be big teams. I don't know if that would ever happen, but man, it'd be nice if they got big enough to do it. Because I gotta confess, as a fan, I do worry about a couple of things. Dwarf Fortress effectively being crushed under its own complexity by virtue of being a single-threaded application. Or its creator toddling off, and I don't want to say the dread that has no name, but once upon a time I started reading a book series by a guy named Robert Jordan, Well, what you do is you set up certain queues that are dependent, right? I mean, if there's really a dependency, presumably you could do something similar. You have queues that feed queues directly, knowing that their actions are dependent or whatever. I don't know that I want to write it, but I'd work in that engine. Hey, see you, Darren. Have a good night. I really should be looking at what we're doing here, because I've been sitting here like idle for, like I said, you guys have got me monologuing now for probably an hour. Happens every year. Sooner or later, somebody gets me talking about, what I think about the future of Dwarf Fortress, and like I said, I want the Steam release to be a smashing success. I want people to recognize that this is not some shat out product that just appeared, 2 days ago. This is one guy who's done this as a work of love for 20 years or whatever. No. It's cool. The entire point is is two things: the audience engagement, which drives this thing down over here in the corner, which is the entire point of this whole thing. Oh yeah. Oh, dead serious, Techno. Oh yes, absolutely. Yes, in development right now. You go out and look. You can wish list it if you want. I'm pretty sure. Definitely follow it.
And if you haven't got there, oh, damn, I wish I had the link. Somebody got the link for the damn Kit Fox Discord. Give him the Discord link, guys. Give him the Discord link. Somebody's got it, surely. I don't run Discord while I'm streaming. I don't have access to any of it. I don't keep a list of links. I really need to. Surely somebody's got a link to that Discord. Get him a link to the Kit Fox Discord so he can join the community and keep and follow him. I mean, seriously. Hook the man up. Long story short, Techno, Toadie's working with a group that's doing. There you go. Toadie's working with a group that's helping him get the Steam release ready. They're doing PR stuff. They're working on. They're going to have like an official tile set now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's going to switch to that. I'm just saying that there's going to be an official tile set with it when it comes out. You can pop out there on the Discord. I know there's a whole community that's discussing everything and the whole nine yards. Oh yes, no, absolutely. So here's the thing: the game is going to continue to be released for free on Bay 12. So that's never going to go away. Toadie said that is permanent. Okay, but what it won't have on the Bay 12 side is things like the tile sets and some of these prettiness things that they're doing. You know, I want to call it a modern facing of the game, because I don't necessarily know that I know there's going to be interface changes, but I don't necessarily know that they're necessarily modernizing the interface there so much as they're modernizing its face. I will take a look. I do not have a bot. I do this once a year, and I do it by myself. I am the almost literal definition of your garage streamer. So here's the deal. This year, for the first time, I actually agreed to join the Twitch affiliate program, and any money that actually gets going to me and then they actually decided to pay out, I'm going to turn around and put right back into this fucking thing over here. So don't put the money to me, put it over here. The only reason I did it is because there's some people who just won't donate and insist that they want to do it to me or whatever, and don't. Do it over here. Do this. I have a job. Seriously. I do this for volunteer. I like Dwarf Fortress, and this is a way I get to people that like to donate. A way to tutorialize something. I like teaching. And Nikki. I haven't seen a Nikki. I've played with a variety. My original favorite was Phoebus. When I started out playing, I didn't have the hardware I do now. My screen wasn't as large, so I couldn't enjoy. So let's talk. For those of you who haven't seen this, let's get a good floor here. Something with a lot of detail, something with a bunch of stuff going on. Here we go. Here's a good floor. A lot of dwarves, a little bit of furniture, some stone. So when I zoom in, there is an intense amount of detail on all these little dwarves. I mean, it's there. These guys are detailed. Now, I don't play with one of those giant, wall-sized 4K, I'm big, huge, large monitors. I don't. I've got a little 1920 by 1080. It works. I've got a second screen so I can keep an eye on the stream at the same time as I'm playing. But on my older set, this tile set would have been. I'd have lost the detail. For me, playing on my older monitor, it would have felt like I was doing this, because I didn't have the screen real estate to blow it up, and that's part of the problem. For me, the higher res tile set is usable now a little more than it was before. The Phoebus tile set's advantage is it's very clean and clear, very distinct and sharp, and it's like it's almost I don't want to say it's a Super Nintendo-y tile set, but it feels a little bit 16-bit-ish in the sense that I can follow along with. It's very clean and understandable. Sometimes I'd probably have to look if I really wanted to know which of these dwarves had which professions. I'd have to look. So, Nafe, here's one of those points where I just admit I have no idea what you're referencing. I mean, I know what V-Sync is. I know what vertical sync is, but I mean... What? Oh, you mean when I get one of these little off ones and it kind of shimmers? The sizing isn't correct for the resolution. Get a little tearing. But on a smaller monitor, I think you'll get by better with a smaller tile set without a problem. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't use a larger one. You could certainly, maybe you like playing it at a narrower zoom. I'll have to take a look at it. I don't know that I've used a smaller tile set than that, and I don't like the text tile sets. I can't do it, man. It gives me just a fitful... Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. You may miss a cycle or so. So, long term, though, so let's talk about that for a minute. We talked about FPS, we talked about pathfinding, we talked about why I do my fortresses in circles. It's pretty, that's the primary reason. I like it, it's nice to look at. But you could do a prettier, more aesthetically pleasing design if you wanted to. You just got to realize the longer the paths are, the more curvy and loopy, the more you spread out on one floor, the longer the paths get. So let's talk about that for a minute. Bedrooms. Here's a critical offender. Bedrooms. This bedroom is actually a fair distance from those stairs. Think about it. He's got to go down here, and over here, and up here, and down here. These bedrooms are fairly far away, despite the fact that as the crow flies, they're not all that far away. This is very pretty. It's not necessarily all that pathfinding efficient. It's also not double-walled. We talked about that earlier. This is slightly more pathfinding effective than the square of the same height, and the extra pathfinding I lose at the edges, the extra storage I lose at the edges is not that much, and the pathfinding hit is okay over a large enough fortress. When you start thinking about your fortress having to flood fill many, many, many floors, vertical is always going to be more efficient in terms of space saved, distance traveled. The ideal fortress would be a sphere, pretty much. You can't do sphere. You can get stacks. And a single vertical stack is probably about as effective as you get most of the time. Right. And spread out more bedrooms over more floors. But I wanted to do 200 dwarves in, and I probably could have spread it out to a third floor here. We only have 4 floors of glaciers, and I wanted all my bedrooms in the ice. So I left myself a room in case I need to do more, because these inner rooms, I think they're intended for nobles, but they're a little small, so other than maybe militia captains, or the hammerer, or, I don't know, they just don't, they're not big enough for barons, or counts, or kings. And yeah, some sort of fractal design with relatively small pathfinding maximums would be ideal. I don't have one. If you guys out there want to cook one up, I am happy to use it. I will use it on stream, cook it up soon, and I will put it on stream live shortly. Happy. I'm going to test it first. Don't fuck with me. But yeah, I'll have to look. I haven't loaded any in. This is an old Quick Fort. This is an old Quick Fort, not in the new Quick Fort. I need to look and see if there's some better designs out there I can borrow that are ready to go and drop into Quick Fort, because I don't want to lay them out manually. But failing that, circles. And the only reason I deviate, this circle right here, the 15 diameter, I had a discussion once with a guy on the forums at Bay 12, and we had a serious discussion about pathfinding. Not in any huge technical detail, but we sat down and talked about the math of it, just in napkin math sense. And originally, I had been using 15 wide squares. It's nice, it gives you plenty of room around the stockpiles. Manually doing a fractal just sounds like carpal tunnel to me, but whatever works for you, I guess. You know, you look at this, you get 5x5 chunks in it, and I had an additional 4 around the outside. So you could put 9, right? I mean, a square of 9 workshops or 8 workshops plus a staircase tile per level. And what I found was, might as well just go ahead and spread them out a little more vertically and use fewer try to squeeze in less workshops per floor and do a couple more floors. Spread things out a little more. And so what I started doing was giving myself, by default in vanilla in Dwarf Fortress, you only get about 5 levels of guaranteed soil before you hit a cavern of some sort. You're not guaranteed almost anything to build a fortress in. It's terrible. And you have to spread your fortress across the cavern or wall it up, and it just, no. It's terrible. It's terrible for your pathfinding. Not just bad from a game sense, it's terrible from pathfinding. So typically I'll give myself the first 15 floors. Guaranteed. Now after that, there's a cavern somewhere. I just don't know how far down it could be. It could be right there, it could be further down. In this case, we missed it, and it was literally like almost right underneath us. Bam. But I do that because then my pathfinding is all this one tight chunk. I'm not pathfinding all over all over the map. Your first fortress is probably spread out on one floor because it's easier for a new player to keep track of stuff if it's on one Z level. You're not familiar with going up and down. Your brain isn't trained to remember this is up and that is down. Until you commit those to muscle memory, one floor is what you're doing those first few forts. And initially it'll work. Your fort is small and self-contained, and there's a small pile of bedrooms and a small farm and a couple of workshops and some storage space. And everything is built like in this one small area, and it works great. And then you start spreading out, and spreading out, and spreading out, and spreading out. And then stuff is trying to be hauled back and forth across long distances of the fortresses because your stuff's all over everywhere. It's terrible. Ideally, if you were going to do it, if you really want to get serious about it, and more serious than I usually am, I confess. I do this to relax, not necessarily to optimize to the nth degree. But if you really want to get serious about it, you have to start thinking about things like, I need to have all of these different stockpiles, and a hospital, and farms, and a pasture. And what floors should they be on, so that I can organize the flow of the ingredients from floor to floor. Because ideally you want, say, 2 floors at the top of farms, or 3 floors at the top of farms and pastures and surface crop farms. You know, if this were a different fortress, not in a glacier, the first 3 floors would have been, if I had enough soil, would have been 2 farm plot floors and a pasture floor. Possibly with clover leaf pastures that we don't use very much for like birds and dogs or whatever that don't get pulled out of their pastures very often. And then only once we got to the stone would you even start to see workshops, even, pretty much, usually. You could use what Dwarf Fortress gives you, but I don't think I would. If you want to have your fortress live for a long time, be able to build a big fortress, have lots of dwarves, you're going to have to start managing pathfinding, sooner or later. A fort with 200 dwarves like this. Let me check here. Hang on a second. Oh, I did something. Which button did I get that gives the full screen there? Hang on a tick. Anyway, as I was saying, we're capped at 200 and hard capped at 220. So, theoretically we could get a few extras in there, but that's a lot of dwarves.
and we'll chug if we get close to 200. We may have to tune it back down, depending. Sometimes I can get that many, and sometimes I can't. Depends. And it's probably down to what I'm doing and where. Huh. I maximized the screen, and I'm not sure how. That's alright. It works. So we need beds. We do have a few logs still, just a few. But being on a glacier, we don't get squat. Alt Enter's not helping me here. I don't know if I've got a stuck Alt key, maybe. No. See, no, it's not. I checked that first. That was one of my checks. It's no big. It's working. I can window key if I need to get out and do something over here on the other screen. It works. Figure it out later. No big. F12 maybe. It's one of these F keys up here. No, they should be hotkeys. That shouldn't be it. Yeah, no idea. I'm not going to worry about it. It's no big deal. Like I said, we can make it work. So let's get up our magma forges. We have put that off for good lord, who knows how long now, because we've been talking yakety yak. And I'd say don't talk back, but my wife is probably going to come in here and say it in a second. I don't really want to encourage her, so I'm not going to. We need to get some smelters and stuff up too, so let's do that. First off, smelters. Now, in a fortress like this, where we have really good access to... Oh, not smelters. Magma smelters. Magma. Now, in a fortress like this, we would want to do something where we... slap in a bunch of smelters. And I do mean a bunch. We are going to build in about 2 rows at very least. Now, I do need to chunk out a couple of tiles here to make these last 2 work, and I did forget to do it, so we got to get rid of them. One here to clip a corner, and one down here to clip a corner. And then we'll be able to squeeze in one more here and one more there. It's not a perfect circle, and I don't care. I want a bunch of these for a reason. Metal forges and smelters can be used to duplicate metal and produce an infinite supply of metal for you. Over time. Long term. You have to be careful not to use it all up, but as long as you can make certain things and melt them back down, you will generate metal and can supply your own metal needs. Especially if you build that cycle up so it's constantly running, and then you're only using metal periodically, and only a little bit. If you let that cycle run long enough, you'll build up incredible quantities of metal. Glass, since we have access to sand, I believe, in the tundra area, though we may have an aquifer to deal with when we get over there. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If we can get access to the sand, like I'm hoping we can, cross your fingers, we can make a glass industry. Glass is incredible. It's one of the best building materials, not in terms of... I've got better than that, Techno. Better than that is... Better than bolts is coins, if you really want to get hard into it, you can get something like, what, I don't know, 10 to 1 maybe out of bolts? I forget. Maybe it's 2 to 1 by the time you're done with the division, whatever it is. Something like that. Melt a bolt, make a stack of 10 bolts. That's pretty good, right? I mean, you get 10 bars out of, yeah, it's pretty good. But if you do it with coins, you break it all down, you melt them individually, you get a 5,000% return on investment. 1 bar into 50. Coins are not a trade good. So that's the rub. Players expect to be able to trade coins or use them to buy things. And so you make a bunch of coins up thinking you can... so what used to happen for FPS, so kinda, I mean, there's a bunch of items running around, right? And every time you split them up, that's a bunch more items. And so you can have 25,000 items, individual items, in the form of individual coins. That's a lot of stuff. But usually what I'm doing is turning around and melting them back down. So, yeah, they're getting split up, but they're turning around and melting. So, metal here is produced into coins here, stored in a stockpile here, melted here, produced into bars that are stored here, made into coins here, and it's going right here. This cycle is just running right here. If you don't put a limit on it, yeah, it gets crazy. Yeah, so no, we're not going to have that problem. We're going to have it moved into stockpiles. It's just going to be like any other object. The catch is that periodically we will break down our stacks of coins into individual coins and then say, melt every coin in the fortress. They're all gone. And they'll all get melted. The stacks of coins get you like 100, get you like 1 bar, 1.1 bars back for every bar you put in. But the coins, when they're broke down and not melted in the stack, get you literally a 5,000%. You can look at the wiki for the melt item returns. There's a few other things. Another good one I would recommend is giant axe blades. Those give you 1.2 bars per. Use 1, you get 1.2 back. It's a little cleaner than having to break coins up. Coins just get you an intense return. So typically what I would do is mint a few coins of every type of metal and then melt and stack, melt and stack, melt and stack, melt and stack until I get a small quantity of those bars. If it's a weaponable metal, I'll use giant axe blades. But if it's not a weaponable metal, you really don't have a lot of options for things you can produce and melt and then get more back. Coins is your good option. You can melt them down in stacks if you want it easy, and you can break them down into coins if you want to get a lot out of each bar. But I would make a stockpile for coins, and then I would forget about it. Now, in the older versions, when the economy was on, coins were a nightmare. Coins here are just like any other thing, crafts or figurines, except they come in stacks, and you can split them up in the trader. But they're not trade goods. They're not valuable. They're not worth trading. You don't trade them to make money. You trade them to split them up. That's the only reason you trade them. You trade the guy 1 coin of every stack, and then you buy something from him. And then you trade him 1 coin of every stack, and you buy something from him. He doesn't restack the coins, so his coins are all stored individually. You trade a bunch of coins, 1 at a time, from each stack, 1 at a time from each stack with a macro, 1 at a time from each stack. Bronze coins, and iron coins, and steel coins, and zinc coins, and lead coins, and tin coins, and copper coins. Bismuth bronze coins, and black bronze, and rose gold. Gold and silver, and platinum, and aluminum. All of them. Coins out of all of them. 1 coin at a time to the trader. 1, 1, 1, over and over again. Buying gewgaws, and pets, and stuff. Then once you're done, sell him 3 stacks of prepared meals, buy back every coin in the list, and mark them all for melting. And the dwarves will drag them off to the stockpile and melt them all down, and your bars skyrocket. Now, it's a lot of personal labor if you don't build a macro. I highly recommend macroing the shit out of it. And I highly recommend trading your coins without bins which does take a lot of dwarf labor to move them up the first time, in order to make your macro work more effectively. But you can do it with bins. It works just fine. I haven't noticed any FPS issues, but remember, I'm not splitting the coins up and then moving them around. I'm moving them to one stockpile, or I'm moving them to the trader, and I'm not moving them anywhere else. Occasionally a dwarf will claim a coin for their own and go, ooh, look, I've got a shiny. Let him have it. It's just like him claiming a crown or a figurine. It doesn't do anything for you, and it's cheaper. It doesn't cost you as much. A boulder is worth more than a coin. A log is worth more than a coin. In fact, coins are worth so little that when you buy back the individual single coins, they are not worth one dwarf buck to the trader, a solid single dwarf buck, and so they get rounded off in terms of value, and the game will not show them in the trading menu. If you pull the single coins back to your side of the trading menu, they vanish. They're there. They're in the depot. You can pull them out. They're perfectly fine, but you can't trade them anymore. The trader literally does not value them highly enough to consider them worth anything. But you melt them down individually, bang, money. And it is a fantastic way to duplicate metals that you cannot weapon. It's fine to make weapons and melt. There's another advantage too. Weapons have quality. So if this guy makes a masterwork giant axe blade that you would normally melt down, but now it's a masterwork, you can't melt it down or it pisses him off. You can trade it, that's fine, that works. You can hang on to it and trade them all off later and make a bunch of dwarf bucks that way. That's perfectly valid. But you can't melt it anymore because it's actually going to screw you if you do. So coins don't have a quality rating. Coins never get a quality rating. So melting them does not hurt you. It's not destroying some dude's masterworks. It's clean, it's safe, it gets you a high return. It is a pain in the ass that you have to macro it. And you'll have to rebuild the macro every time you have a different stack of coins that you want to use, or a different list of coins. Or you'll have to build a small macro and just replay it until it runs through the list. Whichever. But if you're willing to put in even a tiny bit of effort, it's trivial to get large quantities of bars back out of it. Glass, as I was getting ready to say, though, is a fantastic material. Furniture, book bindings, mugs in the form of goblets, crafts, jewelry. Versatile doesn't even begin to cover it. Glass is right up there, just shy of metal on the list. The value isn't as good. Better off with a metal in most cases. Unless you're talking crystal glass or clear glass, then maybe not. But glass is infinitely cheap right out of the bag because you can literally go get sand over and over again from the same sandbank without ever wearing it out. So you never run out of sand. Whereas with metals, you either build up a melt cycle, basically an exploit, if you will. Sorry to say it, but it is. And I hope it doesn't get fixed either, because Tony's got far more pressing priorities than the fact that somebody can duplicate metal. But anyway, if they would bring metal in the caravans, I would stop duplicating metal overnight. My God, if I could just order them to bring 70,000 wagons to me full of nothing but iron bars, I would do it. But since they won't bring but 4 iron bars in any given caravan, that's not going to cut it. I can't equip my guys with 4 iron bars. Forget all your nickel, forget all your zinc. Bring me nothing but iron bars. Bring wagon loads of iron bars, and I will buy them all. I will sell you every prepared meal in the fortress. I will buy all your iron. I will melt it down, make weapons, and then ambush you when you try to leave with my meals. But clay, not as much. Clay has 2 problems. First off, if it's not fire clay, it has to be glazed before you can use it for any food purposes, like pots. And glazing is nice in the fact that it adds value, but it's an extra labor step, more intensive, more resources, not worth it. Clay isn't particularly valuable. Even if it's fire clay, it's not all that valuable.
and it's just not as versatile as glass. So while glass is not necessarily the most valuable component, it's easy to make high quantity of items and turn them over infinitely, either for trade goods or practice and training your guys to do stuff creatively. Smelters and forges are the same way. So what we will end up doing is every person in the fortress, every single man, woman, and dwarven child, once they're old enough, will be a metal crafter. They will make coins in their spare time. We're all going to be coin collectors down here. So I can break them up at the trader and make lots of bank, melting them down and making more coins. We'll do that because we can siphon some of the bars we derive from that process off to manufacture our weapons and ornament our stuff or whatever. Everybody will also be a glass crafter. Okay? They may have other jobs. They may not spend all their time making glass, but they'll grab a sandbag and make some raw green glass from time to time. The raw green glass can be cut, it can be studded into all our stuff. Bang, perfect. We'll use our high quality carver or glass crafter, that guy that just hit 20 out of nowhere because he came in with a 15 and then immediately mooted on us and went, "Hi, I want to make my artifact now." Bam! Went right to 20. Yeah. Our legendary +5 is going to be spending his time making furniture for us before much longer. We're going to dig ourselves a little sand farm, and we're going to have to do this right. The kilns, I don't have a lot of use for clay. I don't like to say that. I've thrown clay on wheels, and I find the process really enjoyable personally, and far more enjoyable than doing stuff with glass personally. But, you know, in the game, clay just isn't that versatile. And yikes. Now, if you have fire clay, clay pots are a possibility, especially if you get magma. But other than that, glazing is such a pain that I wouldn't bother with pottery. I wouldn't. Glass or bust in terms of ceramics on Dwarf Fortress. But as it turns out, we have sand somewhere out here theoretically. And we have metal, if not. Well, I'm working on 46 minutes past my promised 6 hours. How about that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Made up my 3 hours from yesterday and my 3 hours from tonight and 45 minutes more. Ah, yeah. But right now we're working on getting our forges up. Well, I don't know that I'd say we're on top of things. Everybody's had me yammering about future of Dwarf Fortress and the Steam release and, you know, everything under the sun for most of an hour now. You know, more than an hour now. Yeah. Yeah, not this guy who was definitely not involved in any way, shape, fashion, or form. Make no mistake, guys. Interacting with you is, well, entirely part of the par. It's entirely par for what we're trying for here. Starting to get tables up in the hospital. We still need some traction benches. Oh, that's right. We did get our manager up, didn't we? Yes, we did. Oh, hot damn. Somebody out there was saying they didn't know orders. They were having trouble with orders. I hope you're still out there, folks, because now's when we're going to hit orders. Oh, boy, are we ever. Let's talk orders. First up, lavish meals. Whoa, what the hell did you just do there? Let's talk about it. Okay, so I said, Q searched for lavish meals. This is roast, the things with 4 ingredients, okay? And then I said, conditions, do this job if the amount of meals is at most 500. So if they hit 500 meals, they stop. They quit making meals. Now, if there's 3 guys making meals at the same time and they all go in to make meals at the same time, we had 499 meals, it's possible we'll hit 502. Or whatever they come out with. We'll overtop it just a little bit. Doesn't matter. A little overtopping is not going to care. The 500 is not the crucial point. It's just that there's a cutoff. I don't want them to do it forever. I don't want to drown in food. I don't want to fill up my stockpile with 7,000 spare meals that I'm never going to eat. My dwarves have other things to do. I don't worry about it. I produce booze. I produce booze so much that they can burn all the booze they want, and I don't care. I've still got more booze. I have booze coming out my ears. I have booze coming out my anus at this point. I'm going to have booze coming out your anus before we're done. You have no idea. I will fill a 15 diameter circle with pots full of booze, and then have a stockpile in the tavern, because why not? Well, I take it back. We won't have a stockpile in the tavern. We'll have a stockpile under the tavern. A giant basement stockpile where all our booze is stored. It'll be 31 tiles across, top to bottom and left to right, in a circle. Same size as our public space. Full of drinks. No problem. I don't worry if they want to use some booze. Let them. Ideally, I'm only producing the booze that I really want, and it is super valuable, super high quality shit. Sunshine, whip wine. Sure, if I gotta produce the dwarven stuff, we can. But ideally, I want them surface crops that are super valuable. And then let people bake them into their meals. I don't care. Quarry bushes and sunshine. Go for it. Now, if you're tight for crops, we won't be, but if you are, watch your booze. Don't let them use it. Turn it off in the kitchen. Keep it under wraps. You'll be fine. It's not a big deal. But did we ever? Let's talk about farm space. This is 4 5x5 farm plots, all of which are in business year-round producing stuff. 25 tiles of different crops, sometimes 50 tiles of a crop, sometimes 75, depending on what it is and which season it is. Oh yeah, we produce tons of crops. The only reason this one down here is not busy already is because this is the guy that runs quarry bushes 3 seasons a year, and right now I don't have any broadly processing quarry bushes to bags yet. We've got a big stack of them sitting up there waiting on us to go. Plump helmets, cave wheat, pigtails, booze, 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 booze. I don't cook them. I bruise them. All of them. No flour, no sugar, no syrup. Straight to booze. We'll use meat. We'll use fish. We'll use some plants from the surface if we have them. As our fortress gets bigger, we're going to have to make sure that our plant production not only provides for our booze, but also provides for our food. We'll get around that by supplementing it with meat and fish, hopefully. Meat will come primarily, in the end, from our pasture industry. Eggs, bird meat, dog meat, cat meat. Speaking of, let's check on our animals. Did we have any wanderings in that come and need to be butchered? Nope, we've taken care of everybody. We're good. All the auto butchering orders are set up, ready to go. New animals will arrive, we'll monitor them. If it's any of our animals we want to get rid of, we'll treat them appropriately. So no, I let them use it. Let them go nuts. The reality is, though, that, excuse me, dwarves will actually prefer solid ingredients over liquid every time. There's a bug for it, actually. If you have dwarven syrup, it's supposed to be solid object and then go all in on dwarven syrup. Is supposed to be fantastic. You know, a pile of quarry bush leaves and then as much dwarven syrup as you could pour over them. But dwarves will basically never use dwarven syrup. It sits in the barrel and never gets used. Because they keep going back for solid ingredients. They don't prefer liquid ingredients. The first ingredient always has to be solid, but they prefer solid ingredients, so they never actually check for the liquid ones, as long as you have solid ingredients to use. You can set it up, you can force them to cook it, but I don't bother usually. As long as we've got enough plants, we should be fine. If we need bigger farm spaces, I can always co-op some of the pasture space until I can flood more. It's not a problem. At least it shouldn't be. Not for us. We'll be good. But trees, logs, oh my god, logs are a problem. Logs are a big problem. But let's do booze next. Oh, sorry. Conditions. So in addition to product conditions, that is to say, don't produce more than this number, I also have reagent conditions that says you must have some of this stuff. Basically, 10 of these things. reality is they actually need, I think, 40 of these things by the time they're done, because it's 10 jobs, and each job needs 4 items, 4 individual, like, things. Um, but it's not a problem. They're going to fill up the number of or they'll fill up the number of meals, and they'll never hit the other conditions anyway, I don't believe. So let's queue up brewing. Brewing drinks. You could do it from fruit if you have them, but we'll do it from plants because we can. I don't care about seeds when I brew. I know I get them, but I'm not conditioning my booze output on my seed stockpile. I don't want to stop making booze because I have too many seeds. I do need at least 10 plants and 10 food storage items to make the booze. So in this, you'll notice right away, it tells us why it can't make more. It will not queue up the brewing because we don't have enough empty food storage items. So I need to make some more rock pots or glass pots. That's food production. Congratulations, boys and girls. We just handled food production forever. As long as we occasionally butcher some animals or harvest some eggs or pick some plants, whichever it takes, catch some fish, whichever. They'll cook it into lavish meals. They'll brew up drinks for us. We don't have to touch it ever again. Done. Just make sure we keep their supplies up on the other stuff. I believe that's loose rock pots, not rock pots that are in use. But I'd have to double check. I don't really pay attention to it closely. I don't recall it ever sticking on me, but maybe they'll change the definition at some point. That gives our stonecrafters something to build, something for our dwarves to claim. We'll want to make these things out of metal, ideally, as well, because dwarves like to claim valuable things, and these rock items aren't particularly valuable. But a good, well-made one done by a high-skilled stonecrafter could actually be fairly valuable, worth claiming for a dwarf. And if nothing else, we can trade off the low-value ones and get rid of a bunch of junk stone. But we're going to have a bunch of junk stone before we're done. We've got a giant entry pit to dig. Actually, let's cancel one of those. Why 50? This is worth a note here. Why 50 hives? This one needs a special mention. Because when you hit 40 hives active on your map, Dwarf Fortress will say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to start reducing the number of times that you get all the products out of your hive. Sometimes your production is reduced. And when you get to 60, you stop getting anything. They're basically overtaxed and your hives don't produce. Now, this is This is not how hives work in the real world, and Toadie's insistence on tracking the number of bees per hive to an exact number is part of our issue there, I suspect. But bees routinely fly, for the record, something like 2 miles, up to 2 miles, in search of suitable forage for their honey production. And they will find anything in that 2-mile radius over a long enough time period. I'm not saying they won't miss stuff, but holy cow, they go a long way and there's a lot of bees, and they will find just about everything they can. Dwarf Fortress's implementation of beehives is very strange to me in a lot of ways, even for older beehives. These aren't really hives. These are what older beekeepers would have called a skep. You don't separate the brood from the honey. You basically take an entire hive. When you go to harvest your honey, you're basically taking the entire hive, dumping it into a giant strainer, crushing it flat, and straining what's left, boiling and straining what's left to get the wax out and the honey out. The honey squeezes out, the wax boils out, and the insect parts strain out. And then you put a new hive inside the skep. Now, modern beekeepers don't keep bees this way. This is an archaic practice that it would have been archaic even in the late Middle Ages, really. Skeps were problematic for bee health and all sorts of other things. Nobody keeps bees this way now. Nobody's sensible, anyway. Too many parasites, too many diseases of bees. You're just wasting your time. But in Dwarf Fortress, rather than deal with bee health and beehive maintenance and beekeeping as it actually exists as an industry, Toadie has opted for this relatively simplified method where hives have a certain number of bees in them, and then you either produce products from that hive or you split the hive. Now, the splitting part, that's kind of actually how it works in the real world. No criticism there. But the harvesting thing is... Skeps are pretty archaic, and usually you'd end up having to rebuild the hives. The only advantage here is that dwarven hives aren't rebuilt. But this isn't how modern beekeepers keep bees, and the limit of 60 hives per map means that you really can't use honey as a primary alcohol production product. Mead is like a rare treat to dwarves, which is just disappointing. You could have made mead en masse. Beehives in large quantities are hardly new. Even in the ages when they were keeping bees in skeps, you would keep more than a single hive by virtue of being able to do so and wanting to be able to repopulate them when some of them were destroyed for product. So we'll make 50, which will give us some reduction in product sometimes, but some of our bees are going to be reserved solely for splitting, and we may not build a big enough enclosure to use all 50 hives anyway, so we'll see. But if you really wanted to be, pun not intended, precise about it, what you really want to do at that point is say, I want to have rock hive and do no more than 40. That's the last one you get before the cutoff starts to get weird. And then you take 20 of those hives and you designate them solely for splits, and you designate the other 20 for gathering. And then that's how you produce your product. The 20 you have for splits will keep getting split into the ones that get hived. Those will produce your honey, you'll make that into mead, and your dwarves will have a little tasty treat. You'll get some wax and some pressed cakes and all that good stuff out of the side, but it's not a real productive industry. You can do wax work. Clinidev insists that I name a wax worker after him every year, which is a joke because we never see any wax workers, and I usually never get around to setting up a wax working industry because there's just not enough wax to bother with most of the time. Even an established bee industry won't produce much honey and won't produce much wax, which is, for modern beekeeping, rather shocking, I must tell you. Bees are incredibly productive if they've got an entire year to run. I want to say the advantage for Dwarf Fortress bees is that their seasons run shorter, so you get more harvests per year than you probably would out of a realistic beehive. But I'd have to watch them closely and check.
Okay, nest boxes for our eggs, hives for our bees. What else can we do out of rock? Q. Well, let's see. Bookcases. We need some bookcases for the library. But I don't want to do those out of rock. Let's do those out of glass. Let's do some rock toys. Let's do 50 rock toys, because why not? Just once. We're not going to sell those. That's for our toy kids to play with. There's some anecdotal evidence that kids playing with toys is beneficial for their development. And I mean that in the literal, your kids actually do better later if they've had some toys to play with kind of thing. Rock coffins. Let's keep a few of those on hand. 10, let's say. Now, initially, it's easy to make a bunch of rock cabinets. We don't really have our sand industry up and running at full tilt yet. We need a lot of bags before that happens, and cloth is going to be in short supply just like logs are initially. Glacier makes it hard to get access to certain products right off the bat. In a standard fortress where I was able to trade easily and where we had surface crop access, we would be working on rope breeds fairly quickly so we could get, 25 tile plots of rope breeds, producing rope breeds 4 seasons a year for 50 rope breed tiles planted every season and harvested. We would then turn that immediately into thread and then immediately into cloth to fuel our cloth industry. And if we could get access to whipvine, we'd do it with whipvine instead, but rope breed if not, so that we could produce cloth for our dwarves to wear. You can do it with pigtails, but it requires a lot of pigtails. Now, we may get there. We may have to, because we may not have access to trade. It said we had neighbors, but they really haven't showed up and done any trading. I do strongly suspect that they keep losing their wagons to the cold weather here. I mean, there's a pile of stuff here, and it isn't our stuff. And it's more stuff than some random guy would have had on him if he was Gil. Jaguar Man Bowman. There you go. It's Cud Loader from MTV. Oh, no, sorry, wrong guy. So let's talk stocks. What do we have? What do we have in our bars? Oh, that's right. We didn't discuss that. Nobles. We gave ourselves a bookkeeper and all these other things, right? Bookkeeper is the one that has this little settings feature right here. He's important. We actually need to go in here and say, that dude needs to get to work. For those of you who aren't familiar with this, lowest precision means you start rounding at 10, meaning that anything above 10 gets rounded to the nearest 10. Anything above 100 gets rounded to the nearest 100. Anything above 1,000 gets rounded to the nearest 1,000, and so on. Low precision gives you accurate counts up to 100, but you start rounding above that. Medium precision gives you access to up to 1,000, and you start rounding above that. High precision gives you access up to 10,000 accurately, and then you start rounding. Highest precision means it doesn't matter how many of anything you have in your fortress, you're going to know exactly what it is. Frankly, bookkeepers don't have to work long enough or hard enough, at least not in the fortresses I've seen, to occupy themselves full-time normally anyway. So I don't see any purpose in using anything other than highest precision. Your mileage may vary. Our guy's also our manager. He may have a hard time with manager orders. We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see. But right now, he's got a bunch of orders to fill. Let's see what he's doing. Is he, what do we do him? He is a support? Is that a farmer? No. We can't have our farmer doing this. No. Aerith Willem. Yeah, okay, you're in, buddy. You're in. And it turns out we have a separate guy who works perfectly for that. Done. And I thought I gave them all their appropriate little tables there, but let's check and make sure that they get their offices. Aerith and Solon have their offices. They'll be off to the races shortly. Stamp some work orders out. Count some stuff, whatever they're doing here. I'm not sure which office is whose. I'm guessing that this is our record keeper's office because it looks like he went and got busy on our stuff. We now know exactly how many of every item we have. Poof, done. So, in the bars category, we have 91 bars, primarily bronze with some iron and a single black bronze bar. So, we have one black bronze bar. Let's make coins, because I don't think we can make a giant axe blade with it. This says, give me 10 iron coins a day, 10 iron coin jobs a day, or in other words, 5,000 coins a day, until you hit 30,000 coins. This is 6 days worth of production, and it is 10 bars a day. So we would use an enormous quantity of bars, 60 bars, to do this. But once that's done, we can turn around and melt it down for 66. Or we could split them up, and we'd get 5,000 return on investment. That's 50 bars per bar. 3,000 bars of iron. Now, I would like to note something for the record. Let's say I don't want to use up my last iron bar. Let's make this, say, 15. It means that I won't use up the last 5 iron bars on this job. We also have bronze. And we'll do the same thing as before. Except this time, I don't care about this. If they use up all the bronze making coins, that's fine. It's okay. Doesn't hurt me at all. We're not going to use this as our primary weaponable metal. We'll skip straight to iron and then move on to steel. But for right now, I can turn around and melt these things down. Now, instead of coins for iron or bronze, I can actually do axe blades. And as long as I use a relatively low-skilled weaponsmith, I'm going to get back out of them a fairly good return on investment. Fairly high, 1.2 bars. It's not as good as coins, but it is easier to set up, and it doesn't require you to wait on a trader. And so far, we haven't seen traders, so this could be a bad idea for us. We'll see. We've got iron on site, and we can afford to spare a few bars to do this. Although, let's turn this down. Let's say 10,000. 2 days production, 20 bars. I don't think we have 20 bars of bronze and iron. We can get there. Let's check stone. Stocks of stone. Why stone? Because stone also includes all your ores. Let's see. 7 bars, 7 iron ores, 27 gold nuggets, 4 bars of zinc. Plenty of flux to make steel with. But not much else. Limonite is our primary iron source, it looks like. Gold nuggets we can melt down for reuse. As far as I'm concerned, they can always smelt down more gold. Smelt down all the raw gold. Smelt it all down to bars. I have no value in having the ore laying around. None. I have no intention of using gold nuggets as studding material or carving it into gems or whatever. That stuff is going straight into bars. Let it. Now, in this case, I am going to go all the way up to the 30,000, which is 60 bars, because we know we've got 27 ore, which will break down into something like 108 bars, and we're going to use 60 of those to make coins, and then we'll have extras. And we can melt the extra 60 back down once we've broken them to get an incredible quantity of gold back out. Our fortress value will skyrocket when we do it. It'll be incredible. We're going to need glass traps, lots of glass traps. Now, we need to get a bunch more sandbags together, which we don't have. We'll work on it. Let's talk about that for a minute. Now, over here to the right, this is actually tundra. There's not much in the way of plants here. I think we have some cranberry, I thought we said. I'm not even sure any of it's pickable or harvestable, whatever the gather is here. And the tundra, of course, has nothing, literally nothing out here. It is a wasteland. There's a couple that look like of plants maybe we could pick. Nope, that's glacier. That's not actually plants. That's our wagon or something. I don't think we've actually caught anything here yet. We've looked a couple times, but I don't think any time we've looked, we've actually found a pickable plant out here yet. Keep checking it to see if anything shows up, but I don't think we actually get anything. And so now let's talk about going east. East because I want to know where the sand is. And if I go to the surface here, for example, and I search the tile, I can actually see what's here. Snow-covered sand. Sand? Sand. Now there is some other things out here, but mudstone pebbles, for example, that's not useful to us, but that means there's sand on this first floor, and if there's no aquifer in it, we are in business. We dig a long tunnel straight out into the tundra, where there's no trees to have to worry about, so we don't have to come up from a lower level. Let's see if we hit an aquifer. Now be careful of hitting an aquifer in the open air. If this were open to the surface, this would be an incredibly dangerous activity for our dwarf. With enough water creeping in, an aquifer in the open can freeze instantly and become a block of ice. A block of ice instantly kills anything trapped within it. Demons, dwarves, doesn't matter. Dead, dead, dead. Obsidian works the same way. If you cast obsidian on something, it destroys whatever it is. Gone. Now, I think certain objects survive, but maybe not obsidianization. I'm not sure about that one, but icing, I think certain objects can survive. I'd have to look. Oh, yeah, we're into the sand, and it's not damp. Check that out. Sand zone. Okay, old sand zone Clegane here is going to get us a glass industry. An incredible glass industry. An amazing glass industry. How is he going to do it, you ask? Because first we're going to lay down a stockpile. And actually, I'm going to go a little wider than that because I can, I think. Does this go north a bit more? Yes, it does. You'll notice that this line right here we're on, right here, is literally exactly where the biome level is above it. So you can literally map out where the ice will be and where the grass will be or the sand will be underneath it by watching where this line is on the surface because it carries it straight down. Alright, so we're going to mine this out. Perfect. Missed just that last tile. Beautiful. Now, throw down a stockpile. This is going to be a furniture stockpile. And it's going to take up this whole room. And its entire purpose is going to be to store bags. Empty bags. basically we have to turn on boxes and bags. But then we have to eliminate every material that can't be used as a bag. All the stone, all the metal, all the clay. For other materials, there are no wooden bags, there are no bone bags, tooth, horn, pearl, shell, amber, coral, glass, all gone. It wouldn't matter, except that there are boxes that you could make out of most of those materials, and they would get stored here and they would never get moved because we can't use them for sand. Leather, silk, yarn, plant cloth. That's it. Boxes and bags made out of those materials will be stored here empty, where we will have a sand zone. And a sand collection zone tells your dwarves where they can grab the sand for your ceramics industry. This is a sand zone. You'll notice there's at least some count of tiles that would be useful for collecting sand. Now, cool, maybe we'll actually get a trader this time. Alright, a caravan. Finally. What season is this? This is autumn. These are dwarves. We can rip them off. Alright. No, I'm just kidding. We don't do that. Not now. We're in pretty good shape now. Probably would have wanted to do it early. We ran out of booze a couple times along the way. Logs, logs, logs. We got logs. Oh, they're going to do it out. Watch this. It's going to explode. They've done this over and over again. I have no idea what it is. Bam, they leave. One of their wagons explodes. They had some sort of collision with themselves, and that's it. Boom, they blew up. They leave. You saw it here, folks. That wagon disintegrated on the spot. And I don't think its materials are even anywhere. I think it just disappears. It's gone. Nope, here's his stuff. Cool. So they've dumped like 2 wagons worth of crap here for us without ever charging us a dime because they keep exploding their own wagons on top of the depot. It's awesome. You know what? There's an easier way. DBC. Boop. Reclaimed. We now have all their stuff. And there goes any hope of trading with anybody probably ever. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, so we'll move this depot down the stairs later, but that's twice now they've destroyed a wagon or something on the way in. Something very strange going on there. I'll have to look into that one later. From the mountain homes, let's discuss the reason why your wagons keep exploding outside. What do you want? Well, the next time your wagons explode, it'd be really nice if they were loaded with leather. Possibly some cloth. Possibly lots of cloth. And some metal bars. And maybe some gems. We'd love it if you're exploded with some gems on board. And logs. Could your wagons explode into like showers of logs? When your wagon explodes, I want to think it's a male review. Logs everywhere. We now have pasture space. Now we bring sheep in. Hard. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, so, sows and boars. And then, of course, as before, blue pea hens and a blue peacock or 2. We'll happily buy any drinks they bring. We'll happily buy any milk they want to bring, because we can turn around and immediately make that into cheese and keep the barrels. Not particularly valuable this way, it's easy to do. And we'll take all the fish they can bring us. We really have a hard time producing it on our own. A lot of stuff, but nothing we can produce use here, unfortunately. Remember, all sand comes with its own bags. Every time we buy a sandbag, that's one less sandbag we gotta make ourselves. Okay, that's probably everything. Now, realistically, I want lots of metal too, but I mean, they're just not going to bring it. I mean, bars and cut gems would be wonderful. They'll only bring 4 of each type. Now, with gems, it gets a little crazy because of the cuts, but bars, 4 iron bars, 4 gold bars, 4 silver bars, 4 copper bars, 4 nickel bars, it doesn't matter. They won't ever bring more than 4. And then they'll charge us an armor leg for anything they actually, bring us. Wouldn't sell it. Not worth anything. Wouldn't sell it. Puts it into things. Wouldn't sell it. Wouldn't sell it. Could sell it, but 130 value on something that's probably not that valuable. Earrings, kind of the same thing. Hand hides, footwear, armor. It's probably earrings if I wanted to sell something. So realistically, we're going to sell trap parts. I have showed you how valuable prepared meals are. So let's talk about that for a minute. We have how many now? 95 prepared meals. Just 95. We could, if their wagon was actually docked here, probably have bought most of their caravan with the right set of these. This isn't it because most of our stuff isn't high quality, but we're gaining on it. I'd like to know why their stuff keeps exploding, though. I really, really would. They're going to mint us up a bunch of coins. That's great, because I need them to. We need to find some sphalerite, if we can. So we lose a couple of floors out of the middle of our design, kind of chunked out by the water here at floor 23, 22, 21, 20. All lost to that, and then we'll go on up through our pancake stack there. Alright. Doing good. How many dwarves we got now? We're up to 57. Alright. So here's the deal, guys. I'm getting ready to knock off for tonight because I promised 6 hours to make up for yesterday's 3 hours and do tonight's 3 hours. And we're now at 7 hours and a half. That's right. I keep my promises and more. So here's what I'm going to promise you now. I'm going to be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. to do this all over again from where we're at right now. And I'm going to be back again for a 24-hour live stream on November 6th and 7th, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. No matter what time zone you're in, no matter what zone you're watching in, show up and join us then. Anybody got any questions before I go? Love answering questions. You guys kept me monologuing for so long because I love helping and answering questions. We touched orders tonight. We're going to hit them even harder tomorrow because we're going to set up a militia. We're going to have military armor production ready. Yeah, we're going to have a lot to do. And orders and automation is going to be the name of the game because we're moving beyond manual entry at this point. I will only manually queue stuff if I very specifically have to have it from a very specific person with a very specific profile or something like that. Now, hang on a second here. I'm going to see if... It looks like the only two guys we have out there are the 24/7 Dwarf guys. You guys have a preference as to which one I'd pawn you off on? One do better than the others for you? Well, then heads or tails it is. Remember, guys, back tomorrow night, and I will see you then. Have fun and sleep well.